Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Layla. The Welcome to Bayhaven sign still sports the same peeling paint and bullet hole from when Tommy Matthews thought target practice was a civic duty. Some things never change, others change too much. I pull my Honda into the gravel driveway of my childhood home. Cold dust clouds billowing like tiny tornadoes in my rearview mirror. The house looks smaller than I remember. White clapboard siding that needs a fresh coat. Wraparound porch sagging slightly on the left side, where Dad keeps promising to fix the support beam. Mama's flower box is overflow with petunias and something that could be oregano or weeds, hard to tell from here. My phone buzzes with another text from Max, the third one since I crossed the county line. Can we talk? I miss you. Miss me like a hole in the head, I mutter, switching the phone to silent. The screen door creaks open before I've even turned off the engine. Mama appears on the porch, wiping flour-dusted hands on her apron, the one with "Kiss the Cook" embroidered in crooked letters that I made her in 7th grade home ec. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Her smile reaches her eyes despite the sarcasm. You planning to sit in that car all day? Or are you coming inside to tell me why my daughter looks like she's been through a blender? I grab my purse and the bag of Chicago deep dish I picked up as a peace offering. Nice to see you too, Mama. Don't nice to see you me, Layla Marie. You quit your job, broke up with what's-his-face, and moved back home without so much as a phone call. She crosses her arms, but the corner of her mouth twitches. Lucky for you, I made cornbread. Max wasn't that forgettable. Though honestly, his tendency to disappear into work for weeks at a time made him plenty frustrating. And I called, last Tuesday. A 5-minute conversation about the weather doesn't count. Mama steps aside to let me pass. Come on, your father's in the workshop pretending he doesn't know you're here, but he's been pacing for the last hour. The familiar scent of vanilla and wood polish wraps around me as I cross the threshold. Everything exactly where it belongs. Mama's piano in the corner. Dad's reading chair by the window. Family photos marching up the staircase like soldiers in matching frames. The only thing missing is the restless energy that used to bounce off these walls whenever I lived here. So, Mama closes the door behind me. How long are we talking? A visit, or should I clear out the spare room? Not sure at this point. I shift the deep dish box to my other arm. Depends on how long it takes me to remember why I left in the first place. Mama's eyebrow arches. Or how long it takes you to remember why you came back. Same thing, probably. I lean over to kiss her cheek, breathing in her familiar scent of lavender soap and kitchen spices. I'll set up in my old room for now. Give me a chance to figure out what comes next. That room's been waiting for you. Her hand squeezes my shoulder. Go on up. I'll bring you some sweet tea in a bit. 2 trips to the car later, I'm hauling my laptop bag and a suitcase that weighs more than my first apartment's security deposit up the narrow staircase. The wooden steps still creak in all the same places. 3rd from the bottom, 7th from the top, and that one near the landing that sounds like a dying cat if you step wrong. My bedroom door sticks the way it always did, requiring that specific lift and push technique I mastered in high school. The room floods with afternoon light when I finally wrestle it open. Nothing's changed. Same quilt Grandma Jean pieced together from fabric scraps. Same desk where I wrote terrible poetry about boys who didn't deserve the ink. Same window seat overlooking the harbor. The view stops me cold. Bay Haven's harbor spreads below like a postcard. All weathered docks and bobbing sailboats. But it's the Christmas lights that twist something sharp in my chest. They string between lampposts and wrap around pier railings, turning the waterfront into a constellation of red and gold. The same lights that were up last year when everything went sideways. When Cole's mouth found mine at midnight and the world tilted off its axis, I dropped my suitcase forcefully. The lights probably went up the day after Thanksgiving, same as every year, probably strung by the same volunteer committee of retirees who've been doing it since I was in diapers. Nothing romantic or magical about municipal holiday decorating, but tell that to my racing pulse. Get a grip, Layla. I turn away from the window, focusing on unpacking instead of the memory of hands tangled in my hair and the taste of whiskey on someone's lips who should have known better. Someone who definitely knew better now. The kitchen smells like heaven and childhood memories. Cornbread cooling on a wire rack, something savory bubbling in the slow cooker, and that perpetual hint of cinnamon that seems baked into the walls themselves. Mama bustles around, pulling down mismatched glasses and filling them with sweet tea that could dissolve concrete. "So," she says, sliding a glass across the scarred wooden table. "Maggie Henley called this morning." I settle into my old chair, the one with the wobbly leg that Dad keeps threatening to fix. Should I be worried? Depends on how you feel about community service. Mama's smile turns suspiciously innocent. The toy drive needs a volunteer coordinator, someone with stellar organizational skills and a background in event planning. I did graphic design marketing, not miracles. I take a sip of tea that's roughly 70% sugar. Some things never change, thank God. Besides, I just got back, haven't even unpacked. Perfect timing then. Nothing like jumping into the deep end to remember why you love swimming. Mama pulls a manila folder from the kitchen counter, thick with papers and held together by a rubber band that's seen better decades. Maggie's been running it for 15 years, but her hip replacement surgery is next week. And naturally, you volunteered your not yet employed daughter. I volunteered my talented daughter who happens to be between opportunities. She drops the folder in front of me with a thud. Besides, it's only 3 weeks until Christmas. How hard could it be? Famous last words. I flip open the folder and immediately understand why Maggie needs hip surgery, probably from carrying this organizational nightmare around. Handwritten lists in 3 different colors of ink, photocopied flyers with coffee stains, and what appears to be a roster written on the back of a grocery receipt. "Mama, this looks like a tornado hit a filing cabinet," which is exactly why they need someone with your skill set. She sits across from me, folding her hands like this conversation is already settled. Maggie means well, but she's been doing everything the same way since Reagan was president. I scan the volunteer roster, squinting at the spiderweb handwriting. Most of the names blur together. Retired teachers, church ladies, the usual suspects who sign up for everything, but one name jumps out like a neon sign in a blackout. Cole Hartman, financial sponsor. My tea glass hits the table harder than intended. He's involved in this? Cole? Mama's eyebrows lift with practiced innocence. Of course. He's been the primary sponsor for years. Covers most of the big-ticket items. Bikes, electronics, winter coats. Real generous, that one. Generous. The word tastes bitter. Sure. Something wrong with that? Everything. Everything is wrong with that. But I can't exactly explain to my mother that her husband's best friend kissed me senseless months ago and then vanished like smoke, leaving me to wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing. Just surprised, that's all. Didn't know he was the charitable type. Honey, you've been gone 5 years, only coming back a handful of times since then. People change. Mama reaches across to pat my hand. Cole's had his share of troubles, but he's never stopped caring about this community. I flip through more pages, hoping my face doesn't betray the riot happening in my chest. Donation records show substantial contributions year after year, all signed with the same strong handwriting I remember from birthday cards when I was little, before everything got complicated. So what do you say? Mama's voice pulls me back to the present. Will you help out? The smart answer is no. The sensible answer is no. The answer that keeps my life uncomplicated and my heart intact is definitely no. Fine. The word escapes before I'm able to stop it. But I'm modernizing this whole operation. Spreadsheets, proper scheduling, maybe even a website if I'm feeling ambitious. Mama's smile could power the Christmas lights outside. I knew I raised you right. I stare at Cole's name until the letters blur together, my jaw clenching so hard my molars ache. Financial sponsor. 2 innocent words that shouldn't make my stomach perform Olympic-level gymnastics. But here we are. How much are we talking about? The question comes out before I can help it. Mama glances up from refilling the cornbread basket. How much what? His contribution. Cole's. I tap the paper forcefully. For planning purposes, budget allocation and all that. Oh, honey, I don't know the exact figures. Maggie handles all that. She waves dismissively. But it's substantial. Probably covers half the drive's expenses. Half? Of course it does. Because Cole Hartman can't do anything halfway. Not success, not grief, and apparently not charity work either. The man who built Bay Haven's most successful construction company from nothing, who could probably buy half the town if he wanted, naturally throws money at Christmas like it's pocket change. The same man who kissed me like the whole world was ending and then disappeared for an entire year. Layla, Mama's voice carries that particular note mothers use when they've asked a question twice. Are you still with me? Sorry, I flip to another page, hoping to find something less emotionally devastating than Cole's perfect penmanship. Processing the scope of this thing. More names swim past. Betty Walsh, the Hendersons, old Mrs. Martinez, who still brings homemade tamales to every community event. Normal people doing normal good deeds. Not complicated men with storm gray eyes who taste like regret and whiskey. You know, Mama settles back into her chair. Cole's been asking about you. My hand steals on the page. Asking what? How you're doing in Chicago, whether you're happy up there. General things. Her tone stays carefully neutral, but I catch the subtle probing underneath. Seemed genuinely interested in your work. I'm sure he was just being polite. The words taste like sawdust. Dad probably mentioned my promotion or something. Maybe. Mama sips her tea thoughtfully. Though he did ask specifically about whether you were seeing anyone. The folder slips from my fingers, papers scattering across the table like autumn leaves. I scramble to gather them, blood rushing to my cheeks. When did this conversation happen? Few months back? 4th of July barbecue. She helps collect the wayward volunteer schedules. He looked like he wanted to ask more, but thought better of it. Of course he did. Cole Hartman, master of thinking better of things, especially things involving me. Well, lucky for him, the answer's simple now. I straighten the papers with sharp, efficient movements. Single and unemployed. The American dream. Layla Marie. What? It's true. I stuff everything back into the folder. Besides, it doesn't matter what Cole Hartman thinks about my relationship status. We're talking about a toy drive, not a dating service. Mama's knowing smile makes me want to hide under the table. Who said anything about dating? No one said anything, and I might have just blown my cover.
Chapter 2. Cole. 6:30 a.m. arrives like a judgment call, all gray light and empty promises. The workshop sits quiet as a cathedral, which suits me fine. Before the crew shows up with their coffee breath and weekend stories, before the phones start ringing, and the world demands I pretend to be the man everyone thinks I am. Just me and the tools and the smell of cedar shavings that clings to everything I own. I flip the lights, fluorescent tubes stuttering to life overhead. The main floor stretches before me, workbenches arranged in 90-degree angles, power tools lined up like soldiers awaiting orders. Decades of building this place from nothing, and it still feels like someone else's dream some mornings. The coffee maker gurgles in the corner office, filling the silence with something that passes for company. I check yesterday's progress reports while it brews, scanning Tommy's notes about the Henderson kitchen remodel and Miguel's timeline for the new deck project on Seaside Drive. Normal work for normal people with normal problems. My phone buzzes against the metal desk. Text from Jim Walsh about Sunday's poker game. "You in this week?" Betty's making her famous chili. I type back maybe and delete it. Type can't make it and delete that too. Finally settle on TBD because commitment feels impossible these days, even to something as simple as cards with the guys. The workshop feels bigger in the early morning quiet. Every footstep echoes against the concrete floor, bouncing off exposed beams and sheet metal walls. Rachel used to say the place reminded her of an airplane hangar, all that space waiting to be filled with purpose. She'd liked coming here in the early days, back when it was just me and a handful of second-hand tools in a rented garage. Would bring me coffee in a thermos and sit on an overturned crate, sketching designs for the house we were going to build. The house with the wraparound porch and the guest room for kids we never got. I shake my head, forcing the memory back where it belongs. Ancient history. Water under bridges that burned down years ago. The band saw needs new blades. I make a mental note to order them before the Halverson job kicks into high gear. Keep busy, keep moving, keep the hands occupied so the mind doesn't wander into territories that serve no purpose except to draw blood. My coffee tastes like burnt regrets. Perfect for a Tuesday morning in December, 3 weeks before Christmas and approximately 11 months since I made the biggest mistake of my adult life. Not the kiss. The kiss was inevitable, had been building since Layla graduated college and stopped being James's little girl, and started being a woman who looked at me like she could see straight through all my carefully constructed walls. The mistake disappeared afterward, running like a coward instead of facing what that kiss meant, what it demanded from a man who'd spent 8 years convinced he was done feeling anything that mattered. The shop door chimes announce Tommy's arrival. He shoulders through carrying 2 travel mugs and wearing that expression that means he's got something on his mind. "Morning, sunshine." He sets 1 mug on my desk. "You're here early, even for you." "Couldn't sleep." I take the coffee gratefully. Tommy makes it strong enough to resurrect the dead. "Thanks for this." "No problem." He settles into the chair across from my desk, the same routine we followed for 15 years. "So, heard some interesting news yesterday?" Something in his tone makes me glance up from the work orders. "Yeah?" "Layla's back home." The words wound like a 2x4 to the solar plexus. I managed to keep my expression neutral, years of practice serving me well. "That's so. Quit her job in Chicago. Moved back in with her parents." Tommy studies my face like he's reading blueprints. "Thought you'd want to know." "Why would I want to know that?" The question comes out rougher than intended. Tommy's eyebrow arches. "Because you've been asking about her for the past year like a lovesick teenager." "I haven't been asking about anyone." I stand up, chair scraping against concrete. "And I've got actual work to do today." Tommy doesn't budge from his seat. "Right. That's why you went dead silent every time someone mentioned her name this past year. Real subtle, boss." "Drop it, Tommy." "Look, I'm just saying—" I said drop it. The words come out low and final. Halverson's kitchen cabinets need to be cut today, and the seaside deck materials won't unload themselves. Maybe focus on that instead of whatever soap opera you think you're watching. Tommy raises both hands in surrender. All right. Message received loud and clear. He pushes himself up from the chair. But for what it's worth, running away from something doesn't make it disappear. Thanks for the philosophy lesson. Now get to work. He heads for the door, pausing at the threshold. She's volunteering for the toy drive, you know. Might run into her whether you want to or not. The door closes behind him with a soft click, leaving me with the weight of that information. Layla's back. Layla's volunteering. Layla's going to see my name on the donor list and remember exactly why I've been avoiding this town center for 11 months. I slump back into my chair, the leather creaking under my weight. The office feels smaller now, walls pressing in like they're trying to force a confession out of me. My gaze drifts to the picture frame on the corner of my desk. Rachel on our honeymoon in Maine, wind whipping her auburn hair across her face as she laughs at something I said. Her green eyes were bright with joy, completely unaware that we only had 6 years left together. I pick up the frame, thumb tracing the glass over her face. She'd been the one to encourage my friendship with James in those early days, back when I was just another young carpenter learning the trade. Had loved his stories about his little girl who could argue the paint off a barn door. What would you think about all this? I asked the photograph. About me wanting someone I have no right to want? Rachel's captured smile offers no answers. Never does. Just sits there frozen in permanent happiness while I've spent 8 years learning how to breathe without her. The desk drawer slides open with a metallic whisper. I place the frame inside, face down among the paperwork and spare pens and all the other debris of a life half-lived. The drawer closes with finality. Out of sight, not out of mind, never that. But at least not staring at me like an accusation every time I try to think about anything else, including a certain woman with hazel eyes who kissed me like she meant it, and then had to watch me disappear like smoke. An hour later, Abigail Finch from the accounting firm knocks on my office door, clutching a folder thick enough to choke a horse. She's been handling my books for 6 years, ever since I got tired of drowning in receipts and tax forms, efficient as a Swiss watch and twice as relentless. Morning, Cole. She settles into the chair Tommy vacated, adjusting her reading glasses. Got the quarterly reports and some paperwork for the toy drive donation. I grunt acknowledgement, already reaching for my checkbook. Same routine every December. Write the check, hand it over, pretend Christmas doesn't exist for the rest of the month. Actually, there's something else. Abigail opens her folder carefully. The town council wants to honor you at this year's gala. Recognition for 8 years of community support. My pen hovers over the check. What kind of recognition? Plaque presentation. Maybe a short speech about your contributions. She slides a formal invitation across my desk. They're calling you Bay Haven's Christmas Angel. The pen stills completely. Christmas Angel. I know, it's a bit much, but the committee's excited about... Cancel it. Abigail blinks. I'm sorry? Cancel the whole thing. No plaque, no speech, no recognition. I sign the check almost angrily. I donate money, that's it. I don't need a parade. Cole, I understand you prefer privacy, but this is a wonderful opportunity to... To what? Stand on a stage and smile while people applaud something I do anonymously for a reason? I tear the check from the book and hand it to her. The answer's no. Abigail takes the check but doesn't retreat. The committee's already printed programs. Layla Benton's designing special graphics for your presentation. The pen snaps. The sound cracks through the office like a gunshot. Black ink bleeds across my palm, staining the work orders beneath my hand. I stare at the broken plastic, my grip still tight enough to crush what's left. Why? My voice comes out flat, dangerous. Why is everyone so goddamn interested in telling me about Layla Benton today? Abigail's eyes widen. Well, she's coordinating the volunteer efforts. Very organized young woman. Her father speaks highly of... Her father. I stand up, the chair rolling back hard enough to hit the wall. Right. James Benton's daughter. The one who's suddenly everyone's favorite topic of conversation. Cole, I didn't mean to. You meant exactly what you said. I walked to the window, back to her, watching Tommy and Miguel unload lumber from the delivery truck. Normal men doing normal work without complications. Let me make this crystal clear, Abigail. No recognition ceremony, no plaque, no speech. And if Layla Benton wants to design graphics for something, she can design them for someone else's presentation. The silence stretches long enough to measure twice and cut once. When Abigail finally speaks, her voice carries the careful tone of someone addressing a wounded animal. The committee will be disappointed. The committee will survive. I turn back to face her, noting how she's gathered her papers closer to her chest. Anything else? No, that covers everything. She stands, smoothing her skirt. I'll let them know about your decision. Good. Abigail pauses at the door. For what it's worth, Cole, some recognition isn't always about you. Sometimes it's about showing other people that generosity matters. The door closes before I can respond. Just as well. Nothing I have to say would improve anyone's day. I look down at my ink-stained palm, the broken pen pieces scattered across the desk like shrapnel. 8 years of the same routine, and now everyone wants to turn it into a spectacle. Featuring Layla Benton's artistic talents, apparently. Christ.
Chapter 3. Layla. The Bay Haven Community Center assaults me with enough Christmas spirit to power a small aircraft carrier. Tinsel drapes from every available surface, like metallic spider webs. And someone's unleashed a glitter bomb that's left casualties on every folding table. The scent of cinnamon and pine mingles with that particular ode to public building. Industrial cleaner with undertones of decades-old coffee stains. Layla, thank goodness you're here. Mrs. Peters rushes toward me, clutching a clipboard like it's the last life preserver on the Titanic. Her sweater features a reindeer, with actual jingle bells sewn onto the antlers, creating a percussion section every time she moves. The banner fell down twice. The donation boxes are overflowing, and somebody switched the ages 8 to 12 labels with the teen ones. She jingles emphatically. Complete disaster. I survey the controlled chaos. Volunteers sort through mountains of toys, while children dart between tables like caffeinated elves. A teenager struggles with a ladder and what appears to be 30 feet of garland that's developed a personal vendetta against him. Define disaster. I drop my purse beside a table, groaning under the weight of donated board games. From where I'm standing, this looks like Christmas threw up, and we're all invited to the cleanup party. Mrs. Peters' jingle bells pause mid-jangle. Well, when you put it that way. Exactly. Now show me where I can do the most damage. She leads me to a corner station where several volunteers wrestle with gift wrapping supplies. Ribbon streams across the floor like party streamer casualties, and someone's created what I can only describe as a bow graveyard. Martha's been trying to organize the wrapping station for an hour, Mrs. Peters whispers, but she insists on color coordinating everything by recipient age and gender. We'll be here until Valentine's Day. I watch Martha arrange red bows in what appears to be height order. Her technique is meticulous and completely impractical. Martha, I call out cheerfully. Mind if I jump in? I've got some ideas about streamlining this whole operation. Martha looks up, relief flooding her features. Oh, bless you, dear. I've been trying to create a system, but there's just so much. There's a lot. I agree, rolling up my sleeves. But chaos is just creativity without a plan. Let's make some magic happen. Within 20 minutes, I've reorganized the station into assembly line efficiency. Simple but festive wrapping, pre-cut ribbon lengths, and a tagging system that even the most frazzled volunteer can master. The key is accepting that perfection's the enemy of actually getting presents wrapped before Christmas, 2025. You're a miracle worker, Martha breathes, watching the transformation. Just a reformed control freak with opinions about productivity. I adjust a bow that's listing slightly to port. Trust me, I've wrapped presents in worse conditions. The afternoon develops its own rhythm. Sort, wrap, tag, stack. Repeat until your fingers grow numb and you start humming along to the third consecutive loop of Silver Bells without conscious permission. The volunteers chat about their families, their holiday plans, their recipes for sugar cookies that never turn out quite right. Normal people living normal lives, finding joy in small traditions and shared work. It should feel comforting, should feel like coming home. Instead, I feel like I'm watching it all through glass. "You doing okay over there?" asks Jenny Thompson, a woman I vaguely remember from high school. She's been working the station across from mine, wrestling gift bags into submission. "Perfect." I paste on my brightest smile. "Just living the Christmas dream." Jenny laughs. "Right? Nothing says holiday magic like assembly line present wrapping. Although I have to admit, there's something satisfying about seeing all these gifts pile up. Makes the whole thing feel real, you know?" I nod, because that's what you do when someone shares a genuine sentiment about community spirit and holiday traditions. But the truth sits heavier in my chest. I'm not sure I remember what real feels like anymore. The kiss felt real. Standing in Cole's workshop 11 months ago, surrounded by sawdust and possibilities, letting myself believe for exactly 90 seconds that wanting something was the same as being allowed to have it. That felt real until it became the most significant mistake of my adult life. "Layla, sweetie?" Mrs. Peters appears at my elbow, clipboard extended like a peace offering. "Could you handle our donor liaisons? We need someone to coordinate with our major contributors. Make sure they have everything they need for the gala." The clipboard lands in my hands before I can object. My eyes scan down the list: local businesses, retired teachers, the usual suspects of Bay Haven generosity. Then I hit the third name down, and my stomach performs an Olympic-level gymnastics routine. There he is again. Cole Hartman, $15,000, confirmed attendance, TBD. Someone's drawn a thick red circle around his name. Multiple circles, actually, like they were trying to summon him through aggressive pen work. God damn it, he's already screwing things up for me. I mutter under my breath. "What was that, dear?" "Nothing, just admiring the organizational system." I wave the clipboard vaguely. "Very thorough circling technique." Mrs. Peters beams. "Oh, that's because Mr. Hartman's been difficult about confirming his attendance. Usually he just sends the check and stays home, but this year we're honoring him as our community champion. Can't very well give someone an award if they don't show up to receive it. Community champion. Of course they are. Because apparently the universe has decided that my homecoming tour should include maximum awkwardness with a side of public recognition ceremonies. Right. Makes perfect sense. I flip through the other pages, desperately searching for literally anyone else who might need liaisoning. What exactly does difficult mean in this context? Well, his accountant keeps calling to say he's not available, but we really need him there. The whole theme is building hope. And honestly, without his contribution, she trails off, wringing her hands. We were hoping someone with a more personal connection might have better luck reaching him. Personal connection. The phrase hits me like a slap of cold December air. "Mrs. Peters, I'm not sure I'm the right person for—" "Oh, pish posh. Your father and Mr. Hartman have been friends for decades. You practically grew up around him." Practically grew up around him. Right? Which makes what happened 11 months ago even more spectacularly inappropriate than it already was. I force my hands to stop gripping the clipboard quite so tightly. The paper's starting to wrinkle under my thumbs, and the last thing I need is to leave sweaty fingerprint evidence of my internal panic all over official toy drive documentation. When do you need confirmation by? End of the week would be ideal. The caterers need final numbers, and the trophy shop is waiting to engrave the plaque. End of the week. 5 days to track down a man who's spent the better part of a year perfecting the art of avoiding me specifically. The memory hits me like a rogue wave, dragging me under before I can brace for impact. Last New Year's Eve. Dad's annual party, the living room packed with half of Bay Haven's population, everyone flushed with champagne and resolutions they'd abandoned by February. I'd been home for exactly 4 days, still wearing my Chicago armor, sharp edges and city cynicism, when Cole appeared in the doorway like he'd materialized from my most inconvenient dreams. "Layla?" His voice cut through the party chatter, low and rough as sandpaper on oak. "Heard you were back." News travels fast in a town this size. I raised my champagne flute in mock salute. "Though I'm surprised you emerged from your cave long enough to notice." He moved closer, and I caught that scent that had always been uniquely him. Cedar shavings and wood smoke, honest work, and something darker underneath. "Your dad's proud. Talks about your Chicago success every chance he gets." My Chicago success. I laughed, but it came out bitter. Is that what we're calling spectacular career burnout these days? His gray-blue eyes searched my face. "That why you're home?" Among other reasons, the champagne made me bolder than wisdom suggested. Some of us need to figure out what we actually want out of life. The words hung between us like a challenge. Around us, the party continued. Someone started the countdown, voices rising in anticipation. But Cole and I existed in our own pocket of charged silence. "Layla." He stepped closer, close enough that I could see the flecks of gold in his eyes, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his chest. "You don't know what you're saying." Don't I? The countdown reached 5, 4, 3. Maybe I'm the only one brave enough to say it. 2, 1. His mouth found mine at the stroke of midnight, and the entire world collapsed into that single point of contact. His hands framed my face like I was something precious and breakable, his lips moving against mine with 11 months' worth of suppressed want. I tasted champagne and possibility, felt the tremor in his fingers as they traced my jaw. For exactly 90 seconds, I let myself believe in romance and second chances, and the radical idea that wanting something might be enough to make it real. Then he pulled away like I'd caught fire. This was... He stepped back, hands dropping to his sides. "Christ, Layla, this was a mistake." The memory releases me back into the present, where Mrs. Peters is still talking about catering numbers and trophy engravings. My hands shake slightly around the clipboard, and I set it down before anyone notices. A mistake. That's what he'd called it the next morning when he showed up at my parents' house, jaw set in stone, to deliver his verdict like a judge pronouncing sentence. "Sorry, dear, what was that?" Mrs. Peters blinks at me expectantly. I said I'll handle Cole Hartman. The words taste like ashes and unfinished business. Consider it handled. And I'm dreading every moment of it. Or am I?
Chapter 4. Cole. I should have sent Marcus with the check. The community center's parking lot stretches before me like a minefield of holiday cheer. Every lamppost wears a wreath, and someone strung enough lights to guide aircraft safely to ground. My truck idles while I stare at the building, weighing the wisdom of this decision against the alternative of dealing with Mrs. Peters's increasingly frantic voicemails. The check sits on my passenger seat. $15,000 made out to the Bay Haven holiday toy drive. Same amount as every year. Same impersonal transaction that lets me fulfill Rachel's memory without getting my hands dirty with actual human interaction. Except this year they want to make a spectacle of it. I kill the engine and pocket the keys. 5 minutes. Hand over the check. Decline the award ceremony with enough politeness to avoid offending Rachel's ghost, and retreat to the blessed silence of my workshop. The double doors open to reveal chaos masquerading as organized charity work. Volunteers swarm around tables loaded with toys, their voices creating a din that would make a construction site seem peaceful. Tinsel clings to every surface like some decorator's fever dream, and the air shimmers with glitter particles that catch the fluorescent lights. "Mr. Hartman, oh my goodness, you came!" Mrs. Peters appears at my elbow wearing a sweater that jingles with every movement. The reindeer embroidered across her chest sports actual bells, creating a percussion section that follows her like a one-woman marching band. "Just dropping off the contribution." I pull the check from my jacket pocket. "Same as always. But we were hoping you'd stay. See the wonderful work everyone's doing. Maybe meet some of the volunteers." Her eyes dart around the room with the desperation of someone who's been planning this ambush for weeks. "I appreciate the invitation, but..." Laughter cuts through the ambient noise like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Rich, genuine laughter that stops my protest mid-sentence and draws my attention across the room like a magnet finding true north. There, surrounded by a cluster of kids ranging from maybe 6 to 12, stands Layla Benton in a sweater, the vivid color of cranberries. She's kneeling beside a small girl who's apparently just shared the funniest joke in human history, based on the way Layla's throwing her head back and letting the sound spill out without reservation. Glitter dusts her dark curls like someone's emptied a craft store over her head. More sparkles across her cheeks, probably transferred from tiny hands that have been exploring every shimmering surface in the building. She wears it like war paint, completely unbothered by the fact that she looks like she's been attacked by a particularly aggressive Christmas decoration. "And then," the little girl continues, barely containing her own giggles, "the elf said, 'I can't reach the top shelf either.'" Layla doubles over, clutching her stomach like the punchline has physically wounded her. "Oh no, poor elf. What did Santa say?" "He said, 'Well, I guess we'll have to hire some tall elves.'" The girl dissolves into fresh peals of laughter, and Layla matches her enthusiasm note for note. "That's brilliant!" Layla reaches over to adjust the girl's crooked headband, the gesture so natural it looks like muscle memory. "You've got to tell that one to my dad. He collects terrible Christmas jokes like some people collect stamps." A boy with gaps where his front teeth should be tugs on Layla's sleeve. "Miss Layla, can you help me wrap this truck? I keep making the paper all wrinkled." "Of course, sweetie." She stands, brushing glitter from her knees, and I catch sight of her profile as she turns toward the wrapping station. "The secret is not fighting with the paper. You've got to sweet-talk it into cooperating." "Sweet-talk the paper?" The boy's eyes widen like she's just revealed state secrets. "Absolutely. Paper's got feelings, just like people. If you're gentle with it, it'll be gentle with you." She demonstrates, her hands moving gracefully as she folds and creases. "See? Ask nicely, and it does exactly what you want." The kids gather around her workstation, watching her transform wrapping disasters into neat packages with the kind of attention usually reserved for magic shows. She keeps up a steady stream of commentary, turning the mundane task into entertainment. "Now, the bow is the jewelry of the present world," she explains, positioning a silver ribbon with theatrical precision. "You wouldn't wear a crooked necklace, would you? Same principle applies here." My chest tightens watching her work. She's completely in her element, natural and unguarded in a way that makes me remember why I used to seek out her company at James's house when she was just a kid with scraped knees and big opinions about everything. "She's wonderful with them, isn't she?" Mrs. Peters' voice jolts me back to awareness. I realize I've been standing here for several minutes, check still clutched in my hand, watching Layla like she's the only source of light in the room. Which, considering the way she makes everything around her seem brighter, might not be entirely inaccurate. "She's always been good with kids." The words come out much rougher than intended. "Oh yes, I remember when she used to help with Vacation Bible School. Such a natural teacher." Mrs. Peters follows my gaze across the room. "I don't suppose you'd like to say hello? I'm sure she'd love to see you." The suggestion hits me like cold water. The last thing Layla wants is to see me crash her volunteer work with my particular brand of emotional unavailability. I should go. But even as I say it, my feet refuse to cooperate with the plan. That's when she looks up, The universe stops spinning. Every voice in the room fades to static. Every color dims except the warm brown of her eyes. She's mid-laugh, bow halfway positioned on a package, when her gaze finds mine across the sea of Christmas chaos. Her smile freezes, not disappearing, freezing, like someone hit pause on her joy. The hand holding the ribbon drops to her side, silver fabric pooling against her cranberry sweater. For a heartbeat, we're the only two people in existence. The gap-toothed boy tugs at her sleeve, but she doesn't notice. Mrs. Peters says something about the honor ceremony, but the words bounce off me like rain on a roof. My feet move without permission, carrying me through the maze of folding tables and volunteer stations. Each step feels weighted with inevitability, like walking toward a reckoning I've been avoiding for 11 months. "Miss Layla." The boy's voice finally breaks through whatever spell has her paralyzed. "Are you okay?" She blinks, the motion sharp enough to shatter glass. When she refocuses on the children surrounding her, her smile rebuilds itself piece by careful piece. "You know what, guys? I just remembered I need to grab something from the supply closet." Her voice carries only the faintest tremor, but I catch it. "Why don't you practice that sweet-talking technique on some more packages? I'll be right back." She stands, brushing glitter from her hands with movements that are almost too casual. The kids protest, but she's already moving, weaving through volunteers with the determined stride of someone fleeing a crime scene. I intercept her near the back corner of the room, beside a towering display of donated bicycles that creates a small pocket of relative privacy. "Layla." She stops so abruptly I nearly collide with her. When she turns, her chin lifts in that stubborn way that used to drive her father crazy when she was 16. "Cole." The name falls from her lips like she's testing how it tastes after all this time. "Fancy meeting you here." "I brought the check." "Of course you did." She crosses her arms and I catch the faint scent of her perfume, something warm and spicy that shouldn't work with Christmas glitter but absolutely does. "Same anonymous donation, same careful distance from actual human contact." The barb hits its mark, but I've had practice absorbing her particular brand of truth-telling. "I'm not anonymous." "No, you're just invisible. There's a difference." Her eyes search my face like she's looking for something specific. Though I guess that changes today, doesn't it? Showing up here, risking actual conversation. The way she says conversation makes it sound like a blood sport. "Mrs. Peters needed the check hand-delivered." "Right. Business." She nods once, sharp and decisive. "Well, mission accomplished. You can report back that the charity work is proceeding exactly as expected. Messy, loud, and thoroughly beneath your notice." The dismissal stings more than it should. "That's not—" "What? Not what you meant?" Her laugh has edges that could cut. "Cole, we both know why you're really here, and it's not because Mrs. Peters couldn't handle a bank transfer." I clear my throat, the sound rougher than intended. The noise of the community center fades into background static as I force myself to meet her eyes directly. "Let's just agree to keep things strictly business." Her smile transforms into something that could grace a Christmas card, all perfect teeth and seasonal warmth. The kind of expression that looks lovely from a distance, but reveals its sharp edges up close. "My thoughts, exactly." The words drip honey, but underneath lurks something that could freeze the harbor solid. I recognize this tone from her teenage years, when James would ground her, and she'd spend the next week being aggressively polite to everyone in the house. Civil compliance weaponized into an art form. The glitter on her cheeks catches the fluorescent lights as she tilts her head, still wearing that saccharine smile. After all, we wouldn't want to complicate things with messy emotions or inconvenient memories. A muscle ticks in my jaw. She's throwing last New Year's Eve back at me, wrapped in enough politeness to choke on. "Good. Then we understand each other." "Perfectly." She brushes an imaginary speck of lint from her sweater, the motion dismissive. "You write the checks, I coordinate the volunteers, and we maintain a professional distance that won't upset anyone's delicate sensibilities." The barb hits home. I've spent 11 months convincing myself that avoiding her was the honorable choice, protecting her reputation, preserving my friendship with James, honoring Rachel's memory. But standing here listening to her turn courtesy into a blade, I wonder if I've just been protecting myself. Behind her, the gap-toothed boy waves enthusiastically. "Miss Layla, I sweet-talked 3 more presents." She pivots toward him without missing a beat, and her mask slips back into genuine warmth so smoothly, it's like watching a masterclass in emotional sleight of hand. "That's fantastic, Tommy. I knew you were a natural." She glances back at me, and the Arctic chill returns to her voice. "If you'll excuse me, Mr. Hartman, I have actual children to attend to, people who appreciate conversation." The emphasis on genuine lands like a slap. She's already moving away when I catch her wrist, my fingers closing around her warm skin before my brain can stop them. She goes perfectly still, not pulling away, not turning around, just frozen in place like a deer that's heard the hunter's footstep. "Layla!" "Don't." Her voice barely rises above a whisper, but it carries enough warning to stop a charging bull. I release her immediately, my hand falling to my side like dead weight. The space between us suddenly feels vast, despite the fact that I could touch her again with the smallest step forward. She turns then, slowly, and the look in her eyes makes my chest tighten. Not anger, that I could handle. This is worse. It's disappointment wrapped in resignation, the expression of someone who stopped expecting better. "Business, Cole, remember? That's what you want, that's what you get."
Chapter 5. Layla. The community center looks like a Christmas decoration factory exploded. Folding tables sag under towers of unwrapped toys that threaten to topple with every breeze from the constantly opening doors. String lights blink unevenly overhead, half of them strobing like they're having seizures, while the other half maintain a steady glow, creating the impression that the entire ceiling is winking at some cosmic inside joke. I shoulder past Cole with a box labeled ages 6 to 8 in handwriting that would make a doctor proud. The cardboard corner catches on something, probably my sweater, and I pivot to keep the whole thing from avalanching onto the floor. His hand shoots out, catching the opposite corner before gravity can claim its victory. Our fingers brush for exactly half a heartbeat, long enough for my pulse to skip like a scratched record, not long enough for anyone else in this chaos to notice. "Thanks." The word comes out steadier than I feel. He nods once, releasing his grip the moment I've regained control. Professional, distant. Everything we agreed on during our first awkward meeting. I set the box down harder than necessary and immediately trip over an extension cord snaking across the linoleum like it's plotting against unsuspecting volunteers. "Seriously?" I glare at the orange menace. I thought he was the coolest adult in my orbit. Now it just makes me want to throw something at his head. "You mean good thing you're allergic to joy. Joy's overrated." The words fall between us like stones drop down in still water. Low, unbothered, delivered with the kind of certainty that makes you wonder if he spent considerable time researching the phrase. I can't help it. Laughter bubbles up before I can help myself. Not the polite kind you deploy at dinner parties, but the real thing. Surprised and genuine and entirely inappropriate for our current commitment to professional distance. Of course you'd say that. I shake my head, bending to untangle the cord from around a table leg. Mr. Christmas Spirit can be purchased via check. When I straighten, I catch him watching my mouth like he's memorizing the shape my lips make when I laugh. The observation hits me sideways, stealing the humor right out of my chest and replacing it with something much more dangerous. His eyes snap away the moment he realizes I've noticed. "The cord's a safety hazard," he says, stepping forward to help wrestle the orange snake into submission. "Someone's going to break their neck. Now you care about volunteer safety? How thoughtful." But even as the words leave my mouth, I'm grateful for his hands working alongside mine to route the cord along the wall where it belongs. His fingers are careful, methodical, the same way he used to show me how to sand wood grain when I'd hang around Dad's workshop during high school summers. "Miss Layla?" Tommy's voice cuts through my dangerous nostalgia. "The bow won't stay put." I straighten, brushing dust from my knees. "Come in, sweetie." Cole steps back, creating precisely the amount of space two people maintaining professional boundaries should maintain. But the air between us still hums with electricity, like the aftermath of lightning strikes. "Business," I remind myself under my breath. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. "Right." 20 minutes later, I'm staring at a tower of donation boxes that reaches toward the water-stained ceiling tiles like some kind of cardboard monument. The volunteer who built this architectural marvel clearly believed in the higher is better philosophy of organization. 47 board games on this side, Cole calls from somewhere behind the mountain. I squint at my clipboard, trying to reconcile his count with the scribbled notes from earlier volunteers. That can't be right. Maggie's list says 62. Maggie can't count past her own fingers. Harsh, but probably accurate. I crane my neck, trying to see the boxes perched on the top shelf. I need to check what's up there. A folding chair sits nearby, looking about as stable as my commitment to keeping things professional with Cole. I drag it over and test its wobbliness factor. Moderate to concerning, but I've worked with worse. "Layla." His voice carries a warning I choose to ignore as I climb onto the chair. The metal frame creaks ominously under my weight, but holds. "Just need to..." I stretch toward a box labeled Puzzles in purple marker. Almost got it. The chair rocks slightly. I grip the shelf edge, redistributing my weight, when I feel him move behind me. Not touching, but close enough that heat radiates from his body like he's his own personal furnace. His hands hover near the chair legs, not holding, just ready. "You back there to get a good look, or just trying to steal the good toys?" The words come out breezy, conversational, like my pulse isn't doing gymnastics routines against my ribs. "Making sure you don't break your neck over a puzzle count." How noble. I manage to grab the corner of the box and pull it toward me. Though I have to say, this protective streak of yours is very... The chair wobbles again, more dramatically this time. His hands find the metal frame instantly, steadying it with the kind of reflexes that suggest he's been anticipating this exact scenario. "I said careful." The word rumbles through his chest, vibrating in the space between us. I can feel the solid presence of him just inches away, close enough that if I leaned back even slightly, I'd be pressed against his body. I force myself to focus on the box in my hands. Got it. But when I turn to climb down, my foot catches on the chair's crossbar. I pitch forward slightly, overcompensating, and end up jumping down faster than planned. I land closer to him than physics should have allowed, close enough that my nose nearly brushes his chest, close enough to catch the scent of him, cedar and sawdust, yes, but underneath that, something heated. Something that makes my stomach twist like I'm 15 again, and discovering that boys smell different than I expected. My fingers tighten on the clipboard until the metal clip digs into my palm. Real, present. Professional boundaries still exist, even when my body seems determined to forget them. His jaw flexes, a muscle jumping beneath his skin. The same tell he had when we were kids, and he was trying not to laugh at something Dad said. Except now it looks less like suppressed amusement and more like he's physically holding himself in place. We spring apart like we've been caught shoplifting. The space between us suddenly feels charged with all the things we're not saying, not doing, not acknowledging. Cole runs a hand through his hair, leaving it even more disheveled than usual. The gesture makes him look younger, like the 20-something carpenter who used to help Dad fix our back porch instead of the man who's spent 8 years perfecting the art of emotional distance. "This is exactly what I meant," he mutters, more to himself than to me. "What's exactly what you meant?" My voice comes out sharper than intended, The clipboard in my hands has somehow become a shield, and I'm gripping it like it might protect me from whatever's happening in the 3 feet of supercharged air between us. He gestures vaguely at the space we just vacated. This, whatever this is. Oh, you mean gravity? Yeah, it's a real menace. Isaac Newton has a lot to answer for. The joke falls flat. He doesn't even crack a smile, just fixes me with those gray-blue eyes that seem to see straight through my deflection tactics. You know what I mean, Layla. I do know. That's the problem. Every interaction feels like we're balanced on the edge of something. A cliff, a revelation, a repeat of last New Year's Eve. And neither of us seems capable of stepping back far enough to find solid ground. Look, we're both adults here. I straighten my shoulders, channeling every professional meeting I ever sat through in Chicago. We can work together without it being weird. Can we? The question hovers between us like smoke. He's not challenging me, he's genuinely asking. And somehow that's worse than if he'd just argued, because the honest answer is probably not. Every time he moves, I'm hyper-aware of the space he occupies. Every time he speaks, my brain catalogs the roughness in his voice. And apparently, every time I climb on furniture, my body forgets how to maintain appropriate distances. We have to. I flip to a random page on my clipboard, pretending to study volunteer schedules that might as well be written in ancient Sanskrit, for all the sense they're making right now. Because the alternative is me quitting, and I already quit one job this month. My mother would have strong opinions. That earns me almost a smile. The corner of his mouth twitches before he catches himself. Jean Benton's opinions are legendary. Exactly, and I'm not giving her fresh ammunition. I tap my pen against the clipboard, a nervous habit I thought I'd left behind in conference rooms. So we figure this out. Professional distance, appropriate boundaries, no more. I wave my free hand in the general direction of where we were standing moments ago. Whatever that was. Whatever you say, boss. He says it too quickly, like he's relieved I'm the one who brought it up, instead of him having to navigate the conversational minefield himself. Good. I nod decisively. Great. Problem solved. But even as the words leave my mouth, I can feel how flimsy they are, like tissue paper stretched over a bonfire. This is not going to work. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks. Dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance audiobook bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Coal. The bow and stern smells like fried onions and decades of spilled beer soaked into the floorboards. Mike already claimed our usual booth in the back corner, the one with the torn vinyl seat that catches on belt buckles and the wobbly table that's been there since the Clinton administration. He's halfway through a burger that could feed a small construction crew, grease already staining the paper wrapper beneath it. A bottle of Yuengling sweats next to his plate, condensation pooling on the scarred wooden surface. I slide into the opposite seat and signal Martha for my own beer. She nods from behind the bar, her gray hair escaping its ponytail in the humid kitchen air. "You look like hell," Mike says around a mouthful of beef and melted cheese. "Thanks. Always count on family for honesty. That's what big brothers are for." He wipes his hands on a napkin that immediately gives up the fight against the grease. "Rough day at the office." Martha appears with my beer and takes my order. Same burger as Mike's, no pickles. She disappears back into the kitchen without a word, leaving us to the familiar rhythm of brotherly conversation over alcohol. "Community center," I say, taking a long pull from the bottle. The beer cuts through the sawdust taste that's been coating my mouth since this morning. Mike raises an eyebrow. "The toy drive thing? Thought you just wrote checks for that." "Usually do." "But?" I set the bottle down harder than necessary. The liquid sloshes, threatening to spill over the lip. They needed help with logistics. "Uh-huh." Mike leans back against the booth's cracked vinyl, studying me with the expression he used to wear when we were young kids and he'd caught me sneaking cookies before dinner. And this sudden burst of civic engagement wouldn't have anything to do with a certain gorgeous brunette who just moved back to town, would it? My jaw tightens. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Right, because you always volunteer for manual labor when you could just throw money at problems." He takes another bite, chewing thoughtfully. "How's Layla looking these days?" The question hits like a sucker punch to the solar plexus. Images from this afternoon flood back. Her laugh when she untangled that extension cord, the way her sweater clung to her curves when she stretched toward those boxes, the scent of her shampoo when she nearly fell off that chair. "Fine," Mike snorts. "Fine. Jesus, Cole, you sound like you're describing the weather." "She looks fine. Older. Different." "Different how?" I shrug, buying time by studying the label on my beer bottle. The eagle's wings are starting to peel at the edges from condensation. Confident. More. Herself, I guess. Herself being drop-dead gorgeous and completely off-limits. My head snaps up. What's that supposed to mean? "Oh, come on." Mike gestures with his burger, sending a piece of lettuce onto the table. "You're still pining for your buddy's daughter?" The words land like a physical blow. I feel heat crawl up my neck, the kind of flush that has absolutely nothing to do with the beer and everything, to do with being called out by someone who's known me for 4 decades. "I'm not pining for anyone." Nonsense. Martha appears with my burger, setting it down between us like she's referencing a boxing match. The smell of grilled meat and toasted bun fills the space, but my appetite has evaporated somewhere between Mike's smirk and his casual use of the word pining. "You've been carrying a torch for that girl since before Rachel died," Mike continues once Martha's out of earshot. "Don't think I didn't notice." "That's..." I start, then stop. Because what's the point in denying something we both know is true? It's complicated. "No, it's not." Mike points a French fry at me like it's a weapon. "You're 41 years old, not 14. If you want something, go get it. She's James's daughter." "So?" "So he's my oldest friend. And she's..." I struggle for words that don't make me sound like a complete bastard. "She deserves better than someone still carrying around 8 years of guilt." Mike's expression softens slightly, but his voice remains firm. "Rachel's been gone a long time, Cole." The name hangs like a third person at the table. I take another drink, longer this time, letting the beer burn slightly as it goes down. That's not the point. Then what is the point? I stare at my untouched burger, searching for an answer that makes sense outside my own head. The truth sits heavy in my chest, that being around Layla makes me feel alive in ways I'd forgotten were possible, and that terrifies me more than any business deal or construction deadline ever could. The point is that some lines shouldn't be crossed. Mike leans forward, his voice dropping to the tone he used to use when we were young, and he was about to tell me something important. "You know what your problem is?" "No, but I'm afraid you're going to tell me," I say, grimacing at my brother across the table. Mike wipes his hands on his napkin, crumpling it into a greasy ball before tossing it onto his empty plate. "Your problem is that you think suffering makes you noble." The words hit me like a hammer to the chest. I feel my shoulders tense, every muscle in my body coiling for a fight that won't come. "You've convinced yourself that being miserable is some kind of tribute to Rachel's memory," he continues, his voice gaining momentum like a freight train. "Like happiness would be disrespectful to her or something. News flash, little brother. Rachel loved you. She'd want you to live, not just exist. My hands clench around the beer bottle, knuckles white against the brown glass. Don't start. I'm not starting anything. I'm finishing it. Mike leans back against the booth, arms crossed. You think hiding from happiness makes you honorable? You think avoiding what you want makes you a good friend to James? All it makes you is a coward. The word coward reverberates through my skull like the echo of a gunshot in an empty warehouse. Guilt gnaws at my insides, sharp and relentless as a termite chewing through good wood. I push the untouched burger away and raise my hand to catch Martha's attention. Can I get a box? Cold dash. The conversation's over, Mike. Martha appears with a foam container, her weathered hands efficient as she transfers my burger and fries. The smell of cold grease turns my stomach, but no sense letting good food go to waste. Rachel always hated waste. I stand, fishing a 20 from my wallet and dropping it on the table. The bill flutters slightly in the air conditioning before settling next to Mike's empty plate. Running away again? Mike's voice carries that particular tone he's perfected over 4 decades. Part disappointment, part exasperation, all big brother. I don't answer. The container feels warm as I head for the door, weaving between empty tables and chairs stacked for the night. The familiar weight of Mike's stare burns between my shoulder blades. My hand reaches for the door handle when his voice cuts through the bar's ambient noise one last time. When you gonna let yourself finally be happy? I pause, fingers wrapped around the cold metal handle. The question hangs in the air much like smoke from an extinguished fire, acrid and impossible to ignore. Without turning around, I walk through the door and step into the night. The truck's heater blows stale air across my face as I navigate Main Street's familiar curves. Snow drifts against storefronts like nature's attempt at holiday decoration, each flake catching streetlight before surrendering to the pavement. Mike's words circle through my head like vultures. Coward, suffering, happiness. The foam container beside me radiates the ghost of a meal I couldn't stomach, its smell mixing with the pine air freshener hanging from my rearview mirror. I should head straight home, pour myself 3 fingers of whiskey and pretend this day never happened. Pretend I didn't spend 8 hours hyper-aware of every breath Layla took, every laugh that escaped her lips when she thought I wasn't listening. The town square appears ahead, its ancient oak wrapped in lights that turn the falling snow into glittering confetti. I ease off the gas, letting the truck coast toward the intersection. Just another routine drive through the heart of Bayhaven, nothing more. Then I see her. Layla stands beneath the gazebo, arms stretched overhead as she weaves garland through the white wooden railings. Snow dusts her dark hair like powdered sugar on chocolate cake. She's abandoned the practical sweater from this afternoon for something cream-colored and soft, the kind of fabric that would feel like silk beneath rough hands. My foot finds the brake without conscious thought. She steps back to admire her work, head tilted in that way she's done since she was a kid helping her mother with church decorations. A laugh bubbles up from somewhere deep in her chest, pure joy in the form of sound waves that somehow penetrate my truck's windows and lodge themselves directly behind my ribs. The truck idles at the stop sign longer than necessary. Other cars could approach, honk, break this moment into manageable pieces. But the street remains empty except for falling snow and a woman who makes Christmas decorations look like art. She reaches for another section of garland, her movements fluid and confident. When she stretches, her sweater rides up slightly, revealing a strip of skin that catches streetlight like burnished copper. My hands grip the steering wheel until leather creaks against my palms. Jesus Christ. She turns suddenly as if sensing eyes on her, and her gaze sweeps the square. For a terrifying second, I think she might spot my truck lurking like some lovesick teenager's ride. But her attention catches on something else. Maybe the way snow accumulates on the gazebo's roof, or how the lights reflect off icicles hanging from the eaves. Another laugh escapes her, this one softer, more private. The sound cuts through my chest like a saw blade through green wood, clean, sharp, and devastating. My jaw clenches hard enough to crack teeth. The reasoning part of my brain screams orders. Drive. Home. Now. but my body refuses cooperation, every muscle locked in rebellion against common sense. She bends to retrieve more garland from a cardboard box, and I catch myself memorizing the curve of her spine, the way snow melts in her hair, the careful precision of her movements. This is torture disguised as observation. A car turns onto Main Street behind me, headlights sweeping across my mirrors. The spell breaks. I press the accelerator harder than necessary, tires finding traction on snow-slicked asphalt. The truck lurches forward, carrying me away from the square and toward the empty house that waits at the end of Birch Lane. But the image burns behind my eyelids, Layla surrounded by light and laughter, creating beauty in the middle of winter. The kind of scene Rachel used to paint in watercolors during quiet Sunday afternoons. My hands shake slightly as I turn into my driveway. Sleep won't come tonight, that much is certain.
Chapter 7. Layla. The Sugar Shore Bakery smells like cinnamon rolls and gossip, two of Bay Haven's most reliable exports. I push open the door to find Melanie behind the counter, flour dusting her burgundy apron like powdered snow. Her signature red lipstick remains pristine, despite the fact that she's clearly been wrestling with dough since dawn. "Look what the cat dragged in," she says, not bothering to look up from the tray of croissants she's arranging, and only 20 minutes late this time. Personal record. "Traffic was hell," I lie, unwinding my scarf. Truth is, I spent 15 minutes staring at my reflection, changing earrings twice, and wondering why I care what I look like for coffee with my best friend. Right, all that rush hour gridlock on Harbor Street. Melanie finally glances up, dark eyes sharp with mischief. "The usual table's open. I'll bring coffee and something chocolate. You look like you need both." The usual table sits in the corner by the window, scarred wood, worn smooth by years of coffee cups and whispered conversations. I slide into the familiar chair and watch Harbor Street wake up through frost-etched glass. Early morning shoppers hurry past with purpose, their breath creating small clouds in the December air. Melanie appears with 2 steaming mugs and a plate of what can only be described as chocolate therapy. Some kind of muffin, studded with enough cocoa chips to qualify as medicine. "So," she says, settling her generous frame into the opposite chair, "how's life in paradise?" "Peachy. If paradise involves untangling Christmas lights and pretending I don't want to throttle half the volunteer committee." "And the other half?" Heat creeps up my neck. "What other half?" Melanie's smile turns predatory. "The half that includes tall, brooding contractors with commitment issues and excellent hands." I nearly choke on my coffee. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Uh-huh. Right, sis. Because you always turn that particular shade of red when discussing holiday logistics." Before I can craft a suitable denial, voices drift over from the table behind us. 3 women in their 60s sit huddled around their morning coffee like conspirators planning a coup. Mrs. Baker from the post office leans forward, her whisper carrying the weight of state secrets. "I'm just saying, he's looking better than he has in years." "Oh, absolutely," agrees Mrs. Caldwell, adjusting her reading glasses. "There's color in his cheeks again. And did you see him at Max Hardware yesterday? Kinda yummy, that one." My spine straightens involuntarily. There's only one he that gets this kind of attention from Bay Haven's unofficial surveillance committee. "Well, it's about time," chimes in the third woman, Mrs. Foster, who taught half the town's children and maintains detailed mental files on everyone's business. 8 years is long enough to mourn, bless his heart. Rachel wouldn't want him living like a hermit. "Speaking of which," Mrs. Baker's voice drops even lower, "I heard he's been spending time at the community center, working on the toy drive with that lovely Benton girl." My coffee cup freezes halfway to my lips. Melanie's eyebrows shoot toward her hairline as she catches my expression. "Layla's such a sweet thing," Mrs. Caldwell continues, "and beautiful too. Those eyes of hers could melt butter. Pretty as a picture. Mrs. Foster agrees. Always thought she and Cole would make a handsome couple, age difference aside. Something sharp and ugly twists in my chest, a sensation I recognize but refuse to name. Because jealousy over coffee shop gossip is beneath me, and getting territorial about a man who can barely stand to be in the same room with me is beyond ridiculous. Different seasons of life, though, Mrs. Baker muses. She's got her whole future ahead of her. He's already lived a lifetime. Nonsense. Mrs. Foster waves a dismissive hand. Love doesn't follow timelines, and maturity counts for something. Better a man who knows what he wants than a boy still figuring it out. Melanie leans across the table, her voice barely audible. You okay? You look like you're about to commit murder with that coffee spoon. I realize my grip has turned the innocent utensil into a potential weapon. I set it down carefully, forcing my expression back to neutral. Fine, just tired. Right. Melanie's tone suggests she's buying exactly none of my performance. The gossip committee's conversation fades into background noise as Melanie leans back in her chair, studying me with the intensity of a scientist examining a particularly fascinating specimen. You're overthinking this whole situation. She breaks off a piece of muffin and points it at me like a chocolate chip accusation. Instead of sitting here getting all twisted up about what the church ladies think, you should be figuring out how to get under that man's skin. I'm not trying to get under anyone's skin. You're a horrible liar. The phrase comes out cheerful but definitive. You've been wound tighter than a Christmas garland ever since his name came up. And don't think I didn't notice how you practically vibrated out of your chair when Mrs. Foster mentioned his excellent hands. I get all hot and sweaty again, and I take a deliberately slow sip of coffee to buy myself time. You're imagining things. Am I? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you've got yourself a classic case of wanting what you can't have. Melanie's grin turns absolutely wicked. Or what you think you can't have. It's complicated. Honey, the only thing complicated is how hard you're working to pretend you don't want to climb that man like a Christmas tree. I nearly inhale my coffee. Jesus, Mel. What? I'm just saying, if I were you, I'd skip all this angst and get straight to the decorating. You could deck his halls, jingle his bells. She pauses, eyebrows waggling. You could decorate him for Christmas. My stomach performs an entirely involuntary somersault at the mental image that springs to mind. Cole's broad shoulders wrapped in something far more interesting than tinsel. Those gray-blue eyes dark with intent instead of careful distance. The thought sends a rush of heat through me that has little to do with the coffee and everything to do with the way his hands looked when he was loading boxes yesterday. Competent and sure, and completely off limits. I set my mug down harder than necessary. That's not funny. Wasn't trying to be funny. I was trying to be helpful. Melanie's expression shifts, losing some of its teasing edge. Look, I've known you since we were kids fighting over who got to be the princess in dress-up. You've never been afraid of going after what you want. This is different. How? Because he kissed me like his soul was on fire, and then spent a year pretending it never happened. Because he's my father's best friend, and 14 years older, and carrying enough grief to sink a ship. Because when he looks at me, I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, and I can't tell if I want to jump or run. Because he's not a Christmas tree, Mel. The words explode out of me louder than intended, drawing curious glances from the gossip committee. Heat floods my cheeks as I lower my voice to a hiss. Because he's complicated and damaged and completely unavailable, and I'm not some desperate woman who chases after men who clearly want nothing to do with her. Melanie leans back, arms crossed, that knowing smile spreading across her face like butter on warm toast. So you admit you want to chase him? No, that's not what I said. It's what you meant. She breaks off another piece of muffin, popping it into her mouth with infuriating calm. And for the record, honey, desperate is the last word I'd use to describe you. Stubborn? Absolutely. In denial? 100%. But desperate? Please. My coffee has gone lukewarm, but I take another sip anyway, buying time while my brain scrambles for some kind of rational response. The problem is, Melanie's right, and we're both aware of it. The memory of Cole's mouth on mine burns at the edges of my consciousness like a fever that never quite breaks. It was one kiss, I mutter into my mug. Must have been some freaking kiss. The understatement of the century. One moment we'd been standing by the fireplace at the New Year's party, laughing about something ridiculous. Probably my failed attempt at making Dad's famous eggnog. Next, Cole's hands were framing my face, his gray-blue eyes dark with something I'd never seen before. And then his mouth was on mine, and the whole world shifted sideways. For 30 seconds, I'd tasted forever. Then midnight struck, and he'd pulled away like I'd burned him, mumbling apologies and disappearing into the crowd before I could catch my breath. He regretted it immediately, I say, more to myself than to Melanie. Probably spent the whole next year convincing himself it was a mistake. Or spent the whole year trying to convince himself he didn't want to do it again. The possibility sends a dangerous flutter through my body, one I immediately try to squash, because hope is a luxury I can't afford, not when it comes to Cole Hartman. You didn't see his face afterward, Mel. He looked like he'd committed a felony. Maybe he felt like he had. Melanie's voice gentles, losing its teasing edge. Layla, the man's been buried alive for 8 years. You kissed him back to life for 30 seconds. Of course, that scared the hell out of him. My throat tightens unexpectedly, because that's exactly what it felt like, bringing something dead back to the surface, watching it gasp and struggle against the light. He's my dad's best friend. So there are rules about these things. Whose rules? I open my mouth to answer and realize I don't have one. Dad's never said anything explicitly, but the unspoken boundaries feel real enough to touch.
Chapter 8. Cole. The community center sits empty at 9:30, fluorescent lights humming their familiar tune over scattered toy donations and half-assembled displays. I should have gone home hours ago. Should be nursing a whiskey and pretending I don't check my phone for messages that never come. Instead, I'm here with a box of receipts that need reconciling, because numbers don't lie or complicate things or kiss you senseless and then haunt your dreams for 12 months. The front door's unlocked, which means someone else drew the short straw for evening duty. My boots echo against linoleum as I make my way toward the main hall, expecting to find Mrs. Peters counting donations with military precision. Instead, I find Layla. She's hunched over the donor liaison table, lamplight catching the gold threads in her burgundy sweater. Papers spread around her like battle plans, red pen moving in sharp, decisive strokes. Her hair's pulled back in a messy bun secured with what looks like a pencil, and she's muttering under her breath in a way that suggests the donor list has personally offended her. I should leave. Walk straight back out that door and pretend I never saw her looking like every fantasy I've spent a year trying to bury. But my feet have other plans, carrying me closer until I can make out the scattered pages covering her workspace. Working late. She startles, pen skittering across the page. When she looks up, those hazel eyes are rimmed with exhaustion and irritation in equal measure. Christ, Cole, you move like a ghost. Comes with the territory. I nod toward the chaos of paperwork. What's the crisis? She gestures at the donor list with the kind of exasperation usually reserved for natural disasters. This thing is a complete mess. Half the entries are duplicated. The other half are missing crucial information. And someone, probably Mrs. Peters, decided to organize everything by first name instead of last name or donation amount. I lean closer, catching the faint scent of her perfume beneath the smell of coffee and frustration. The proximity sends heat crawling up my spine. but I force myself to focus on the papers instead of the way her sweater clings to her body. Looks like someone threw alphabet soup at a spreadsheet. Exactly. She flips to another page, revealing a maze of crossed-out entries and margin notes. Look at this. We've got 3 different John Millers listed, but no way to tell which one donated the bike set, which one promised the art supplies, and which one doesn't exist because someone entered the same person twice under different spellings. Her finger traces down the page, pointing out inconsistencies with the precision of a detective solving a murder. And here, see this? Someone wrote, "Big donation," checked back next to half the entries without specifying what constitutes big or when they plan to check back. Oh my God. Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. That's the understatement of the century. She pushes back from the table, rolling her shoulders like she's been hunched over those papers for hours. I've been cross-referencing everything with the actual donation receipts, trying to match names with amounts and promises with reality. Half of these people pledged toys that haven't shown up yet, and the other half brought things we didn't ask for. The red pen taps against her bottom lip as she studies another page, and I force my gaze away from the motion before it leads me down dangerous paths. What kind of things? Well, apparently Mr. Halverson thought toys for children meant he should donate his collection of vintage fishing lures, and Mrs. Caldwell brought 17 sweaters she knitted herself, which would be lovely if any of them were smaller than an adult medium. Despite myself, I find my mouth twitching toward something resembling a smile. 17? 17! I counted. They're hideous. She holds up a yellow sticky note covered in hash marks, each one lovingly crafted in shades of brown that can only be described as deceased autumn leaves. Generous of her. Generously horrifying. Layla's laugh holds more exhaustion than humor. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate the effort. But when you're trying to figure out how many actual children's toys we have versus how many we promised to deliver, discovering that 1/3 of your donations are fishing tackle and fashion disasters tends to complicate the math. I pull out the chair across from her, settling into it before I can second-guess the decision. Show me what you need. Her shoulders relax as I take the papers from her hands, and we fall into an easy rhythm. She reads names while I cross-reference amounts, our voices creating a steady cadence that drowns out the fluorescent buzzing overhead. Maxine Fielding, promised dollhouse furniture. Got it. Delivered Tuesday. I make a check mark. Next. Thomas Jackson, bicycle repair kit. Still waiting on that one. I shift the paper toward her so she can mark it accordingly. He's good for it, though. Runs the bike shop on Harbor Street. Right. I remember him. She taps her pen against the table. Okay, so that's... Jesus. How many people in this town are named Jennifer? 6 by my count. 7. You missed Jennifer Pratt Montague with the hyphen. She points to an entry near the bottom of the page. See? Different handwriting, different donation amount, same first name chaos. We work in comfortable silence for several minutes, the mess gradually transforming into something resembling order. The tension that usually crackles between us settles into something more manageable, though I remain acutely aware of every small movement she makes. The way she tucks a loose curl behind her ear, how she bites her bottom lip when concentrating. A sudden gust of wind rattles the windows, pulling both our attention toward the darkness outside. That doesn't sound good, she murmurs, not looking up from her papers. I glance toward the nearest window, noting how the glass trembles against increasingly aggressive gusts. Storm's picking up. Weather app said light snow. This is Maine. Light snow means 6 inches, right? Depends on which direction it's coming from. Another gust shakes the building, and I catch the first fat flakes swirling past the streetlights. You drive here? Walked. It's only 8 blocks from my parents' place. She follows my gaze toward the window, frowning as the snow thickens. Though that was before Mother Nature decided to throw a tantrum. 20 minutes later, the storms graduated from tantrum to full apocalyptic rage. Snow falls so thick I can hardly make out the streetlights, and the wind howls like something wounded and angry. Right. I push back from the table, gathering the sorted papers into neat stacks. Time to go. Almost finished with this section. Layla! The sharpness in my voice cuts through her protest. Look outside. She turns toward the window and her face goes pale as she takes in the whiteout conditions. Oh, that's not ideal. I'll drive you home. I can walk, it's fine. In a damn blizzard. It's just snow, Cole. I'm not made of sugar. I won't melt. I stand, reaching for my jacket. Truck's got four-wheel drive and chains. Your boots have about as much traction as ice skates. My boots are perfectly adequate, thank you very much. For a stroll through the park, maybe. Not for hiking through 8 blocks of sidewalks that haven't been plowed. I pull on my jacket, giving her a look that brooks no argument. Don't be stubborn about this. Stubborn? Her eyebrows shoot up. I prefer independent. Call it whatever you want. You're still getting a ride. She opens her mouth to argue further, but another violent gust rattles the windows hard enough to make us both wince. Snow pelts the glass like thrown rice, and visibility drops to maybe 10 feet. Fine. She gathers her papers with jerky, irritated movements, but only because hypothermia would really mess up my holiday plans. The truck's cab feels smaller than it should, thick with unspoken tension and the scent of snow melting on warm vinyl. I adjust the heater vents while the engine idles, waiting for the windshield to clear enough for safe driving. The wipers scrape against ice crystals that reform faster than they can sweep them away. Layla buckles her seatbelt with more force than necessary, the click sharp in the confined space. She stares out the passenger window at the swirling white chaos, arms crossed tight across her chest. "This is ridiculous," she mutters, voice barely audible over the engine and storm. "I've walked in worse weather than this." I shift into drive, easing the truck forward through snow that's already ankle-deep in the parking lot. "Have you?" "Yes, actually. Chicago winters aren't exactly tropical." She adjusts the heater vent away from her face. "I managed to survive for years without a personal chauffeur or a control freak hovering over every decision I make." The words land like a slap, and my hands tighten their grip on the steering wheel. The truck's headlights barely penetrate 5 feet through the driving snow, forcing me to navigate by memory and instinct more than sight. "Control freak, if the flannel fits." She pulls her phone from her purse, screen glowing blue in the darkness. "I'm 27 years old, Cole. I don't need someone making decisions for me like I'm still in pigtails." My jaw clenches as I turn onto Harbor Street, tires finding purchase on the barely visible road. The accusation stings because it carries enough truth to draw blood. I've been making decisions for people, protecting them, shielding them, keeping them at arm's length. For so long I've forgotten what it feels like to simply exist without the weight of responsibility crushing my chest. "Right. My mistake." She glances at me, something shifting in her expression. "Cole, forget it." I take the next turn slower than usual, snow crunching under the tires. "You're an adult. You can make your own choices." The silence lingers between us, filled only by the storm's howling and the steady rhythm of the wipers. I keep my eyes fixed on the road, tracking the ghostly outline of mailboxes and familiar landmarks through the white curtain. The truck's heater fights a losing battle against the cold seeping through every seal and crack. "You shouldn't walk alone at night." The words are pulled from somewhere deep in my chest, where old fears and newer ones tangle together like fishing line. "Excuse me?" I keep my gaze forward, navigating around a snow-covered car parked too close to the corner. In general, not just tonight. Any night. Because I'm such a delicate flower? Because bad things happen to good people. The admission tastes like copper in my mouth. Because this town isn't as safe as everyone pretends it is. Because some risks aren't worth taking. She turns in her seat to face me fully, and the movement brings her close enough that I see the storm reflected in her eyes. "Then stop letting me. Show up once in a while instead of running away." The words hit hard like a painful physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. I keep my hands locked on the steering wheel, knuckles white against the black leather, because if I let go, I might reach for her, and that would be the end of everything I've spent a year trying to rebuild. I don't run. No. Her laugh carries no humor, just sharp edges that cut deep. What would you call disappearing for months after kissing me senseless on New Year's Eve? What do you call avoiding every community event, every gathering where you might see me? What do you call working late every night? I volunteer at the center until tonight, when the weather trapped us both. My throat closes around words I can't say, explanations that would sound like excuses. The truck idles at the stop sign 3 blocks from her house, snow piling against the windshield faster than the wipers can clear it. The storm's getting worse, visibility dropping to nothing, but I can't make myself put the truck in drive. That's different. How? She shifts closer, and I catch a whiff of her perfume beneath the smell of wet wool and coffee. How is avoiding me for a year anything other than running? I stare through the windshield at the swirling white chaos, searching for words that won't shatter everything. Because distancing myself keeps you safe. Safe from what? You? The question lingers between us like a loaded gun. I turn to look at her, really look at her, and the intensity in her hazel eyes makes my chest tight. Snow clings to the curls that have escaped her ponytail, and her cheeks are flushed from the cold and from anger, and from something else I don't dare name. Yes, that's the most arrogant thing you've ever said to me. She unbuckles her seatbelt with a sharp click. And that's saying something, considering you once told me I couldn't properly stack lumber because I was too short to see the grain pattern. Layla, no. She turns toward the door, hand on the handle. You don't get to decide what's safe for me. You don't get to make choices about my life without consulting me. And you sure as hell don't get to kiss me like the world's ending and then vanish like it never happened. The truck's engine rumbles beneath us, chains grinding against snow-packed asphalt. Through the passenger window, I can just make out the familiar outline of her parents' house, porch light glowing like a beacon through the storm. Your father is not part of this conversation. Her voice cuts through my excuse before I can finish building it. This is between you and me, Cole. It always has been. I pull the truck to the curb in front of her house, the movement automatic while my mind reels. The snow falls harder now, coating the windshield completely between each sweep of the wipers. We sit in the idling truck, heat blasting from the vents, while the storm rages around us and something equally fierce builds in the space between our seats.
Chapter 9. Layla. I push the door handle, but Cole's voice stops me before I can escape into the storm. At least let me walk you to the porch. My hand freezes on the metal. Through the passenger window, I can barely make out the familiar shape of my parents' house through the driving snow. What looked like a manageable walk from inside the warm truck now appears more like an Arctic expedition. The wind howls with renewed fury, and snow whips horizontally past the streetlights. I can manage 20 feet. 20 feet of knee-deep snow. His voice carries that steady patience that drives me absolutely insane. In boots that were designed only for Michigan Avenue. I look down at my ankle boots, stylish, leather, and about as suited for this weather as flip-flops. Pride wars with practicality, while snow continues piling against the windows like nature's trying to bury us alive. Fine. But I don't need an escort. Just make sure I don't disappear into a snowbank. Deal. The cold hits like 1,000 tiny knives when I open the door. Snow immediately stings my face, and the wind cuts through my wool coat like it's tissue paper. I take one step onto the sidewalk and sink past my ankles, snow spilling over the tops of my boots with shocking coldness. Crap on a cracker. Cole appears beside me, his longer legs giving him better leverage through the drifts. He doesn't offer his arm, doesn't try to guide me, just stays close enough that I can feel his presence without him taking over completely. The gesture surprises me with its restraint. We forge through the white chaos, each step a small battle. The familiar pathway to my parents' porch has vanished under uniform whiteness, leaving me to navigate by memory and the faint glow of the porch light. Snow finds every gap in my clothing, melting against my skin in cold rivulets. This is insane, I gasp, pushing forward through a particularly deep drift. Who authorized this much snow? I want to speak to Winter's manager. Cole's laugh comes out as a visible puff of vapor. I'll put in a word with the weather gods. Tell them they're fired. 3 more steps and we reach the relative shelter of the covered porch. I shake snow from my hair and coat, leaving white puddles on the painted boards. The storm rages just beyond the roof's edge, but here we're protected from the wind's worst fury. The porch light casts everything in warm yellow, creating an intimate pocket of calm, while chaos swirls around us. Cole stamps snow from his boots, water dripping from his hair where flakes have melted. His cheeks are flushed from the cold, and his breath clouds between us in the frigid air. Silence stretches, loaded with everything we haven't said, and probably never will. I dig through my purse for my keys, hyper-aware of his presence just a few feet away. The wind rattles the porch railing, but it feels distant now, muffled. Thank you. The words come out smaller than I intended. For the ride and the escort service. You're welcome. More silence. My fingers finally close around my keys, metal cold against my palm. I should go inside, escape this awkward limbo before one of us says or does something we can't take back. But my feet remain planted on the snowy boards, and Cole makes no move toward his truck. I should move. Keys in hand, porch light overhead, parents probably wondering where I am. Every logical reason to end this moment and step through that door. The last thing we need is an audience right now. Instead, I look up. Cole's gray-blue eyes meet mine, and the world narrows to this single point of contact. Snow swirls beyond the porch's shelter, but here, caught in this amber circle of light, everything else fades. His gaze holds mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Layla. He says my name like it cost him something. Soft, rough, weighted with months of avoidance and whatever he's been carrying since last New Year's Eve. The sound travels through me, settling low in my chest, where my heart hammers against my ribs. This is dangerous territory. The kind of moment that changes things, breaks things, starts things that can't be undone. But watching the way he looks at me, like I'm something he wants and fears in equal measure, I find myself taking a step closer. What are we doing here? I whisper. His jaw works, muscles tensing beneath winter-flushed skin. I don't know. Another step. The space between us shrinks to nothing, close enough that I see snowflakes caught in his hair, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from his body. My pulse pounds so hard I wonder if he can hear it over the storm. Do you want this? The question slips out, vulnerable and raw. His eyes darken. Layla, because I do. The admission tumbles free, reckless and honest. I have wanted this since last year, since you kissed me and then disappeared like I was some kind of mistake. You weren't a mistake. Then what was I? Cole's hands flex at his sides, like he's fighting the urge to reach for me. The porch light catches the gold in his hair, the conflict written across his features. He's so close I can smell cedar and winter air clinging to his coat. You were the thing that scared me most. My heart trips. And now? His gaze drops to my mouth, lingers there for a heartbeat that stretches into eternity. When he looks back up, something shifts. Resolution mixed with surrender. Now I'm still scared. Good. I step closer, close enough that my breath mingles with his in the cold air. Because I'm terrified. Don't. The word cuts through the charged air between us like a blade. Cole's voice carries a roughness that makes my stomach clench, but it's the way he steps back that truly stops me cold. One deliberate step backward, creating distance that feels like a chasm. My body moves without conscious thought, matching his retreat. The spell breaks with an almost audible snap, leaving me standing there like an idiot with my heart hammering against my ribs and my breath coming too fast. Don't what? I challenge, though my voice wavers more than I'd like. Don't want you? Don't tell the truth? Don't act like last year actually happened? His jaw clenches, muscles working beneath winter-flushed skin. Don't make this harder than it already is. Harder for who? You? Because trust me, Cole, this isn't exactly a walk in the park for me either. The wind picks up again, rattling the porch railing and sending snow spiraling through the yellow circle of light. Cole's hair whips across his forehead, but he doesn't move to brush it away. He just stands there, looking like a man caught between wanting something and hating himself for it. Your father is not standing on this porch right now. My words come out sharper than intended, edged with frustration and something dangerously close to desperation. This isn't about him. This is about us. There is no us. The denial stings more than it should, more than any rational person would let it sting. But standing here in the storm's aftermath, looking at the man who's been haunting my thoughts for nearly a year, rational feels like a luxury I can't afford. Already did. The whisper comes out, honest and raw. We already crossed the line. His eyes widen slightly like I've just confirmed his worst fear. Last New Year's Eve, we crossed it then, Cole. The moment your mouth touched mine, the moment you kissed me senseless, we crossed every line that mattered. The memory burns between us, vivid and dangerous. I can still taste champagne and possibility, still feel the way his hands frame my face like I was something precious and breakable. Layla. The only difference is that now I'm admitting it. I turn toward the door, fumbling with keys that suddenly feel foreign in my numb fingers. The metal scrapes against the lock, a harsh sound that cuts through the relative quiet of the covered porch. This conversation isn't over, I add without looking back. Yes, it is. But his voice lacks conviction, and we both know it. The lock finally gives way, and I push through the door into the warm embrace of my home. The familiar scents of cinnamon and vanilla candles wrap around me, a stark contrast to the winter chaos outside. I don't look back as I close the door between us. The solid wood barrier clicks into place with finality, but I can still feel him on the other side. My forehead drops against the cool surface, and I close my eyes, trying to calm the tremor in my hands and the riot in my chest. What the hell just happened? The question echoes in my mind as I lean against the door, listening to the muffled sound of his footsteps retreating across the porch. Then the distant slam of his truck door, the rumble of an engine starting. Only when the sound fades completely do I allow myself to slide down the door until I'm sitting on the entryway floor, knees drawn up to my chest. I'm shaken to my core, and not just from the cold.
Chapter 10. Cole. The whiskey burns on the way down, but not enough to drown the memory of Layla's face in that porch light. I slump deeper into the leather chair, staring at flames that dance like they're mocking me. The fire pops and hisses, filling the silence of my empty house with sounds that do nothing to quiet the chaos in my head. I should have stayed in the truck. Should have driven away the moment she stepped onto that porch instead of following her through the snow like some lovesick teenager. But watching her struggle through those drifts in those ridiculous boots, my protective instincts kicked in before my brain could stop them. The glass feels heavy as I take another sip. Amber liquid catches the firelight, throwing distorted reflections across the coffee table where Rachel's photo used to sit. Now it's locked away in the office drawer, but I can still see her smile in my mind. Sweet, gentle Rachel who never challenged me, never pushed, never made me feel like I was coming apart at the seams. Not like Layla. Because I do. I have wanted this since last year. Her words echo in my head, raw and honest in a way that cuts through every defense I've built. The way she looked at me on that porch, fearless and vulnerable and so alive it hurt to see. She stepped closer like she was claiming something, like she had every right to the space between us. And Christ, I wanted to let her. The memory bleeds into another one, 12 months old but sharp as broken glass. New Year's Eve, the community center transformed with silver streamers and fairy lights. Layla in that midnight blue dress that made her eyes look like starlight, champagne making her laugh at everything, making her bold enough to corner me by the coat closet. You can't hide in here all night, Cole Hartman. I'm not hiding, I'm supervising. Supervising what? The coats? They seem pretty well behaved to me, unlike me. That laugh. That damn infectious laugh that made something crack open in my chest. The way she looked up at me with mischief dancing in her eyes, like she could see straight through the walls I'd spent years building. Dance with me. I don't dance. Everyone dances on New Year's Eve. It's required. Before I could protest, her hands were on my shoulders, pulling me into the main hall where couples swayed to some slow song I didn't recognize. The room spun with alcohol and proximity, her perfume mixing with the scent of pine garland and champagne. When she pressed closer, fitting against me like she belonged there, I forgot why I'd been avoiding this. For some reason, she's talking to me, and I don't remember what that is, and we're both laughing, and I kissed her. Her lips were soft and warm and tasted like champagne and promises I'd forgotten how to make. She melted into me, her hands sliding up to tangle in my hair, and for one perfect moment the world made sense again. For one perfect moment, I wasn't a ghost haunting my own life. Then reality crashed back. I pull myself out of the memory with another swallow of whiskey. The fire has burned lower, casting longer shadows across the room. My hands shake slightly as I set the glass down, and I clench them into fists to stop the tremor. 12 months. 12 months of avoiding her, of taking different routes through town, of finding excuses not to attend events where she might be. 12 months of telling myself it was the right thing to do, the honorable thing. 12 months of lying to myself. Don't make this harder than it already is. The words I threw at her tonight sound hollow in the empty room. How could this be any harder? How could wanting someone this much, fighting it this long, pretending it doesn't exist? How could any of that be easy? The fire spits again, and I realize I'm gripping the chair arms hard enough to leave marks in the leather. My whiskey glass hits the table with enough force to send amber liquid sloshing over the rim. I'm on my feet before I realize I've moved, pacing to the window like a caged animal. The fire behind me crackles and hisses, but it might as well be Arctic silence for all the warmth it provides. This is insane! I drag both hands through my hair, pulling hard enough to feel the burn on my scalp. The stoic part of my brain, the part that's kept me functional for 8 years, screams that I need to stay put. Pour another drink. Let the whiskey do what it's supposed to do and numb everything until morning. But my feet are already carrying me toward the front door. The cold hits like a hard slap when I step onto the porch. Snow falls in lazy flakes that would be beautiful if I had any capacity left for beauty. The wind cuts through my flannel shirt like it's tissue paper, but I barely feel it. My skin burns with something that has little to do with temperature. I should go back inside. Lock the door. Call it a night and pretend this madness will pass by morning. Instead, I step into the snow. My boots crunch through the accumulation on the front walk, each step deliberate despite the chaos in my head. The cold air fills my lungs, sharp and clean, clearing away some of the whiskey fog. But it doesn't touch the fever that's been building since I watched Layla step onto that porch tonight. 3 houses down. That's all the distance between my front door and the Benton place. 3 houses and a lifetime of reasons why I shouldn't be walking this direction. The Benton house sits modest and warm against the night, faded siding barely visible through the snowfall. James built the front porch himself 20 years ago. I remember helping him set the posts, arguing about measurements while 16-year-old Layla brought us lemonade and complained about the noise. Now the porch light glows soft through the snow, casting everything in a halo that makes the ordinary house look like something from a Christmas card. Most of the windows are dark, the kind of settled darkness that speaks of a household winding down for the night. But not all of them. Her bedroom window faces the street, second floor, left corner. I know this because I've driven past this house 1,000 times over the years, back when James and I were working together, back when I had reasons to visit that didn't involve fighting the urge to steal his daughter. The main light is off, but there's movement behind the sheer curtains. A shadow shifts across the pale fabric, graceful and unmistakable. She's awake, moving around her room with the restless energy I recognize, because it's currently eating me alive from the inside out. I stand in the falling snow like an idiot, staring at her window like some lovesick teenager. The cold seeps through my boots, numbing my toes, but I can't seem to make myself move. The shadow passes by the window again, closer this time, and I catch the outline of her profile as she pauses near the glass. My heart hammers against my ribs hard enough to hurt. She's looking out, looking in my direction. The snow clings to my boots as I slam my front door behind me, shaking it from my hair like a dog. The house swallows me whole. Too quiet, too empty, the way it's been for 8 goddamn years. I take the stairs 2 at a time, stripping off my flannel before I hit the landing. The fabric catches on my watch, and I nearly rip the damn thing off in my hurry. The bedroom is dark, the bed neatly made like I didn't just spend half the night pacing like a caged animal. I yank my undershirt over my head, the static making my hair stand on end. The shower turns on with a groan, pipes protesting the late-night demand. Steam curls over the glass door before I'm even under the spray. The water's too hot, scalding. I brace my hands against the tile and let it burn. Already did. Her voice in my head, low and defiant. The way she stepped closer on that porch, like she knew exactly what she was doing to me. The memory of her mouth on mine last New Year's Eve hits like a punch in the gut. Champagne and something sweeter, her fingers twisting in my hair. The second my hand closes around my manhood, the hiss that escapes me is half pain, half relief. Damn. I don't look at myself in the fogged mirror. I already know what I'll find. Guilt in the set of my shoulders, want in the shadows under my eyes, and the same stubborn truth I've been running from all year. Her. Always her.
Chapter 11. Layla. The community center is buzzing with the kind of morning energy that comes from too much coffee and way too much sugar. I arrived 20 minutes early, hoping to dodge the usual crowd of volunteers who treat organizing toys like they're planning a military operation. No such luck. The main hall erupts in whispered conversations the moment I push through the double doors. Mrs. Halverson and her cronies cluster around the donation table like vultures over roadkill, their voices carrying that particular pitch that means gossip is being served hot and fresh. Did you see them yesterday? The way he looked at her? That poor man, 8 years of mourning and now this. I keep my head down, focusing on the clipboard in my hands like it contains the secrets of the universe. Maybe if I pretend not to hear them, they'll move on to discussing someone else's love life, or lack thereof. No such luck. She's always been trouble, that one. Too bold for her own good. My jaw tightens. The pen in my hand groans under the pressure of my grip. Ladies, good morning. Lovely weather we're having, isn't it? Mrs. Henderson has the grace to look embarrassed, but Mrs. Carlyle, 75 and mean as a wet cat, lifts her chin like she's ready for battle. Layla, dear, we were just discussing the dynamics between certain volunteers. Dynamics? I tilt my head, feigning confusion. You mean the dynamic where we all work together to help kids have a better Christmas? That dynamic? Don't play coy with us, young lady. The whole town's talking about the tension between you and that builder. The builder. Like Cole doesn't have a name, like he's just some abstract concept. Mrs. Carlyle, I hate to disappoint you, but the only tension around here is the tension in my head from listening to people discuss my personal life before 9 in the morning. Mrs. Halverson clears her throat delicately. We're just concerned, sweetheart. Cole Hartman is a grieving widower, and I'm what? A grown woman capable of making her own decisions? The sweetness in my voice could give someone diabetes. How refreshing that you've noticed. There's no need to get defensive. Mrs. Carlyle sniffs. We're simply saying that some situations require discretion. I set my clipboard down with enough force to make the table wobble. And I'm simply saying that my discretion is none of your business. But since we're all so concerned about appearances, maybe we should focus on the appearance of actually getting some work done around here. The awkward silence stretches until Mrs. Halverson mumbles something about checking the toy inventory and scurries away. Mrs. Carlyle holds her ground for another beat, her disapproval radiating like heat from a furnace before following her friend toward the sorting tables. I exhale slowly, my hands trembling slightly as I pick up the clipboard again. The morning light streaming through the windows feels too bright, casting everything in sharp relief. 3 years away from this place, and I'd forgotten how quickly small-town concern can turn into small-town judgment. My phone buzzes with a text from Melanie. Coffee rescue mission? Heard the church ladies are on the warpath this morning. I type back. Too late. Already engaged the enemy. Send reinforcements. On my way with backup pastries. Try not to commit homicide before I get there. I'm still smiling at her response when the front door opens and Cole walks in, snowflakes melting in his dark hair. Our eyes meet across the room, and for a heartbeat, I forget about the gossip circle and their whispered judgments. Then I remember last night. The way he said my name on that porch. Rough and careful all at once. The way he warned me away and looked like he was dying to do the exact opposite. The way I nearly kissed him again, consequences be damned. Morning, he says, his voice carefully neutral as he approaches. Morning. I match his tone, hyper-aware of the sudden hush that's fallen over the room. Sleep well? Something flickers in his eyes. Too quick to read, too complex to decode. Well enough. Translation. Not at all. I roll my eyes, but my heart pounds against my ribs like it's trying to escape. Of course, the universe would conspire to trap us in polite conversation while half the town watches like we're their personal entertainment. We work in careful silence for the next hour, maintaining a buffer zone of exactly 3 feet between us at all times. Cole sorts through donation boxes with the methodical precision of a man who measures twice and cuts once. I organize the gift tags, hyper-aware of every time his sleeve brushes against mine when we reach for the same clipboard. The tension stretches thin as piano wire until the front door bursts open, and Melanie arrives like a one-woman cavalry charge, balancing 2 coffee carriers and a pink bakery box that smells like heaven. Morning, volunteers! Her voice carries enough cheerful energy to power the Christmas lights outside. I come bearing caffeine and sugar. Consider it hazard pay for dealing with this early morning chaos. She sets her treasures on the nearest table and surveys the room with the keen eye of someone who's made gossip into an art form. Her gaze lands on Cole and me, taking in our careful distance and probably cataloging every micro-expression for later analysis. Layla, honey, you look like you need emergency chocolate. She opens the bakery box to reveal an array of pastries that would make angels weep. And Cole, I made extra of those maple pecan muffins you like. Cole's eyebrows lift slightly. You remember my order? Sugar, I remember everyone's order. It's called customer service. You should try it sometime. Despite everything, I snort with laughter. Melanie has never met a boundary she wouldn't cross if it meant getting information or making someone smile. Mrs. Halverson chooses that moment to materialize beside us, moving with the stealth of someone who's perfected the art of appearing wherever drama might unfold. Oh, how lovely! Community spirit at its finest. She accepts a coffee from Melanie with the gracious smile of someone about to drop a bomb. You know, I was just thinking. We have all these deliveries to make this afternoon, and it would be so much more efficient if our volunteers paired up. My stomach drops somewhere around my ankles. I can see exactly where this is heading, and it's nowhere good. Layla and Cole, you two work so well together. Why don't you handle the Oak Street deliveries? There are quite a few houses on that road. Melanie's face lights up like someone just offered her front row seats to her own personal soap opera. That's brilliant. You two make such a great team. I want to throttle them both. Slowly, with tinsel. Wound tightly around their gangly little throats. Cole's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly, but his voice remains level. I can handle the deliveries alone. No way. Mrs. Halverson waves her hand dismissively. Some of those boxes are heavy, and you'll need someone to check addresses while you drive. It's settled. Perfect! Melanie cuts me off, practically bouncing with glee. When do you leave? 30 minutes later, we're loading the last of the gift boxes into Cole's truck, while Mrs. Halverson waves us off like we're heading into battle instead of delivering toys to suburban houses. Drive safely, she calls out, her voice carrying that sing-song quality that means she's plotting something. Take your time. I slide into the passenger seat, adjusting the clipboard on my lap while Cole starts the engine. The cab fills with his familiar scent, spice, and something indefinably warm that makes my pulse skip. First stop is Aspen Lane, I announce, consulting our delivery list. Then we work our way down to... I know the route? Of course he does. Cole probably knows every street in Bayhaven like he knows the grain patterns in his lumber. We pull out of the parking lot in silence that stretches between us like a rubber band waiting to snap. Fresh snow blankets the sidewalks, and Christmas wreaths hang from every lamppost, but the festive atmosphere does nothing to ease the tension crackling in the air. So, I venture after we've gone 3 blocks without speaking, this is cozy. His hands tighten on the steering wheel. It's efficient. Right, efficient. I tap my fingers against the clipboard. Nothing says Christmas spirit like maximum productivity. The point is getting the toys delivered, not what? Having a conversation? God forbid we actually enjoy ourselves while doing good deeds. He shoots me a sideways glance that's equal parts exasperation and something else I can't quite name. You always this chatty when you're nervous? Who says I'm nervous? The defensiveness in my voice betrays me immediately. Maybe I'm just naturally delightful company. Delightful. He repeats the word like he's testing its flavor. That's one word for it. I gasp in mock offense. Careful, Hartman. That almost sounded like a compliment. Wasn't? Then what would you call me? The question lingers between us for a beat too long. When he finally answers, his voice drops to that rough register that makes my stomach flop. Irritating. Insufferable. Trouble. Heat spreads up my neck. Good trouble or bad trouble? The worst kind. His voice drops, low and intimate. Before I can parse the meaning behind that loaded statement, he reaches up and adjusts something hanging from his rearview mirror. It's a ridiculous red Santa hat. The kind with white trim and a bell on the tip that jingles with every turn. I blink at it. Seriously, you have a Santa hat in your truck? His jaw tightens. Rachel left it there. The words land like a stone dropped into still water, ripples of understanding spreading outward. His wife? The one who loved Christmas enough to leave decorations in work trucks and fun toy drives even from beyond the grave. I should leave it alone. Should respect the boundary he's just drawn with razor wire and caution tape. Instead, I reach up and snatch the hat off the mirror. What do you... Give that back. Nope. I settle the hat on my head, the bell jingling cheerfully. I'm borrowing it for morale purposes. Layla, my name comes out like a warning, but there's something else underneath it. Something that sounds suspiciously like amusement. I look fantastic in red. You should see me in it more often. His gaze flicks to me, taking in the sight of Santa's hat perched on my natural curls, and his grip on the steering wheel loosens slightly. You look ridiculous. Ridiculously amazing. There's a difference. Give it back. Make me. The challenge oozes out before I can help it, loaded with implications that make the air between us crackle like static electricity. Cole's eyes darken, and for a moment I think he might actually pull over and wrestle the hat away from me. Instead, he turns into the Aspen Lane neighborhood and parks in front of a blue colonial house. We're here. I don't move to get out. Neither does he. You know what the funny thing is? I adjust the hat so the bell dangles in front of my left eye. I'd rather argue with you than have polite conversations with anyone else in this town. His hand's still on the keys. That so? Terrifying but true. You bring out my competitive side. Your competitive side? His mouth quirks up at one corner. What do you call the rest of it? My charming side. This is me being delightful, remember? He looks at me then, taking in the stolen hat and my defiant smile and whatever expression I'm wearing that I can't control. Something shifts in his face, like armor cracking just enough to let light through. Keep the hat, he says quietly. Looks better on you anyway. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 12. Cole. The truck's engine ticks softly as I pull up to the small cemetery at the edge of town. The world has gone quiet in that particular way it only does when snow falls heavy, like someone's pulled a blanket over Bayhaven and muffled all the sharp edges. Even the Christmas lights strung through downtown seem dimmer from here, their glow swallowed by the thick curtain of white. I sit for a moment, hands still gripping the wheel, watching the snowflakes spiral through my headlight beams. The cemetery gate looms ahead, wreathed in shadows that shift and dance with each gust of wind. 8 years of these visits and my stomach still clenches like a fist. The engine shudders once as I turn it off. Silence rushes in to fill the space, pressing against my eardrums until I can hear my own heartbeat. I reach for the door handle, then stop. The Santa hat sits on my passenger seat where Layla left it, its red fabric garish against the worn leather. She'd grinned when she climbed out at her house, bell jingling as she tossed her hair back. "Keep it warm for me," she'd said, like she planned on seeing me again tomorrow, like she had every right to leave pieces of herself scattered through my life. The gate creaks when I push it open, its sound sharp against the muffled night. Metal on metal, rust grinding against snow. The kind of noise that sets your teeth on edge. I should oil those hinges. Should have done it years ago, but somehow the complaint feels appropriate, like the cemetery's way of announcing visitors who don't belong to the daylight hours. My boots crunch over snow-dusted gravel, each step echoing off the headstones that rise from the white like sleeping giants. The path winds between them in curves I could navigate blindfolded, muscle memory carved deep by repetition and grief. I don't need the lantern strung along the walkway to find her. My feet know the way. 47 steps from the gate, then left at the oak tree with the twisted branch, then another 32 steps to where the path curves around the old mausoleum. This is where I've come on anniversaries, on her birthday, on nights when the house felt too big and the silence too loud for me to handle on my own. Usually I bring silence of my own, respectful quiet, the kind of reverent hush that fits a place like this. Tonight feels different. Tonight I carry a storm in my chest, thunder rolling behind my ribs, lightning crackling through my thoughts. The headstone emerges from the snow like it's been waiting. Simple granite, clean lines, Rachel's name carved in letters that catch what little light filters through the clouds. I commissioned it myself, chose every detail down to the font. She would have laughed at how long I spent agonizing over whether to use Times New Roman or something more decorative. Practical to the end, she would have said, shaking her head at my indecision. I stopped 3 feet away, the same distance I've maintained for 8 years. Close enough to read the inscription, far enough to maintain some kind of barrier between the living and the dead. My breath fogs in the cold air, creating ghostly clouds that dissipate before they can reach her name. Hey, Rach! The words scrape against my throat, rough as sandpaper. Snow continues falling, dusting my shoulders and melting against my face, where the heat of my skin meets the bitter air. I know I wasn't supposed to come tonight. Schedule says next Tuesday for our regular date. I stuff my hands deeper into my coat pockets, fingers finding the familiar texture of work gloves I forgot to remove. But things have gotten complicated. I pull off my gloves, the wool rough against my palms as I tuck them into my coat pocket. The cold bites immediately, numbing my fingertips as I reach toward the headstone. Snow has gathered in the carved letters of her name, filling the grooves until they're almost illegible, like winter's trying to erase her piece by piece. My bare hand sweeps across the granite, brushing away the accumulated white. The stone underneath gleams dark and polished, warmed slightly by my touch. Each letter emerges clean and sharp. Rachel Elizabeth Hartman, beloved wife. The words I chose when choosing words felt impossible, when everything felt impossible. The bouquet I brought lies at the base, becoming half buried under fresh snowfall. White roses and cedar branches, their fragrance muted by the cold, but still there underneath the bite of winter air. She always said cedar smelled like home, like safety. Used to tease me about bringing it into the house on my clothes after long days at the job site. You're turning our bedroom into a lumber yard, she'd say, but she'd press her face against my shirt anyway, breathing deep. My breath forms clouds between us as I straighten, shoving my hands back into my pockets where they can't do any more damage. The cemetery stretches around us in perfect silence, snow muffling even the distant hum of traffic from Main Street. I kissed someone. The words waft through the air like shattered glass, too sharp and too loud for this sacred quiet. My pulse hammers against my ribs, each beat echoing in my ears until it drowns out everything else. Snow continues falling, landing on my shoulders and melting against my neck in cold rivulets that make me shiver. Last New Year's Eve, and I can't stop thinking about it. I swallow hard, the admission scraping against my throat. About her. The headstone offers no response, no absolution or condemnation. Just Rachel's name carved in stone, permanent and unchanging while everything else shifts around it. Snow collects faster now, dusting my coat until I look like I've been standing here for hours instead of minutes. I tried to bury it, like everything else. The words taste bitter, honest in a way that makes my heart ache. But she's still there, in every damn corner of my head, taking up space I thought belonged to you. Wind picks up, sending snow spiraling between the headstones in miniature tornadoes that dissipate as quickly as they form. It feels like judgment, though I know it's only winter doing what winter does, relentless and indifferent to human complications. I drop to one knee beside the headstone, my joints protesting against the cold and the weight of 8 years' worth of accumulated silence. Snow soaks through my jeans immediately, but I don't move. Can't move. My gloved fingers trace the carved date below her name, the numbers sharp and precise against my fingertips. June 15th, 1989, March 22nd, 2016. Unfair. We'd planned on at least 50 more. You were the best thing that ever happened to me. The words scrape out, raw and unfiltered. My voice cracks on the last syllable, fracturing like ice under pressure. You'll always be. Snow continues falling, each flake landing with the whisper-soft persistence of time passing. It dusts her name, fills the grooves of the letters until they blur at the edges. My breath fogs between us, creating clouds that dissipate as quickly as they form. But I don't know how to keep living. The admission lingers in the air, trembling not from the bitter wind cutting through the cemetery, but from something breaking open inside my chest. Carefully constructed walls, measured words, and controlled grief, all of it cracking like a dam under too much pressure. My hand moves to the bouquet at the base of the stone, fingers numb inside my gloves as I adjust the cedar branches. They've shifted in the wind, some knocked askew by the accumulating snow. I straighten each one with deliberate care, making sure the white roses rest properly against the granite. For the very first time in years, I don't apologize. I don't whisper sorry for surviving when she didn't, for the business that kept growing after she stopped being there to celebrate each milestone. Don't beg forgiveness for the nights I forgot to miss her, or the mornings I woke up thinking about something other than the empty space beside me. I just breathe. The air moves in and out of my lungs, visible in the cold night, proof that my heart keeps beating despite everything. Old emotions sit there still, heavy and familiar as an old coat, but underneath it, something else flickers. Something lighter, more fragile. Relief. The word terrifies me even as I recognize its truth. Relief that I've said her name aloud, that I've admitted the weight I've been carrying. Relief that the world didn't end when I spoke about Layla in this sacred space. Snow thickens around us, turning the air opaque and dreamlike. When I finally push myself upright, my knee joints protest with sharp clicks that echo off nearby headstones. The bouquet looks proper now, arranged with the kind of careful attention she would have appreciated. I turn toward the gate, my footsteps already filling with snow as I move away from her. Each print disappears behind me like I was never here at all, like this conversation happened in some parallel world where the dead can listen and the living can speak their truth without consequences. It feels like leaving a confession behind in the white-shrouded silence. Not forgiveness, that feels too generous, too final. Not absolution either, because some sins aren't meant to be erased completely. But a step, forward, away, into whatever comes next.
Chapter 13. Layla. The front door handle turns with the same stubborn catch it's had since I was 8, requiring that little upward lift and twist my muscle memory never forgot. Snow falls off my boots onto the familiar worn mat that still reads, "Welcome," in faded letters, though Mom's been threatening to replace it for the better part of a decade. I expect the usual quiet greeting. Mom's voice calling from the kitchen over the soft hum of her ancient radio, playing the same Motown classics she's favored since the Carter administration. The house should smell like whatever she's been experimenting with from her latest cookbook, probably accompanied by the gentle chaos of her preparing dinner for 2. Instead, work boots sit by the door. Not Mom's sensible loafers or my old sneakers from high school that she refuses to throw away. Men's boots, size 11, leather-worn soft from years of job sites and weekend projects. The kind of boots that belong to hands that build things, fix things, create something lasting from raw materials. Dad's boots. My chest tightens like someone's yanked a rope around my ribs. Deep laughter rolls from the kitchen, warm and familiar as summer rain on hot pavement. The sound hits me with the force of a physical blow, stealing breath I didn't realize I was holding. "Layla Marie, is that you?" Mom's voice floats over the deeper rumble of conversation, but she's not calling to me from solitude. She's calling to announce my arrival to someone who already knows I'm here, someone whose presence I wasn't mentally prepared to navigate tonight. The house wraps around me just like a well-worn embrace, every surface and scent a catalog of childhood memories. Roasted chicken and rosemary mingle with the earthy sweetness of Mom's famous gravy, the one she makes with drippings and red wine and enough butter to stop a heart. Pine garland drapes the staircase banister, filling the air with Christmas tree sharpness that makes my nose tingle. This is home. This is safety. So why does my stomach feel like it's trying to crawl up through my throat? Footsteps approach from the kitchen, heavy and measured in a way that speaks of decades spent walking job sites and climbing scaffolding. The sound of a man who moves with purpose, who knows the weight his presence carries in any room. Dad emerges through the doorway in his old blue flannel, the one with paint stains on the left cuff from when he helped me redecorate my bedroom junior year. 16 years later, the shirt's softer at the edges but fits him the same way. Comfortable and lived in, like everything else about James Benton. He's aged since I left for Chicago, though not in ways that diminish him. Silver threads through his dark hair, more liberally now, and laugh lines have carved themselves deeper around his eyes. But his shoulders still fill doorways. His hands still look capable of building houses or fixing broken hearts with equal skill. There's my girl. His arms open wide, and before I can process the complicated knot of emotions tangling in my chest, I'm wrapped in the kind of hug that makes you 8 years old again. Cedar and sawdust cling to his flannel, mixed with Mom's cooking, and the faint sweetness of wintergreen gum he's chewed religiously since quitting cigarettes 20 years ago. My feet leave the ground for a moment as he squeezes, spinning me just enough to make me laugh despite the anxiety clawing at my ribs. This is Dad. Solid and steady and uncomplicated in ways that make the rest of the world feel manageable. Thought you weren't getting in till tomorrow. The words slip out before I can stop them. Casual observation covering the fact that my pulse has kicked into overdrive. I'd prepared for dinner with Mom. Quiet conversation and gentle probing about my plans, my love life, my decision to abandon Chicago for the complications of small-town living. I hadn't prepared for this. For him. For the sudden realization that Dad being here means questions I'm not ready to answer, stories I'm not ready to tell. Changed my mind. He sets me down with the easy confidence of someone who's never had to overthink a decision in his life. His smile reaches his eyes, crinkling the corners in ways that transform his weathered face into something almost boyish. Finished that consultation job ahead of schedule. Figured I'd surprise your mother with an early homecoming. He ruffles my hair like I'm still 12, ignoring my half-hearted attempt to duck away. Besides, I miss my daughter too much. The words should warm me, should feel like the uncomplicated love they represent, the kind of steady affection I've always counted on from him. Instead, they settle in my stomach like stones, heavy with implications I can't quite name. Because Dad being here means Cole will come up in conversation. Means I'll have to navigate questions about the toy drive, about how we're working together, about whether we've managed to be civil to each other. Means I'll have to lie to the man who taught me that honesty was the foundation of everything worth building. Well, I manage, forcing brightness into my voice that feels brittle as spun sugar. Mom's probably burning something while we stand here catching up. Your mother doesn't burn anything, and you know it. But he grins, wrapping an arm around my shoulders to guide me toward the kitchen. Come on, she's been fussing over this meal since noon, acting like she's cooking for royalty instead of her own family. That's because you're home, Dad. The weight of his arm feels simultaneously comforting and suffocating. This is what I came home for. Family dinners and unconditional love and the kind of belonging that doesn't require explanation. So why does it feel like I'm walking toward a trap of my own making? The dining room settles into the comfortable choreography of family dinner. Plates passed hand to hand, the bread basket making its lazy circuit around our small table. The gentle percussion of silverware against Mom's good ceramic. Everything feels precisely as it should, like slipping into clothes that still fit after years away. Except for the wall clock. Every tick feels amplified, each second stretching like taffy pulled too thin. I focus on cutting my chicken into unnecessarily small pieces, on the way Mom's gravy pools against the mashed potatoes, on anything that isn't the weight of Dad's attention settling over me like morning fog. He talks about the consultation job in Burlington, rewiring an old Victorian, the kind of house that fights you at every turn, but rewards patience with character you can't fake. His voice carries that easy confidence I've always envied, the tone of someone who's never met a problem he couldn't solve with the right tools in enough time. Client wanted to rush the whole thing, naturally. Can't you just snake some modern wire through the old walls? Sure, if you want your house burning down by Christmas. Mom laughs, refilling his water glass without being asked. They move around each other with the fluid precision of 30-plus years together, a dance perfected by repetition and genuine affection. But underneath Dad's stories about stubborn homeowners and century-old electrical systems, something else hums. That particular frequency he reserves for conversations where he's already cataloged every expression that's crossed your face, filed away every pause and deflection for later analysis. I know that tone. I've been on the receiving end of it since I was 6 and tried to convince him the dog ate my homework. Thinking about staying busy with consulting work even in retirement. He cuts into his chicken, each movement deliberate. Can't see myself slowing down just yet. Besides, Mom would probably murder me if I spent all day underfoot, reorganizing her spice cabinet. I would not murder you. Mom swats his shoulder with her napkin, but she's grinning. I'd just hide the coffee until you found yourself a project. See? Threats of caffeine withdrawal. That's spousal abuse in some states. Their easy banter should relax me, should remind me why I came home, why the uncomplicated love in this room matters more than the chaos spinning in my chest. Instead, the normalcy feels fragile as spun glass, like one wrong word might shatter everything into pieces too small to reassemble. Dad wipes his mouth with his napkin, the gesture casual as breathing. You guys see Cole this week? Ran into Cole at the hardware store almost every week back in the day. Man practically lived in that place. He doesn't look at me when he says it, which makes it worse. My fork stills halfway to my mouth, chicken and gravy suspended in air that suddenly feels thick as molasses. Heat prickles along the back of my neck, spreading down my spine like someone's traced a finger along every vertebra. The rosemary that smelled so welcoming minutes ago now feels cloying, too heavy, coating the back of my throat. I swallow the reaction before it can register on my face, training born from a lifetime of knowing when not to poke bears that might bite back. Dad clears his throat, the sound sharp as a nail gun in the suddenly thick air. His fork clinks against his plate, and when he reaches for his water glass, the movement carries the weight of someone deliberately changing course. Anyway, past the potatoes. The words land with the finality of a judge's gavel. Not sharp, not angry, but absolute. Like Cole's name has already been sealed in a box marked, "Do not open," and shoved into storage where it belongs. I force a small laugh, the sound brittle as autumn leaves. Sure thing, Dad. My hand moves toward the ceramic bowl without conscious thought, muscle memory stepping in where my brain has temporarily malfunctioned. The bowl of mashed potatoes feels impossibly heavy, like I'm lifting stones instead of starch and butter. I concentrate on the transfer, bowl to his waiting hands, with the kind of focused attention usually reserved for defusing bombs. "These are perfect, honey." Dad's voice returns to that easy warmth, the tone that soundtracked every family dinner since childhood. "You always did make the best mashed potatoes in 3 counties." Mom beams, reaching over to squeeze his free hand. "Flattery will get you everywhere." James Benton. I take another bite of chicken, chewing painfully while my stomach performs gymnastics routines it definitely never learned in school. The meat tastes like sawdust, but I force my facial muscles into something resembling appreciation. Swallow, breathe, repeat. My leg starts bouncing under the table. The movement is tiny, barely perceptible, just the ball of my foot tapping against the hardwood floor in a rhythm that matches my pulse. I press my thigh down with my free hand, willing the nervous energy to dissipate, but it only transfers to my fingers. They drum against my jeans in a silent percussion that would give me away to anyone paying attention. Thank God for small dining room tables and parents who trust their daughter to sit still like a civilized human being. Weather service says we might get another 6 inches by Thursday. Dad's voice drifts over the static humming in my skull, words bouncing off without finding purchase. Could delay a lot of things. I nod like I'm following along, but his words feel muffled, like someone's wrapped cotton around my ears. That would be inconvenient. He launches into details about moisture content and proper storage, the kind of technical talk that usually makes my eyes glaze over in the best possible way. Tonight, it might as well be white noise. My brain keeps circling back to that moment, Cole's name hanging in the air like acrid smoke, then Dad's throat clearing like a door slamming shut. The shadow I've lived in my entire life just shifted closer.
Chapter 14. Cole. The aluminum ladder wobbles under Layla's weight as she stretches toward the burnt-out bulb in the string of lights draped across the community center's rafters. Her sweater rides up, exposing a strip of skin above her jeans that I shouldn't be noticing but can't seem to look away from. You know there's a correct way to do this. My voice echoes in the empty space, bouncing off walls decorated with paper snowflakes and construction paper Christmas trees that look like they were made by a kindergarten class. The whole place smells like pine needles and that industrial disinfectant they use in public buildings, but underneath it all, there's the faint sweetness of sugar cookies from whatever bake sale happened here earlier. "Oh, I'm sorry." She twists to look down at me, one hand gripping the ladder's side rail while the other holds the replacement bulb. "Did I interrupt your very important job of standing there looking concerned?" The ladder shifts slightly with her movement, and my hands automatically move to steady it. The metal feels cold through my work gloves, but the warmth radiating from her legs, just inches from my face, cuts through the December chill that seeped into the building, despite the heaters running full blast. "I'm providing essential structural support." Essential structural support. She turns the phrase over like she's tasting wine. "Is that what we're calling it now?" Her laugh carries that particular note that's been driving me crazy all week, the one that suggests she knows exactly what she's doing to me and finds my discomfort entertaining. She reaches higher, her body stretching in ways that make my jaw clench. "Please come down from there." "Why?" The innocence in her tone doesn't fool me for a second. "I'm perfectly safe. You're holding the ladder." "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean, Cole?" She says my name like it's a question she already knows the answer to, like she's daring me to admit what we're both thinking, what's been crackling between us ever since I walked into this place and found her elbow deep in Christmas chaos. The replacement bulb catches the afternoon light streaming through the tall windows, casting tiny rainbows across her fingers. She holds it up like she's examining a diamond, completely focused on her task, while somehow remaining acutely aware of my presence below. I clear my throat, that I could have had this fixed in half the time. "But then I wouldn't get to watch you worry about my safety." She shoots me a grin that's pure trouble. "Besides, You're not exactly dressed for ladder work. I glance at my jacket in good flannel, the one without paint stains or tears from snagging on lumber. She's got a point. I came straight from a client meeting, still wearing clothes that matter. This ladder's older than both of us combined. The legs are uneven. The legs are fine. She reaches toward the burnt-out bulb, her fingers brushing against the wire. See? Everything's... The ladder lurches. My hands shoot up automatically, one gripping the rail, the other landing on her thigh to steady her. The contact burns through her jeans like electricity, and I feel her breath catch above me. Careful. The word comes out lower, more intimate than I intended, weighted with concern I can't quite hide. Her leg trembles slightly under my palm, and for a moment we're both frozen, her balanced precariously between safety and disaster, me torn between stepping back and pulling her down to solid ground. I've got it! But her voice lacks its earlier confidence. No, you don't. Her left foot shifts, searching for stability that isn't there. The ladder's metal legs screech against the polished gym floor, like nails on a chalkboard, the sound sharp enough to cut through the afternoon quiet. Damn! The word escapes her lips as physics takes over. The ladder tilts, her arms windmilling as she fights for balance that's already lost. The string of lights slips from her fingers, garland swaying uselessly overhead like a forgotten thought. I move without thinking. Years of construction sites, of split-second decisions between safety and disaster, kick in. My hands close around her waist before conscious thought catches up, fingers spreading wide across the wool of her sweater. She's lighter than I expected, but solid, real, warm under my palms. I've got you. The words rumble out of me, automatic as breathing. Her weight settles into my grip, trusting, and something fierce and protective unfurls in my chest. The ladder clatters to the floor beside us, metal ringing against concrete, but I barely register the sound. Well? Her voice carries a breathless edge, half laughter, half something else entirely. That's one way to get my attention. She doesn't move to step away. Neither do I. My chest nearly brushes her knees where she's perched in my hold, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating through her jeans. Her hands rest on my shoulders now, fingers curled into the fabric of my jacket, anchoring herself to me instead of pulling away. The heaters hum their mechanical rhythm, but everything else falls silent. Even the traffic outside seems suspended in time. Her legs frame my torso, and I'm acutely aware of every point where we connect. My hands spanning her waist, her knees against my ribs, the whisper of space between us that feels both too much and not nearly enough. You can put me down now. But she doesn't sound like she means it. Her fingers tighten in my jacket instead of loosening, and when I look up, her eyes hold that same startled awareness I felt the night she almost kissed me on her porch. Can I? The question hovers between us, loaded with everything we've been dancing around for the past week. Her pulse flutters at the base of her throat, visible above the neckline of her sweater, and I have to force myself not to trace it with my eyes. That depends. Her voice drops lower, intimate despite the echoing space around us. On whether you're planning to catch me every time I fall. You okay? The question scrapes out of me, voice rough as bark stripped from green wood. I'm still holding her, still feeling the warmth of her body through layers of wool and denim, still fighting the urge to pull her closer instead of setting her down like I should. Her laugh comes out breathless, unsteady. Define okay. The words hang there like mist, fragile and too easy to shatter. They could mean anything. Could be about the near fall, the adrenaline still coursing through both of us, or something deeper. Something that acknowledges the electricity crackling between us, the way my hands fit around her waist like they were designed for exactly this purpose. Okay, as in not injured. I clear my throat, trying to inject some professional distance into my voice. No twisted ankles, no pulled muscles. Oh, that kind of okay. Her fingers are still curled into my jacket, and she makes no move to release them. Physically, I'm fine. Emotionally. She trails off, those hazel brown eyes searching my face like she's looking for permission to finish the thought. Emotionally what? Emotionally, I'm wondering why you keep saving me from things I didn't know I needed saving from. The honesty in her voice hits me square in the chest. She's not talking about the ladder anymore, not talking about twisted ankles or safety protocols. She's talking about the way I've been circling her orbit for the past week, protective and distant all at once. Maybe because you keep putting yourself in situations that require saving. Or maybe, she counters, you keep looking for excuses to touch me. The accusation lands like a physical blow. Not because it's unfair, but because it's accurate. Because every interaction we've had since I walked into this place has been me finding reasons to be near her, to justify the pull I feel whenever she's in the same room. Layla, don't. Her voice carries a warning, but her grip on my jacket tightens. Don't you dare apologize for catching me. Don't you dare pretend this is just about ladder safety or community service, or whatever noble excuse you're cooking up. My jaw works soundlessly for a moment. She's backed me into a corner with nothing but truth, stripped away every rationalization I've built around this thing between us. The heaters cycle on again, filling the silence with mechanical breathing. What do you want me to say? I want you to say what you're thinking instead of what you think you should be thinking. You don't want to know what I'm thinking. Try me. The challenge in her voice makes something dangerous shift inside my chest. My hands flex against her waist, fingers pressing deeper into the whisper-soft wool of her sweater. She's close enough that I can make out the gold flecks in her eyes, the way her pupils have dilated despite the bright fluorescent lighting overhead. I'm thinking, I start, voice dropping to barely above a whisper, that I should put you down and walk away. That I should pretend this is exactly what it looks like. A construction guy helping a volunteer fix some Christmas lights. And what else are you thinking? My thumbs trace small circles against her ribs, the motion unconscious, automatic. I'm thinking that's the last thing I want to do. Her breath catches, a sound so soft I almost miss it. But I don't miss the way her body responds, the way she leans infinitesimally closer, erasing another fraction of the space between us. So don't. 2 words. Simple as breathing, complicated as everything that brought us to this moment. I release her waist slowly, fingertips lingering against the curve of her hips, just long enough to make it worse. The loss of contact hits me like cold water, but I force my hands to fall to my sides, force myself to step back and give her room to climb down. She moves carefully, testing each rung before trusting it with her full weight. Her steps are shaky, and she grips the ladder rails tighter than necessary, but she makes it to solid ground without incident. The distance between us feels vast now, measured in more than just feet. I shouldn't want to close the gap, but I do. Oh God, how I do.
Chapter 15. Layla. The community center erupts in chaos the moment Cole walks through the double doors. 23 children between the ages of 4 and 8 stop mid-scream to stare at the 6'3" Santa Claus, whose fake beard can't quite hide the mortified expression underneath. Ho, 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 he mutters through gritted teeth, the words emerging like a death sentence. I bite my lips so hard I taste copper, fighting the urge to dissolve into hysterical laughter. The red velvet suit strains across his broad shoulders, and the black belt sits awkwardly around his narrow waist. But it's the hat, slightly crooked and threatening to slide off his head with every reluctant step, that nearly does me in. Santa! 7-year-old Emma Rodriguez launches herself at his legs before he can escape. You're really tall. Cole's eyes find mine across the room, gray-blue and promising retribution. Ho, ho, ho. He doesn't sound very jolly, whispers Tommy Daniels to his sister, loud enough for half the room to hear. Maybe Santa has a cold, I call out, clapping my hands to gather the children's attention. Why don't we all sit in our circle so Santa can tell us about the North Pole? I don't know anything about the North Pole, Cole hisses as he passes me, fake beard rustling with each word. Neither do most Santas. Just make something up about snow and elves. The children arrange themselves in a lopsided circle on the rainbow carpet, their faces turned up expectantly. Cole stands at the edge like he's facing a firing squad, hands clasped behind his back in a posture that screams, "I'd rather be anywhere else." Well, he clears his throat. The North Pole is cold. Brilliant start. I gesture encouragingly from behind the kids, trying to prompt him into more elaborate storytelling. "How cold?" asks Mia Santos, bouncing on her knees. "Very cold. So cold that..." He glances at me desperately. "So cold that the elves have to wear really thick mittens when they're making toys." "What kind of toys do they make?" Tommy pipes up. Cole's jaw twitches. "All kinds. Trucks, dolls, those small plastic things that make noise." "Do you mean whistles?" Emma suggests helpfully. "Sure, whistles." This is painful. I step forward, crouching beside the circle. "I bet Santa has some great stories about his reindeer, don't you, Santa?" The look he shoots me could melt the fake snow decorating the windows. "Right, reindeer. Well, Rudolph is red, his nose, I mean, and Dasher is fast." "How fast?" The children chorus in unison. "Really fast, faster than..." His eyes dart around the room, landing on the emergency exit sign. "Faster than my truck." "Your truck?" Little Sophia tilts her head. "Santa, you have a truck?" "I mean, the sleigh. The sleigh is faster than trucks." I cover my cough with my hand, but Cole catches the sound and narrows his eyes. The man who can command a construction site full of grown men is being systematically dismantled by a group of preschoolers. And he knows I'm enjoying every second of it. "Santa?" Emma raises her hand like she's in school. "You smell like wood." "Wood." Cole's voice cracks slightly. "Yeah, like my daddy's workshop. Do you build toys too?" "Sometimes. When the elves are busy." "Busy doing what?" "Elf things." The interrogation continues for another 10 minutes, each question more specific than the last. Cole fields inquiries about reindeer feeding schedules, the structural integrity of the workshop, and whether Mrs. Claus knows how to make pancakes. His answers grow increasingly desperate, but something shifts as the children warm to him. When tiny Matthew climbs into his lap without warning, Cole freezes completely. The boy settles against his chest like he belongs there, thumb firmly planted in his mouth. "You're nice, Santa." Matthew mumbles around his thumb. "Even if you don't know much about reindeer." Cole's hand comes up automatically to steady the child, his expression softening, despite the ridiculous hat still threatening to topple from his head. "Thanks, kid." "Will you bring me a fire truck for Christmas?" "I'll see what I can do." And there it is. The crack in his armor I've been waiting for. The gruffness melts away as more children gravitate toward him, drawn by something genuine beneath the costume. He's still awkward, still clearly out of his element, but the protective instinct that defines him kicks in. He's going to be trouble in that suit. The last of the first group shuffles toward the snack table, sticky fingers already reaching for juice boxes and animal crackers. Cole stands beside the storytelling chair, like a condemned man waiting for the executioner, tugging at the beard that slipped sideways during his interrogation by the under 10 crowd. "Well, that was educational," I say, approaching with my best innocent smile. I had no idea Santa's workshop ran on such vague operational principles. "Don't start." He reaches up to adjust the hat that's threatening to slide off entirely. This thing weighs more than my tool belt. "Here, let me." I step into his space before he can protest, my fingers finding the elastic band that's twisted behind his ear. The fake beard has migrated toward his left cheek, and I catch the scent of sawdust and something distinctly Cole underneath the musty costume smell. "You know, I murmur, working to untangle the mess. Most people practice their Santa routine before the actual performance. Most people don't get ambushed into wearing red velvet. I tug the beard back into position, my knuckles brushing against his jaw. His skin is warm despite the December chill that's been creeping through the old building's windows all morning. There, much better. But I don't step back. Instead, I reach up to straighten his hat, letting my fingers linger at his temples where the fake white hair meets his real dark blonde. This close, I can see the flecks of darker gray in his eyes, the way his pupils dilate slightly when I lean closer. "Try not to ruin Christmas, big guy," I whisper, my voice lower than it needs to be. The words hang between us like a dare. His eyes drop to my mouth for just a heartbeat, quick enough that anyone watching might miss it, but long enough that heat spreads through my chest like spilled coffee. "Layla." My name comes out rougher than a warning, quieter than a prayer. The spark in his gaze could melt every piece of fake snow decorating the community center windows. It's the same look from that night 11 months ago. The one that made me forget every rule I'd ever made about keeping things simple. The one that promises nothing and everything at once. "Round 2 incoming," Melanie calls from across the room, herding a fresh group of children toward the rainbow carpet. "Hope Santa's ready for the advanced course." I step back, but my fingers trail down the red velvet of his sleeve before I let go completely. "Showtime, Santa. Try to remember. Reindeer fly. Elves are helpful. And the North Pole has better heating than you implied." "Any other professional advice?" "Yeah." I grin up at him, backing toward the supply table where I'm supposed to be organizing coloring sheets. "Next time, ask what the volunteer work involves before you say yes." A short time later, the community center looks like a glitter bomb exploded. Juice boxes leak sticky puddles across the folding tables, and someone, probably Tommy Daniels, has managed to embed a crayon so deep into the carpet that it might require professional extraction. Cole stands in the middle of the wreckage, still wearing the Santa suit but minus the beard, which hangs around his neck like a fuzzy noose. Red velvet clings to his broad frame as he surveys the damage with the resignation of a man who's just survived a natural disaster. "Well," I say, grabbing a roll of paper towels from the supply closet, "that went better than expected." "Define better." He picks up a plastic cup that somehow ended up on top of the piano. "I'm pretty sure that last kid asked me for a real live dinosaur." "And you said you'd check with the elves." Very diplomatic. I panicked. I laugh, tossing him the paper towels. "You did fine. Better than fine, actually. Did you see how Emma hugged you goodbye? She's been talking about her tall Santa all week." Something shifts in his facial expression. Softer, almost vulnerable, before he catches himself and focuses on wiping down the nearest table. "Kids are easy. They don't expect perfection. Neither do adults, for what it's worth." He pauses mid-wipe, glancing at me over his shoulder. "Some do." The weight in those 2 words settles between us like dust motes in afternoon sunlight. I want to ask who he's thinking of. His late wife, my father himself. But the question feels too big for this moment of fake snow and sticky fingerprints. Instead, I start stacking chairs, the metal legs scraping against the linoleum in a rhythm that fills the silence. Cole moves through the space with the same methodical efficiency he brings to everything, folding tables and collecting stray crayons, with hands that could build houses but handle broken toys like they're made of spun glass. "You missed one?" I point to a red crayon that's rolled under the storytelling chair. He crouches down, reaching beneath the low seat, and I find myself staring at the way the Santa jacket stretches across his shoulders. When he emerges, hair slightly mussed, and holding the wayward crayon like a trophy, I'm standing closer than I remember moving. "Here." I reach up to smooth the dark blonde strands that have escaped their usual neat arrangement. "You look like you've been wrestling with reindeer." My fingers brush against his temple, and he goes completely still. The crayon drops from his hand, clattering onto the floor between us. Layla. My name comes out like a warning he's giving himself more than me. But I don't step back. Instead, I let my hand trail down to his jaw, thumb skimming along the line where his fake beard left a faint red mark on his skin. His eyes darken, pupils expanding until the gray-blue disappears almost entirely. "You've got costume residue?" I murmur. Even though we both know that's not why my hand is still on his face, he leans into the touch. Just slightly, just enough that I feel the weight of his head against my palm. This is a bad idea. Probably. The word hangs like a challenge. He reaches up, covering my hand with his, and for a heartbeat I think he might pull it away. Instead, he holds it there, his thumb tracing across my knuckles with devastating gentleness. That's when the flash goes off. We spring apart like teenagers caught sneaking out, the sudden brightness leaving spots dancing across my vision. Damn.
Chapter 16. Cole. My phone buzzes at 6:47 a.m., then again at 6:48, then starts going off like a goddamn fire alarm. I roll out of bed, muscles protesting from yesterday's combination of manual labor and wrestling into that ridiculous Santa suit, and grab the device from my nightstand. 17 missed calls, 43 text messages. What the hell? The first text is from my brother Danny. "Dude, check Facebook. Now." The second is from my foreman Mike. "Boss, you might want to lay low today." The third makes my blood pressure spike. "Santa's got a secret crush." Local Herald photo goes viral. Bay Haven's hottest holiday romance. I scroll through the avalanche of notifications, each one making my jaw clench tighter. Screenshots of the photo flood my screen. Me and Layla in the community center, her hand on my face, my head tilted toward her touch like some lovesick teenager. The angle makes it look like we're about to kiss, or just finished kissing, or planning to kiss for the next decade. The comments section reads like a small-town gossip apocalypse. Finally. We've all been waiting for Cole Hartman to find someone. Layla Benton's always been a catch. Good for her. Think they'll get engaged by New Year's? My money's on a spring wedding. They look so in love. My thumb scrolls faster, the words blurring together into a nightmare of speculation and well-meaning interference. Someone's already created a hashtag, #BestCouple. The photo has been shared 87 times in 12 hours. The phone rings again. I glance at the caller ID and seriously consider throwing the device into the fireplace. "What, Danny?" "Well, good morning to you too, sunshine. Sleep well after your romantic tryst?" "It wasn't romantic, it was..." I stopped myself before explaining that Layla was just fixing my costume. The truth sounds even more pathetic than the assumption. It was nothing. Nothing? Cole, you look like a man who's found religion in that picture. Half the town's already planning your bachelor party. I stalk to the kitchen, phone pressed against my ear, and start the coffee maker angrily. They need to mind their own damn business. Good luck with that. Mom called me at 6 this morning asking if I knew about your new girlfriend. Danny's enjoying this way too much. I told her it was news to me, considering you've been living like a monk for the past 8 years. The coffee maker gurgles to life, and I lean against the counter, pinching the bridge of my nose. This is a disaster. Why? Because people think you're human? Because it's nobody's business. Because Layla doesn't deserve to be dragged into this circus. Because her father is going to see this and think I've been lying to him for months. Because Rachel's memory doesn't deserve to be cheapened by small-town gossip. Have you talked to Layla about it? It's 7 in the morning. So, she's probably dealing with the same social media storm you are. My phone buzzes with another text notification. This one's from Layla herself. We need to talk. Coffee shop. 1 hour. She wants to meet, I tell Danny, staring at the message. Of course she does. Good. Talk to her like an adult instead of hiding behind your wounded martyr routine. I don't have a wounded martyr routine. Right. and I don't have a gambling problem. Danny's voice softened slightly. Cole, listen to me. Rachel's been gone 8 years. Nobody expects you to wear black forever. This isn't about Rachel. Nonsense. Everything's about Rachel with you. The line goes quiet for a moment. She wouldn't want you to be alone forever, you know. She'd want you to be happy. I end the call without responding and pour coffee into my travel mug with hands that aren't quite steady. The kitchen feels too small suddenly, the walls pressing in like the comments section of that damned photo. My truck starts on the second try, a minor miracle considering the December cold, and I drive through downtown toward the coffee shop with my jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth. Every parking spot along Main Street seems occupied by someone who turns to stare as I pass. Mrs. Henderson actually waves from her flower shop window, beaming like she's personally responsible for my supposed romantic breakthrough. The coffee shop is worse. Conversations pause when I walk through the door, then resume in hushed, excited whispers. I catch fragments as I approach the counter. Looked so sweet together. About time he moved on. Layla's always had a thing for him. I order black coffee and find a corner table, pulling my baseball cap low over my eyes. The barista, some college kid I don't recognize, grins at me like we're old friends. Saw the photo this morning, Mr. Hartman. Really nice shot. You and Miss Benton make a great couple. We're not a couple. Oh. His face falls slightly. My mistake. Just, the way you're looking at each other. I take my coffee and retreat to the table before he can finish that thought. Through the window, I watch Bayhaven wake up to what will probably be the most entertaining gossip it's had in months. And somewhere across town, Layla's dealing with the same scrutiny. This is exactly what I was trying to avoid. By afternoon, the photo has reached full-blown epidemic status. 3 more interviews requested, 5 voice messages from people wanting to congratulate me, and 1 particularly enthusiastic woman who wants to cater our upcoming wedding. I arrive at the community center with a scowl that could strip paint, hauling boxes of donated electronics from my truck. The volunteers scatter like startled birds when they see my face. All except Layla, who's sorting through toy donations with the kind of determined focus that means she's been dealing with the same circus I have. She glances up when I drop the first box harder than necessary. Rough morning. This is your fault. Her eyebrows climb upward. My fault? I wasn't the one who decided to play dress-up as Santa Claus. You asked me to. I asked you to help with the kids. You could have said no. She holds up a broken robot, examining its cracked arm with mock concern. Though I have to admit, you looked pretty good in red. Really brought out your eyes. The casual way she says it makes my jaw clench. This isn't funny, Layla. Half the town thinks we're planning a wedding. Maybe the town just has taste. The words hit me like a painful physical blow. I set down the second box carefully, fighting the urge to throw it across the room. You think this is a joke? I think you're overreacting. But there's something brittle in her voice now, a defensive edge that wasn't there before. It's just gossip, Cole. It'll blow over. Will it? Because my phone's been ringing all morning with people wanting to know when I'm proposing. She drops the robot back into the donation bin, the plastic hitting cardboard with a hollow thunk. And God forbid anyone think the great Cole Hartman might actually be interested in someone. That's not what this is about, isn't it? She stands, crossing her arms over her chest. The movement pulls her sweater tight, and I force myself to look at her face instead. The way I see it, it looks like you're more worried about your reputation than anything else. My reputation isn't the problem here. Then what is? The question hangs between us like a loaded gun. Around us, the community center bustles with holiday preparations. Volunteers hanging garland, kids running between tables, the distant sound of Christmas carols playing from someone's phone. Normal life continuing while mine feels like it's spinning completely out of control. We need more storage space for these electronics, I say instead of answering. Storage room. She follows me toward the back of the building, past the bulletin board covered in thank you cards from last year's toy recipients. The storage room smells like dust and old cardboard, fluorescent lights flickering overhead like a dying heartbeat. I set the boxes down and turn to face her, ready to explain why this whole situation is a disaster waiting to happen. But she's standing closer than I expected, close enough that I see the gold flecks in her brown eyes, the slight upturn at the corner of her lip that means she's fighting a smile. You know what I think? She steps closer, voice dropping to barely above a whisper. I think you're scared. I'm not scared. No? Then why are your hands shaking? I look down. She's right. My hands are trembling like I've had too much coffee, but it's not caffeine making my pulse race. Layla. Her name comes out rougher than I intended. What, Cole? What are you so damn afraid of? Everything. Your father finding out and hating me. This town turning you into entertainment. Rachel's memory getting tangled up in gossip and speculation. But mostly, the way you make me feel like I'm waking up after 8 years of sleepwalking. Instead of saying any of that, I take a step back. The movement puts me against the storage shelves, metal digging into my spine. This was a mistake. What was? The photo? Or this? She gestures between us, encompassing whatever the hell this electric tension is that makes the air feel too thick to breathe. All of it. She laughs, but there's no humor in it. Right. Of course it was. The hurt in her voice cracks something open in my chest. Before I can think better of it, I'm moving toward her again, closing the distance until there's barely 6 inches between us. You don't understand? Then explain it to me. But I can't. Not here. Not now. Not when she's looking at me like that. Like she sees right through every wall I've built. The storage room feels smaller with each passing second. The smell of her perfume mixing with dust and cardboard to create something that makes my head spin. I need to leave. Now. Before I do something that can't be undone. I push past her toward the door, shoulder brushing hers just enough to send electricity shooting down my arm. Cole. I stop but don't turn around. Running away again? This time I don't answer at all.
Chapter 17. Layla. The Sugar Shore Bakery's kitchen wraps around me like a warm hug at 10:30 p.m., all cinnamon-scented air and the gentle hum of refrigeration units. My hands move on autopilot, loop, twist, pull tight, creating perfect bows on tomorrow's special order boxes. 36 sugar cookies shaped like snowflakes line the cooling rack in neat military rows, their royal icing still glossy under the overhead lights. Loop, twist, pull tight. The red ribbon slides through my fingers like silk, and I tie another bow. Then another. The repetitive motion keeps my brain from replaying Cole's face in that storage room, the way his jaw went rigid when I called him scared. How his hands actually shook before he stormed out, like I'd suggested something obscene. Melanie's legs swing from where she perches, on the stainless steel counter, her Converse sneakers tapping a lazy rhythm against the cabinet doors. She's watching me with the kind of focused attention that means she's cataloging every micro-expression for future interrogation. These boxes going somewhere special? She asks, voice carefully casual. Mrs. Braxton's Bridge Club. Loop, twist, pull tight. She wants them delivered by 7 a.m. for their holiday tournament. Melanie's legs keep swinging. That's a lot of precision for Bridge Club cookies. I reach for another length of ribbon. The spool catches on the counter edge, unraveling in a crimson cascade that pools at my feet. I gather it up, fingers working faster now, muscle memory taking over where my scattered brain fails. The bow I'm working on could win awards. Perfect loops, centered knot, tails cut at identical angles. I smooth down the ribbon ends and reach for the next box. You've been tying that same bow for 5 minutes, babe. My hands freeze mid-loop. I glance down at the box in front of me. The one I just finished. The one that already has a bow so perfect it belongs in a craft store display window. My face heats up like I've opened the oven door too fast. No, I haven't. Want me to get my phone and show you the time-lapse video I've been taking? Melanie slides off the counter with a soft thud, her flour-dusted apron settling around her curves. She moves to the industrial sink and starts rinsing her hands, but her eyes stay on me through the reflection in the window above the faucet. I untie the perfect bow and start over, just to prove a point I'm not sure I understand. I'm fine, just tired. Water runs over her hands in steady streams. Long day of being photographed in compromising positions with handsome contractors. My fingers slip on the ribbon. The bow comes out lopsided, one loop bigger than the other, and I yank it apart forcefully. It wasn't compromising. Girl, I've seen the photo. If that's not compromising, I need to update my dictionary. Melanie turns off the tap and reaches for a paper towel. The way that man's looking at you could melt snow in January. Loop. Twist. Too tight. The ribbon crinkles, and I have to start again. He's not looking at me any particular way. Right. And I'm not about to eat half a dozen of those sugar cookies after you leave. She waddles the paper towel into a ball and tosses it toward the trash can. It bounces off the rim and lands on the floor. So what did he say when you talked to him about it? My hands still completely. The half-tied bow dangles from the box like a wilted flower, red ribbon loose between my fingers. We didn't really talk. Meaning? I pick up another cookie box, focusing on its smooth white surface instead of meeting Melanie's gaze. The cardboard feels substantial under my palms, real in a way that nothing else has felt today. Meaning he told me it was all a mistake and walked away. Again. The words taste bitter, like oversteeped tea. I start on a new bow, pulling the ribbon tighter than necessary, watching my knuckles go white with the effort. And what did you say? Nothing useful. The bow comes together crooked again. I leave it that way. What was I supposed to say? Please don't reject me in a storage room full of holiday cheer. Melanie's footsteps approach, her sneakers squeaking slightly on the kitchen's tile floor. She stops beside me, close enough that I can smell her vanilla perfume mixing with the bakery's perpetual sugar and butter atmosphere. You could have said how you feel about him. I can't tell my dad. I can't tell anyone. The words slip out before I can catch them, like steam escaping from a pressure valve I didn't know was about to blow. My hands keep working because if they stop, if I give myself even 5 seconds to think about this properly, I'll start crying right here in Melanie's pristine kitchen. Melanie leans against the prep table, one hip cocked, arms crossed over her flour-dusted apron. The overhead light catches the bold burgundy of her lipstick as she studies me with the kind of focused intensity she usually reserves for perfecting croissant layers. Girl, that man looks at you like he built you, like you're one of those cathedral ceilings, sturdy as hell, worth every hour of labor. The words hit me sideways, unexpected and precise. I fumble the ribbon between my fingers, the red silk slipping through like it's suddenly made of water. A snort escapes before I can stop it, but even I can hear how weak it sounds in the bakery's warm air. He does not. My fingers work the ribbon into what's supposed to be a bow, but the loops come out uneven, one side drooping like a wilted flower. I yank the whole thing tight, watching the cardboard box beneath buckle, slightly under the pressure. The ribbon cuts into my fingertips, leaving thin white lines that fade as soon as I ease up. He looks at me like I'm a problem child, like I'm something that keeps showing up in his tool shed that doesn't belong there. Melanie reaches for one of the snowflake cookies, peeling back its protective cellophane wrapper with deliberate slowness. The crinkling sound fills the space between us, sharp against the soft hum of the refrigeration units. And I suppose your doe-eyed, weepy expression is just seasonal allergies, right? She raises an eyebrow that could win awards for skepticism, then takes a precise bite of cookie. Royal icing cracks between her teeth with a satisfying snap. Because let me tell you, honey, The way your eyes go all soft whenever someone mentions his name. That's not hay fever. My hands freeze on the ribbon. The half-formed bow dangles pathetically from the box, looking as defeated as I feel. Heat spreads through my body, settling in my cheeks like I've been standing too close to the ovens. You absolutely do. She takes another bite, chewing thoughtfully. And the way you say his name, like you're tasting something sweet every time it comes out of your mouth. The cookie box slips from my suddenly nerveless fingers, landing on the counter with a soft thud. I stare down at it, at the mangled bow that looks like it was tied by someone wearing oven mitts in the dark. You're being ridiculous. Am I? She licks a crumb from her bottom lip. You both look like you're drowning in this. I open my mouth to say something sharp, something that'll cut through this conversation and redirect us back to safe territory. Something about how it doesn't matter what Cole thinks, how I'm perfectly fine handling my own complicated feelings without a Greek chorus of concerned friends, but the words tangle somewhere between my brain and my tongue. Even if he did, the phrase comes out barely above a whisper, like my voice forgot how to project beyond the space between us. The rest of the sentence hovers there, unfinished, too dangerous to complete. Even if he did feel something, even if he did look at me like that, even if he did want me back. The mangled bow in my hand suddenly feels obscene, this twisted, knotted mess of red ribbon that looks like evidence of everything I can't control. I stare down at it, hating how perfectly it represents the state of my life right now. All tangled up and pulled too tight in the wrong places. The overhead light hums above us, casting harsh shadows on the prep table. My reflection wavers in the stainless steel surface of the sink across the room. Distorted, unrecognizable. I hate wanting things I can't have. I hate wanting things I'm not supposed to have even more. Layla. Melanie's voice has lost its teasing edge. When I glance up, her expression has shifted into something softer, more careful. She sets the half-eaten cookie down on the counter and moves closer, her sneakers silent on the tile now. Her hands cover mine, stilling the fidgeting I didn't realize I was doing. Her fingers are warm from washing dishes, slightly damp, and they press gently against my knuckles where I've been gripping the ribbon hard enough to leave marks. I've seen the way he looks at you, Layla. Her voice drops to match mine, quiet, serious, without a trace of the playful interrogation from before. The kitchen feels smaller suddenly, like the walls have moved inward to create this pocket of honesty we weren't prepared for. That man's already halfway gone. The words settle between us like flour sifting through a fine mesh. Soft, inevitable, covering everything. My chest rises in a shaky breath that betrays every defense I've been building since I walked back into this town. Since I saw his name on that donor list. Since he caught me on that ladder and refused to let go. My hands shake under Melanie's steady grip. I don't answer her. Can't answer her. Because saying it out loud would make it real, and making it real would mean I'd have to do something about it. Instead, I pull my hands free and start untying the ruined bow, working the knots loose with careful fingers. The ribbon unfurls slowly, red silk sliding through my hands like a small surrender. I don't know what else to do. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake Southern fiance. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 18. Coal. The workshop hums around us like a contented cat. Low fluorescent light casting long shadows across workbenches, cluttered with half-finished projects. Wood shavings curl at my feet in perfect spirals, evidence of hours spent trying to sand away thoughts I shouldn't be having. The space heater in the corner rattles its familiar rhythm, fighting against December's bite seeping through the gaps in the building's bones. Layla's bent over the far end of my workbench, sleeves of her thick wool sweater pushed up to her elbows, revealing the graceful line of her forearms. Sawdust clings to her mahogany skin like fairy dust, and there's a smudge of it across her left cheekbone where she must have brushed her face with the back of her hand. Her ebony curls escape their loose knot in defiant spirals, catching the overhead light every time she moves. She's been here for 2 hours. I haven't asked her to leave. Outside, snow falls in lazy spirals under the street lamp, each flake visible for a heartbeat before disappearing into the darkness. But in here, the air's thick with cedar shavings and the lingering sweetness of the hot cocoa I made an hour ago. The thermos sits between us on the workbench like a peace offering neither of us has acknowledged. The rasp of her sandpaper against wood fills the quiet spaces between my own methodical strokes. She works with the same focused intensity she brings to everything else. Precise, deliberate movements that somehow make the simple act of smoothing rough edges look like art. I've been watching her hands. I shouldn't be watching her hands. She leans forward to grab a finer grit sanding block from the rack, and I catch the way her sweater pulls tight across her back, the subtle shift of muscle beneath wool. The movement brings her closer to my side of the bench, close enough that I can smell her shampoo mixing with the sawdust and wood oil. Too close. Not close enough. I set down my own sandpaper and reach for the thermos before I do something stupid. The metal's still warm against my palms, and I pour 2 measures into the mismatched mugs I keep on the shelf above the workbench. Mine's ceramic, chipped at the rim from years of use. Hers is the one Rachel bought me for Christmas 5 years ago, blue enamel with tiny white stars that always made her smile. I shouldn't be giving Layla Rachel's mug, but my hands move without consulting my brain, carrying both cups around the workbench until I'm standing beside her. You look cold. The words come out somewhat rougher than I intended, barely above the heater's mechanical wheeze. I set the starred mug down next to her elbow, careful not to disturb the neat pile of wood shavings she's created. My fingers linger on the metal rim longer than necessary, thumb tracing the smooth edge before I force myself to pull back. She glances up at me, those hazel eyes catching the workshop's amber light. There's a question in her expression, something unspoken that makes my chest painfully tighten. I'm not good at words. Never have been. But this, the cocoa, the quiet companionship, letting her stay when I should have sent her home hours ago. This is me trying. This is me offering what I can without crossing lines I've drawn in permanent marker. The smell of chocolate cuts through cedar and machine oil as steam rises from both mugs. The silence stretches long between us, comfortable and dangerous in equal measure. I move back to my side of the workbench, putting the solid barrier of wood between us, and brace my palms against the surface. My head drops forward, gaze fixed on the grain patterns in the oak beneath my hands. Each ring tells a story of seasons weathered, of growth and patience and time that can't be rushed. I've spent years learning to read wood like this, understanding its weaknesses, its strengths, where it'll bend and where it'll break. I should understand myself half as well. I shouldn't have kissed you last year. The confession breaks free like splinters from green wood, rough-edged, inevitable. My jaw ticks with the effort of keeping my voice steady, of not looking up to see how she's taking this. And I sure as hell shouldn't still want to. The sanding block hits the workbench with a soft thud that echoes louder than it should in the thick air between us. Layla's movements are deliberate, each motion calculated like she's disarming a bomb instead of setting down a tool. The rasping sound dies like a record needle lifting, leaving nothing but the heater's mechanical wheeze and the thunder of my pulse in my ears. She doesn't look away, doesn't blink, doesn't give me an inch of space to retreat into the familiar territory of guilt and self-recrimination I've mapped out like a survival guide. Then stop. 2 words. Quiet as snowfall, but sharp enough to cut through every excuse I've built around this thing between us. They land in the space separating our bodies like a challenge thrown down in the sawdust, one she knows damn well I can't meet. The air snaps taut, humming with electricity I can taste on my tongue. I exhale like it hurts, like she's asking for something I've already lost control over. Because she is. Because the wanting hasn't lessened in the year since I kissed her. It's grown roots, twisted through my ribs, wrapped around my lungs until every breath tastes like cedar, and the memory of her mouth under mine. My hands curl against the workbench, knuckles white against the worn wood. The grain cuts into my palms, but the pain doesn't anchor me the way it should. Nothing anchors me when she looks at me like this, steady, unafraid, like she sees straight through the armor I've spent 8 years building. The workshop goes silent except for the heater's rhythmic ticking, marking seconds that stretch like hours. Outside, snow continues its lazy dance under the street lamp, but in here the world has condensed to this moment, this breath, this choice I've been avoiding for 364 days. It's not just want anymore. It's everything I've been holding back, every conversation I've cut short, every glance I've turned away from, every night I've lain awake thinking about the warmth of her laugh and the way she smells like vanilla and winter air. It's carved into every line of my body, written in the tension of my shoulders and the careful distance I've maintained between us. But she's asking me to stop, and stopping would mean walking away. Stopping would mean never knowing what her skin feels like under my hands, never hearing my name whispered in her voice when she thinks no one's listening. I round the workbench slowly, like a man fighting every step. My boots scuff against the concrete floor, marking time with each deliberate movement. The distance between us shrinks, 3 feet, 2, until I'm standing close enough that the heat from her body mingles with mine. Close enough to smell the cedar on my shirt mixing with her shampoo. Close enough to catch the faint trace of cocoa on my breath when it mingles with hers. Her breath mingles with mine in the narrow space separating our mouths. I should step back. I should apologize. I should do something other than stand here drowning in hazel eyes that see too much. Instead, I brush my thumb across her lower lip, memorizing the softness. My control fractures like ice under pressure, every careful boundary I've maintained for 8 years splintering in the space of a heartbeat. The hand at her cheek slides into the soft curls at the nape of her neck, fingers threading through silk and sawdust as I pull her closer. This time when I kiss her, it's not gentle. It's a year of want compressed into desperate seconds, rough, consuming, like I'm trying to memorize the taste of her before someone comes to their senses. My mouth moves against hers with barely leashed hunger, and when she makes that small sound in the back of her throat, something primal roars to life in my chest. I back her against the workbench until wood presses against her spine, my body caging her in. My free hand finds her waist, fingers splaying wide against the soft wool of her sweater, feeling the heat of her skin through the fabric. She's real, solid, here despite every reason she shouldn't be. The kiss turns desperate, months of restraint burning away like kindling. I can taste the cocoa on her lips, feel the flutter of her pulse where my thumb rests against her throat. She buries her hands in my flannel, pulling instead of pushing, and that small act of acceptance nearly undoes me completely. Christ, Layla. The words scrape out against her lips. She doesn't answer with words. Instead, she leans into me, her forehead finding the hollow of my throat where my pulse hammers against skin. Her breath is warm against my collarbone, and I can feel the subtle tremor running through her frame. whether from cold or something else entirely. I can't tell. The sanding block slides off the workbench, hitting concrete with a dull thud that seems to echo in the sudden quiet. Neither of us moves to retrieve it. The workshop holds its breath around us, even the space heater's mechanical wheeze seeming to soften in deference to this moment. Everything between us has shifted, tipped over. The careful distance I've maintained, the professional courtesy, the guilt-wrapped restraint, all of it lies in pieces at our feet like broken glass. Her fingers uncurl from my shirt, palms flattening against my chest. I can feel my heartbeat thundering under her touch, betraying every emotion I've tried to bury. When she lifts her head to look at me, those hazel eyes hold something I'm afraid to name. Cole. My name on her lips sounds like a question, like a prayer, like the answer to something I didn't know I was asking. The space between us hums with possibility and danger in equal measure. I'm powerless to stop this.
Chapter 19. Layla. We stumbled from the workshop into the office. The door hits the wall with a thud as we stumble through it, Cole's hands already working under my sweater, rough palms skating up my ribs to graze my already aching nipples. The scent of pine resin and something darker, his soap, maybe, or just him, encircles me like a second set of arms. This couch, I pant between kisses, fingers tangled in his flannel, better not be where you take all your business meetings. His teeth graze my lower lip, a sharp counterpoint to the way his thumb strokes circles just under the lace of my bra. Only the most important ones. I laugh into his mouth, the sound dissolving into a gasp as his knee nudges between my thighs. The couch, some overstuffed leather monstrosity that's seen better days, catches us both as we collapse onto it, springs groaning in protest. Cole's hands are everywhere, mapping the curve of my waist, the dip of my spine, like he's memorizing the blueprint of me. I writhe under his touch, nails scraping against the stubble along his jaw. You're so beautiful. His voice is gravel, low and rough against my ear as he yanks my sweater over my head in one impatient motion. Cold air hits my skin, but only for a second before his mouth follows the path his hands took, hot and insistent. I tug his flannel open, buttons scattering across the floor. You're overdressed. You're underdressed. His palm slides up my thigh, teasing and taunting over the rough denim of my jeans. The leather creaks beneath us, the only protest either of us is willing to acknowledge. His belt buckle clinks as I work it free, my fingers fumbling with the sudden, urgent need to feel skin. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
Guess strictly business doesn't apply to this, huh? I tease, my voice still shaky. He huffs out a low laugh, shaking his head. Shut up, Benton. But there's no real bite to it, just that quiet fondness that makes me ache in the best way. Make me, I challenge, my grin widening. His eyes narrow, something dark and delicious flickering in them, and I know I've just reignited the fire. Good. Damn if I'm not looking forward to burning with him again.
Chapter 20. Cole. The morning light filters through the blinds, painting stripes of gold across the bed. She's curled up on her side, one arm tucked under the pillow, the other resting on my chest. My shirt, the one I tossed at her last night because she'd complained about the cold, hangs off her shoulder, exposing the curve of her neck. Her hair's a mess, dark strands tangled and spilling across the pillow, and her lips are slightly parted, soft breaths escaping in a rhythm that's hypnotic. I don't move, don't want to wake her, but I can't stop staring. It's been years, 8 to be exact, since I've woken up like this. Rachel's face flashes in my mind, brief and sharp, but it doesn't hurt like it used to. Not here, not now. Just a quiet ache, a memory that doesn't feel as heavy as it once did. Layla stirs, her nose wrinkling as she shifts against me. Her hand slides up my chest, fingers brushing against the stubble on my jaw. Her eyes flutter open, hazy and half-lidded, and she smirks before she's even fully awake. "Morning, big guy," she murmurs, her voice sleep-rough and husky. "Morning," I answer, my voice low. My hand finds her hip, my thumb tracing small circles against the soft skin there. She stretches lazily, the movement making my shirt ride up, and I catch a brief glimpse of the bruises I left on her thigh last night. She notices me noticing and smirks again. "Stop drooling." She props herself up on one elbow, her hair falling in her face. "What? Never seen a girl in your shirt before?" "Not for a while," I admit, my hand sliding up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. She tilts her head into the touch, her smirk softening into something warmer. She glances around the room, sparse, functional, the kind of space that says I don't plan on having visitors. "Nice place," she says, her tone teasing. "Very bachelor chic, lots of wood, fits the whole lumberjack vibe." I snort, my hand dropping to her waist. "You're a pain in the butt, you know that?" She grins, leaning in closer until her lips are brushing against mine. "You love it." I don't answer. Instead, I kiss her, slow and deep, the kind of kiss that makes her sigh and melt into me. Her fingers tangle in my hair, pulling me closer, and for a moment, it's just this. Just her. Just us. When we break apart, she's smiling again, that same infuriating, irresistible smile. "So," she says, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on my chest, "what's the plan for today? More of this? Or do you actually have to work?" "I have to work," I say, watching her play with the fabric of my shirt. Her nails scrape lightly against my skin, sending a shiver through me. "But I'm the boss. I can be late." Her grin widens. "Good answer." She leans in again, her lips trailing along my jaw. "Because I'm not done with you yet." My hand tightens on her hip, pulling her flush against me. "Don't start something you can't finish, Benton." She laughs, the sound warm and bright in the quiet room. "Oh, I can finish." Her breath ghosts over my ear, her voice dropping to a whisper. "But can you?" I don't answer with words. Instead, I roll her onto her back, my body pressing hers into the mattress. Her laugh turns into a gasp, and then there's no more talking. Just the sound of her breathing, the feel of her skin, and the warmth of the morning light wrapping around us. I kiss her again, deeper this time until she's breathless and laughing against my mouth. Her fingers clutch at my shoulders as I trail kisses down her neck, making her squirm beneath me. "Cole!" she gasps, half laughing, half protesting as I find that spot just below her ear that makes her arch against me. "You're going to be late for work." "Already told you. I'm the boss." I nip at her collarbone and she dissolves into giggles that vibrate through her chest. "Oh my God, you're impossible." She pushes at my shoulders, but there's no real force behind it. "Go make coffee before I forget why I need caffeine." I press one last kiss to her lips, slow and deliberate, before pulling away. The loss of her warmth hits immediately, but the sight of her sprawled across my sheets, hair wild, lips swollen, wearing nothing but my shirt, makes up for it. "Don't move," I tell her, grabbing a pair of jeans from the dresser. "Wasn't planning on it. Your bed's ridiculously comfortable for something that looks like it was built by monks." I pull on the jeans and head toward the kitchen, feeling lighter than I have in years. There's something about her laughter still echoing in the air, the way she fits into my space like she belongs here. My feet feel different on the hardwood, like I'm not just walking through my house, but actually living in it. The coffee maker gurgles to life, and I pull out a carton of eggs from the fridge. "How do you take your eggs?" I call back toward the bedroom. "Scrambled, with cheese if you have it," she calls back, her voice carrying that same teasing lilt. "And don't you dare burn them. I've seen what you consider cooking." "That was one time," I say, cracking eggs into a bowl, and the smoke alarm was being dramatic. Her laugh drifts from the bedroom. "Cole, you set off the smoke alarm making toast." "Toast?" I whisk the eggs, shaking my head. "You're never letting me live that down, are you?" "Not a chance. I'm saving that story for your grandkids." The words hang, casual and light, but they hit me somewhere deep. Our grandkids, like we're something permanent, like this isn't just one morning stolen from reality. I reach for my phone on the counter, planning to check the time, when the screen lights up with notifications, text messages, missed calls, social media alerts. My stomach drops as I swipe through them. The first thing I see is a photo, crystal clear, professionally shot. It's from yesterday's toy drive. Layla's adjusting my fake Santa beard, her face tilted up toward mine, my hands on her waist. The angle makes it look like we're about to kiss. Or maybe just did. The caption underneath makes my blood run cold. Santa plus Layla equals secret couple? Bayhaven's golden boy and carpenter's daughter caught an intimate moment at children's event. Story developing. Damn. I stare at the screen, my blood turning to ice water. More notifications flood in. Comments, shares, local news sites picking up the story. The photograph captures everything. The way I'm looking at her. The tenderness in my hands on her waist. The intimacy that shouldn't exist between us. My thumb scrolls through the comments. Most are harmless speculation, but a few cut deeper. About time someone melted that iceberg. Poor Rachel must be rolling in her grave. Isn't that James Benton's daughter? Awkward. James. Her father. My best friend since we were kids. Teaching me everything I know about building. About honor. About being a man. The same James who's been gradually distancing himself over the past 8 years. Tired of watching me turn into a ghost. The James who used to trust me completely. Who trusted me with his daughter. Cole? Layla's voice carries from the bedroom, bright and curious. Everything okay out there? I smell something burning. I glance down at the pan. The eggs are charcoaled to the bottom, smoke rising in lazy spirals. I turn off the heat and scrape the mess into the garbage disposal, my hands moving on autopilot while my mind races. The phone buzzes again. Another text, this one from my foreman. Boss, you seeing this? Half the crew's asking if they should send congratulations. I shove the phone into a drawer and pull out a fresh pan. Start over. Crack new eggs, my hands steadier than they have any right to be. Cole? Her voice is closer now. I hear bare feet on hardwood, padding toward the kitchen. Did you just commit culinary murder? I focus on whisking the eggs, adding salt and pepper with mechanical precision. First batch got away from me. She appears in the doorway wearing my flannel shirt like a dress, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, her hair's pulled back in a messy knot, a few curls escaping to frame her face. She looks rumpled and satisfied and completely unaware that our world just shifted. You look like you've seen a ghost. She moves to the coffee pot, pouring 2 mugs. Everything all right? I turn back to the stove, scrambling the eggs with more focus than they deserve. Fine, just thinking about work. She snorts, wrapping her arms around my waist from behind. Her cheek presses against my shoulder blade, and I can feel her smile through the fabric of my shirt. Work. Right, because you always look this intense about lumber orders. The warmth of her against my back makes my chest tight. In a few hours, maybe less, her phone will start buzzing. Her friends will call. Her parents will see the photo. No telling what the fallout from that will be. Maybe I should head home soon, she says, her voice muffled against my back. Get cleaned up before Mom and Dad start wondering where I spent the night. I flip the eggs, watching them firm up in the pan. Probably smart. She pulls back, and I feel the absence immediately. When I glance over my shoulder, she's studying me with those sharp hazel eyes that see too much. Don't you dare, Cole. What? Don't you dare do that shutdown thing, where you retreat into your head and leave me standing here wondering what I did wrong. She crosses her arms, her tone light but pointed. Did I snore? Steal the covers? Accidentally call you by my ex's name? The eggs are done. I plate them, adding toast from the toaster that managed not to set off smoke alarms this time. You didn't do anything wrong. The longer she believes that, the better.
Chapter 21. Layla. The morning air bites at my cheeks as I step onto Main Street, but it's nothing compared to the chill I feel when Mrs. Henderson from the flower shop does a double take through her window. Her eyes widen, then narrow, and I watch her mouth form a perfect O before she disappears behind a display of poinsettias. Great. Apparently, I'm the morning entertainment. I pull my coat tighter and keep walking, my boots clicking against the salted sidewalk. The town's already awake. Storefronts glowing warm against the December cold, early shoppers ducking in and out of boutiques. Normal Tuesday morning stuff, except for the way conversations pause when I pass, like someone's hitting a cosmic mute button every few steps. Well, well, comes a voice from behind me. If it isn't our little Christmas star. I turn to find Patricia Lawson from the bank, her smile sharp enough to cut glass. She's got her phone out, not even pretending she's not recording. Morning, Patricia. I keep my voice light, breezy. Lovely day for spreading holiday cheer, don't you think? Her smile falters just a fraction. Oh, I'd say you've been spreading plenty of cheer already. She tilts her phone slightly, and I see a glimpse of the screen. That photo of Cole and me, shared and reshared until it's probably reached every device in a 50-mile radius. My stomach does a little flip, but I keep my chin up. Hope everyone's having fun with it. I know how much this town loves a good story. She huffs and moves on, but not before muttering something about shameless under her breath. 2 blocks down, I duck into Mabel's diner for coffee. The bell chimes my arrival, and the entire place goes quiet. 16 faces turn toward me like sunflowers tracking the sun, except significantly less friendly. Well, hello there, Mrs. Claus, calls out Eddie from booth 3, raising his coffee mug in a mock toast. How's St. Nick treating you? A few people snicker. Someone's phone camera flashes from the corner booth. I walk to the counter where Mabel herself stands, her expression unreadable. She's known me since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, used to slip me extra chocolate chips in my pancakes when Mom wasn't looking. The usual, honey? She asks, her voice carefully neutral. Just coffee to go, thanks. I fish out my wallet, hyper-aware of the whispers starting up behind me like a wave gathering strength. That's some picture making the rounds, Mabel says quietly as she pours. Steam rises between us like a barrier. Town's all worked up about it. So I've noticed. I accept the cup, wrapping my fingers around the warmth. Slow news week, I guess. She doesn't smile. Your daddy seen it yet? My stomach drops, but I keep my voice steady. Dad's been pretty busy with traveling and such. Behind me, someone's phone pings, then another. The whispers get louder, more animated. I catch fragments. 8 years. Poor Rachel. About time. Inappropriate. I turn back toward the door and Eddie raises his mug again. You tell Cole we said congratulations. Man deserves some happiness after all this time. I'll be sure to pass that along, I say, pushing through the door before anyone else can offer commentary on my love life. Outside, the cold hits my face like a slap. I take a sip of coffee and start walking faster, but the feeling follows me. Eyes tracking my movement, phones tilting in my direction, conversations stopping mid-sentence as I pass. It doesn't matter, I tell myself. Small town gossip mill, same as it ever was. They'll find something new to talk about next week, but the weight of their curiosity settles under my skin like silt, making each step feel heavier than the last. By the time I reach the corner of Elm and 3rd, my face aches from holding my smile in place. I stand at the bottom of our porch steps, coffee growing cold as I peer through the front window. The living room glows warm and golden, Christmas tree lights twinkling in the corner, but something about the scene inside makes my chest tighten. Mom and Dad sit at the kitchen table, not eating, not talking, just staring down at something between them. The air feels electric, like the moment before lightning strikes. My feet want to turn around, walk back to town, maybe catch a bus to somewhere with better cell service and worse gossip networks. But that's the coward's way out, and I've never been particularly good at running from fights. I climb the steps, each creak of the old wood announcing my approach. The front door opens before I can reach for the handle. There you are. Mom's voice carries that particular note of forced brightness that means trouble. We were wondering when you'd make it home. She steps aside, and I catch a view of Dad still hunched over the kitchen table. The blue glow from his phone screen illuminates his face from below, casting shadows that make him look older, more tired than I remember. Morning to you too. I shrug out of my coat, hanging it on the hook by the door. Busy morning in town. Lots of enthusiasm about the holiday season. Mom's mouth twitches. I imagine there is. We move toward the kitchen and I get a full view of the crime scene. 2 phones sit side by side on the wooden table, both displaying the same image. Cole and me, caught in what looks like an intimate moment. The photographer captured us at the exact second I adjusted his fake beard, my hands framing his face, his eyes locked on mine with an intensity that makes my stomach flutter even now. Dad's fingers drum against the table surface. 1 tap, 2 taps, pause. Repeat. It's the same rhythm he used to tap when I'd come home past curfew in high school. Coffee's fresh, Mom says, but she doesn't move toward the pot. I set my cup on the counter, buying time. Thanks, but I'm caffeinated enough for 3 people right now. The silence stretches between us like taffy, sweet at first, but quickly becoming impossible to chew. Dad's drumming stops. He looks up, and I see decades of friendship and loyalty and protective instinct swirling in his dark eyes. When he speaks, his voice carries the weight of someone who's thought very carefully about every word. Why are people saying you're mixed up with Cole Hartman? I force my shoulders into what I hope passes for a casual shrug, the kind I used to practice in the mirror, before lying to teachers about homework I'd forgotten. Oh, people in this town need hobbies. The words slide out smooth as silk, but my pulse hammers against my throat like it's trying to escape through my skin. I lean against the counter, gripping the edge to keep my hands steady. Dad's eyes narrow slightly. That same expression he wore when I claimed the dent in his truck bumper happened, mysteriously, during a particularly aggressive hailstorm. Mom shifts in her chair, the wooden legs scraping against the linoleum in a sound that makes my teeth ache. They look at each other then, one of those wordless parental conversations that happen in the space between heartbeats. Mom's eyebrows lift just a fraction. Dad's mouth tightens at the corner. In that single glance, they exchange volumes about my credibility, my track record with truth-telling, and probably my chances of surviving whatever interrogation they're silently planning. The weight of their shared knowledge settles over the kitchen like fog rolling in from the harbor. 27 years of watching me dodge, deflect, and occasionally outright fabricate has apparently made them fluent in my particular brand of evasion. Mom breaks first, her voice carrying that dangerous softness she used when I was just 16 and came home with grass stains on my church dress. People talk, sweetheart. The endearment hits like a paper cut, small, sharp, unexpectedly painful. She's not shouting, not demanding explanations or threatening consequences. She's just disappointed. which somehow feels infinitely worse than anger would. Dad remains silent, but his fingers resume their drumming. 1, 2, pause. 1, 2, pause. The rhythm matches my heartbeat, and I wonder if he can hear it from across the room. People always talk. I push off from the counter, momentum carrying me toward the hallway. Doesn't mean they know what they're talking about. My retreat feels less like a strategic withdrawal and more like a full-scale rout, but I keep my steps measured, casual, like I'm not fleeing the scene of a crime I absolutely committed. Behind me, their voices rise in whispered conference. Words too low to distinguish, but tone unmistakable. Concern. Worry. The particular brand of parental anxiety that comes from watching your child walk toward a cliff while insisting the view is spectacular. I make it to my bedroom door before the fragments reach me clearly. Known Cole since he was not a child anymore, but complicated situation, especially with the door clicks shut, cutting off their conference, but the damage ripples through me anyway. Last night's beautiful disaster has officially invaded my childhood home, settling into the corners like dust I'll never quite manage to sweep clean. Damn you, Cole Hartman, messing up my life again.
Chapter 22. Cole. The invoice blurs before my eyes for the third time in 10 minutes. Numbers that should make perfect sense. Lumber costs, labor hours, material delivery schedules swim across the page like they're written in a foreign language. I set the paper down and rub my temples, trying to massage away the tension that's been building since I woke up to social media chaos. The scent of pine shavings drifts through my office window from the workshop below, usually a comfort, but today it carries the memory of last night. Layla's skin against weathered wood, her laugh echoing off the rafters, the way she traced the scar on my shoulder like she was reading Braille. Focus, Hartman. Work, numbers, things that don't involve hazel eyes and questions I can't answer. I pick up another invoice, roofing materials for the Henderson project. But before I can process the first line, my phone erupts. The ringtone cuts through the morning quiet like a chainsaw, and Mayor Patrick Whitmer's name flashes across the screen. My finger hovers over the decline button. Patrick means complications, and I've got enough of those to stock a hardware store. But ignoring the mayor is like ignoring a splinter. It'll just fester until you deal with it. Hartman. Cole. Just the man I wanted to hear from. Patrick's voice carries that particular brand of forced cheerfulness that politicians perfect sometime between their first campaign and their first scandal. How are you this beautiful morning? I lean back in my chair, the leather creaking under my weight. Cut to the chase, Patrick. What do you want? His laugh bellows through the speaker like breaking glass. Always so direct. I admire that about you, Cole. No beating around the bush. Clock's ticking. Right, well. Papers rustle on his end of the line. I'm calling about Saturday's gala. The Christmas toy drive celebration. We've had some developments I think you'll find interesting. My stomach drops just like a stone through water. I already told Judy to cancel whatever recognition nonsense you planned. Oh, we can't possibly cancel now. Not with all the excitement around town. His voice practically purrs with satisfaction. Have you seen the social media buzz? People are absolutely fascinated by this year's toy drive story. The invoice crumples in my free hand without me realizing I've grabbed it. What story? Oh, don't play coy with me, Cole. That charming photo of you and young Layla Benton has the whole town talking. Bay Haven Christmas Romance is trending on 3 platforms. Can you believe it? My jaw clenches so hard I hear my teeth grind. It's not what people think. Well, of course not. But perception is reality in politics, Hartman. And right now, the perception is that our town's most eligible bachelor has finally found love again. It's like something out of a Hallmark movie. I stand abruptly, the chair rolling backward and hitting the wall with a soft thud. Through my window, I can see Main Street bustling with its usual Tuesday morning activity. But now every face down there feels like a potential photographer, every phone a weapon pointed in my direction. This isn't a publicity stunt, Patrick. Oh, I know that, which makes it even more perfect. He's warming to the theme now, voice rising with enthusiasm. Authentic human interest stories are worth their weight in gold. Do you know we've sold more gala tickets in the past 12 hours than we typically sell in a month? The room suddenly feels too small, walls pressing closer with each word he speaks. I move to the window, pressing my palm against the cool glass. Down below, Mrs. Henderson from the flower shop gestures animatedly to a cluster of women outside the pharmacy. Their heads turn in unison toward my building. People are invested in your happiness, Cole. They want to celebrate your journey from grief to joy. It's inspiring. My grief isn't entertainment. Of course not. But your healing is hope. And hope sells tickets. His tone shifts, becoming more businesslike. We're looking at our biggest fundraising event in years. The toy drive will be fully funded with money left over for next year. Isn't that what matters? My reflection stares back from the window, stubble shadowing my jaw, eyes bloodshot from too little sleep and too much whiskey. Behind that reflection, the town spreads out like a stage set, every building and street corner holding memories of Rachel, of the life we built together before it all went sideways on a rainy April night 8 years ago. I don't do public appearances. You don't have to do anything but show up and let people see you're happy. Bring Layla as your guest, smile for a few photos, accept a plaque recognizing your years of generous support. The mention of Layla's name hits me right in the ribs. I close my eyes, but that just makes it worse. I can see her more clearly in the darkness, feel the weight of her body against mine, hear the way she whispered my name like it was something precious. She's not part of this. Oh, but she is. The whole narrative hinges on both of you being there. Star-crossed lovers reunited at Christmas? The media will eat it up. I've already had 3 calls from regional news stations. My hand tightens on the phone until the plastic creaks. News stations? Channel 8 wants to do a feature story. Something about love blooming again after loss. The healing power of community service. Very tasteful, very uplifting. The walls close in another inch. I can practically feel the camera lenses focusing, the microphones extending, the questions that will pry into every corner of the life I've spent 8 years protecting from exactly this kind of exposure. Absolutely not. Cole, be reasonable. This is bigger than your personal comfort zone. The town needs this. The children need this. Your generous donations have kept this program alive, but publicity like this could attract corporate sponsors, grant money. We could expand services, help more families. His words hit their target. The toy drive was Rachel's favorite charity, the one cause she cared about more than any other. Every December, she'd transform our living room into mission control, coordinating volunteers and sorting donations with the intensity of a military campaign. And every year since her death, I've written the check that keeps her dream alive. 1 appearance, Patrick continues, sensing weakness. 2 hours maximum. You shake hands, accept the plaque, pose for photos. Think of it as an investment in the program's future. I turn away from the window, but there's nowhere to escape to in the small office. Financial statements and project timelines cover every surface, the organized chaos of a business built through 15 years of calculated risks and careful planning. None of that preparation applies to navigating a media circus centered around my personal life. And if I refuse, well, you can't refuse. People are expecting to see you both. The tickets are sold, the caterers are booked, the local press is planning coverage. Disappointing the entire town wouldn't be very neighborly. The threat hovers in the air between us like smoke from a green fire. I set the phone down on my desk and stare at it, half tempted to crush the damn thing under my boot heel. You're blackmailing me. I prefer to think of it as incentivizing community participation. Patrick's chuckle carries the smugness of a man who thinks he holds all the cards. Besides, Cole, it's already too late to back out gracefully. My blood turns to ice water. What do you mean? Well, the donor information sort of Slipped out during this morning's planning committee meeting. You know how these things go. Someone mentions your generous annual contribution. Someone else connects it to your obvious affection for Layla, and before you know it, the whole story writes itself. The crumpled invoice falls from my hand to the floor. You leaked my private donations? Leaked is such an ugly word. Let's say the information became public in service of the greater good. Papers shuffle on his end, the sound grating against my eardrums like fingernails on concrete. The point is, everyone now knows you're Bay Haven's Christmas guardian angel. Have been for years, apparently. I close my eyes, but the damage is already spreading through my mind like cracks in glass. 8 years of anonymous giving. 8 years of honoring Rachel's memory without turning it into a spectacle. Destroyed in one phone call from a politician who sees human emotion as campaign material. You had no right. I had every right. This is a public event funded by public donations. Transparency is important, Cole. People deserve to know where their Christmas magic comes from. Christmas magic. As if Rachel's death was just set decoration in some feel-good holiday movie. As if my guilt and grief were marketing opportunities waiting to be exploited. Everyone knows, I repeat, the reality settling into my bones like cold. Everyone knows and everyone's talking about it. The grocery store, the post office, the coffee shop. You're the hero of every conversation in town. Cole Hartman Saved Christmas is practically the official town motto today. I move to the window again, but this time the view below looks different. The cluster of women outside the pharmacy aren't just gossiping. They're discussing me. Mrs. Henderson's animated gestures aren't random conversation. They're about my business, my private life, my reasons for writing those checks year after year. The weight of their attention presses against the glass like a physical force. If you don't show up Saturday night, what message does that send? Patrick's voice takes on the practiced cadence of a campaign speech. That you're ashamed of helping children. That you don't want to be associated with the community you've been supporting. The optics are terrible, Cole. I don't give a damn about optics. Maybe not. But you should care about your business. Word travels fast in small towns, and right now the word is that Cole Hartman is Bay Haven's biggest heart, wrapped in the gruffest exterior. But if you snub the town that's trying to honor you... The unspoken threat hangs between us like a blade. In a place this small, reputation isn't just currency. It's survival. Hartman Timber Works depends on local contracts, word-of-mouth recommendations, the trust built over 15 years of honest work and fair dealing. All of which could evaporate faster than morning frost if the town decides I'm an ungrateful bastard who takes their admiration and throws it back in their faces.
Chapter 23. Layla. The workshop door gives a soft groan as I push it open, the sound swallowed by the steady hum of the space heater in the corner. The scent of cedar and varnish welcomes me like a familiar embrace. But something feels off about the rhythm of this place tonight. Cole stands at his workbench with his back to me, shoulders rigid beneath a shirt that's seen better decades. The overhead light casts harsh shadows across the workspace, highlighting the careful precision of tools arranged just so, the neat stacks of lumber sorted by grade and species. What doesn't fit is the way he's moving. I've watched my father work wood for 27 years. I know the difference between purposeful motion and restless energy, burning itself out on whatever's within reach. Cole picks up a piece of pine that's already been planed smooth, runs it through the electric sander for the third time since I've been standing here, then sets it aside and reaches for another board that doesn't need touching. His movements have the jerky quality of a man trying to outrun his own thoughts. You know that board's going to file a complaint with the union if you sand it anymore. His shoulders tense, but he doesn't turn around. Instead, he moves the same piece of maple from the left side of his bench to the right, then back again, like he's playing the world's most boring shell game. Shop's closed. Good thing I'm not here to shop. I step deeper into the workshop, weaving between the carefully organized chaos of half-finished projects and precision tools. I'm here to witness whatever existential crisis you're having with that innocent piece of lumber. The sander whirs to life again, drowning out any response he might have offered. I wait, leaning against a sawhorse with my arms crossed, watching him work the same smooth surface with the dedication of a monk contemplating enlightenment. When he finally switches off the machine, the silence feels heavier than the noise. Shouldn't you be somewhere else? His voice carries the rough edge of a man who's been grinding his teeth for hours. Home, maybe. Away from whatever this is supposed to be. I study the rigid line of his spine, the way his hands grip the sander like it's anchoring him to earth. 24 hours ago, those same hands traced patterns between my thighs with reverent holiness. Now he won't even look in my direction. You're embarrassed. The statement cuts through the workshop's ambient hum like a blade through soft wood. Cole's hands still on the workbench, his knuckles going white against the tool handle, but he doesn't turn around. I'm working. You're hiding. I push off from the sawhorse and move closer, my boots clicking against the concrete floor. There's a difference. I'm protecting you. The words come out flat, mechanical, like he's reading them off a blueprint. His hands continue their restless dance across the workbench, moving tools that don't need moving, straightening edges that are already perfect. From the gossip, from people making assumptions, the lie sits between us like sawdust in the air, visible, irritating, impossible to ignore. Protecting me. I taste the words, find them bitter. Right, because God forbid anyone in this town thinks Layla Benton might be worth more than whispered speculation. His shoulders bunch tighter, the fabric of his shirt straining across muscle that's gone rigid with tension. He picks up a chisel, examines its edge with the intensity of a surgeon studying a scalpel, then sets it down exactly where it was before. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean, Cole? I step closer. Close enough that the heat from his body mingles with the warmth radiating from the space heater. Close enough to catch the faint scent of cedar and something darker. The kind of exhaustion that comes from fighting yourself and losing. It sounds like you're ashamed of what happened between us. His hands pause their nervous choreography. For a heartbeat, the workshop goes completely still, except for the steady hum of fluorescent lights overhead. I'm protecting you from me. The admission comes out rough, scraped raw. From this mess I've made of everything. What mess? My voice cracks, not from fear but from the sheer audacity of what I'm about to say. From people seeing what's already there. From acknowledging that maybe, just maybe, what we have is worth more than your guilt and my father's potential disapproval. The words hang in the air like smoke, visible and dangerous. I watch his profile, the way his jaw works, like he's chewing on responses he can't quite swallow. His hands have gone completely still now, palms flat against the workbench, supporting his weight as if the conversation has made gravity twice as heavy. You don't really know what you're asking. Try me. I move another step closer, and now I can see the fine lines around his eyes, the way his mouth has gone tight with something that looks suspiciously like panic. I'm a grown woman, Cole. I can handle whatever truth you think you're protecting me from. The silence stretches, taut as a bowstring. Then, with deliberate precision, he sets the sanding block down on the workbench. The small sound echoes in the workshop, like a door closing or opening. Cole's hands remain flat against the workbench, knuckles gone white with the effort of holding himself still. His breathing sounds deliberate, controlled, the kind of measured inhale-exhale that comes from fighting internal wars. But he doesn't speak. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting harsh shadows that make the familiar workshop feel foreign. Sawdust motes drift through the air like tiny accusations, settling on surfaces that have been swept clean too many times tonight. The space heater clicks on with a mechanical wheeze, but the warmth doesn't reach the cold spreading through my chest. His silence isn't neutral. It's a choice wrapped in cowardice, delivered with no emotion. Every second that ticks by without words feels like splinters working their way under my skin, sharp and persistent and impossible to ignore. I watch his profile, the way his jaw works around sentences he won't say, the way his gray-blue eyes focus on the wood grain, like it holds answers to questions he's too afraid to ask. 24 hours ago, those same eyes looked at me like I was something precious he'd discovered in the rubble of his careful isolation. Now he can't even meet my gaze. The workshop's ambient sounds, the hum of lights, the tick of cooling metal, the distant whisper of wind against the building, fill the space where his voice should be. Each non-response lands like a small betrayal, accumulating weight until the air feels thick enough to choke on. Right. The word comes out flatter than I intended, carrying none of the fire that's been burning in my chest for the past hour. It lands in the silence between us like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples through the charged atmosphere. Your silence is remarkably eloquent, Cole. Really drives the point home. He flinches like I've struck him, shoulders pulling inward in a gesture that might look protective if I didn't know better. The movement is subtle but unmistakable, a physical retreat that mirrors the emotional distance he's been building since the moment I walked through that door. His hands, which just yesterday traced patterns of reverence across my skin, now grip the edge of his workbench, like it is the only thing anchoring him to solid ground. But his mouth remains a tight line, sealed against whatever truth he thinks might damage us both. The hurt crystallizes into something sharper, more manageable. Anger I can work with. It has clean lines and clear objectives. Disappointment has edges I can grip, surfaces I can push against. The messy, vulnerable hope that brought me here transforms into something harder, more defensive. At least rage doesn't leave me exposed like this, standing in the middle of his workshop like some lovesick fool waiting for scraps of affection. I exhale sharply, feeling my shoulders stiffen as every warm feeling from last night hardens into armor. The memory of his whispered confessions, the way he held me like I was something precious he'd been afraid to touch, all of it calcifies into evidence of my own foolishness. The workshop suddenly feels smaller, the walls pressing in with the weight of everything he won't say, every admission he's swallowing back down. Then that's your choice, Cole. My voice carries the crisp authority of someone cutting their losses before the bleeding gets worse, the tone I perfected in corporate boardrooms when deals went south. But don't pretend it's mine. The words taste bitter on my tongue, but they're necessary armor against the way he's looking at me now. Like he wants to speak, but can't find the courage to open his mouth. Like he's drowning in his own silence and expecting me to throw him a lifeline he refuses to grab. I turn toward the door, my boots echoing against concrete that sounds hollow now, empty of the warmth that filled this space just yesterday. Each step feels deliberate, final. The sound of someone walking away from a conversation that was over before it began. Behind me, I hear the soft scrape of his palms against wood, the whisper of sandpaper across grain, but no words follow, not even my name. The door handle feels cold under my fingers as I pull it open, letting December air rush into the workshop like a judgment. The contrast makes the space behind me feel smaller, more isolated, exactly the way Cole seems to prefer it. Exactly the sanctuary he's chosen over whatever we could have built together. You want silence, buddy? You've got it.
Chapter 24. Cole. The Bayhaven Grange Hall smells like 50 years of potluck dinners and good intentions. I check my watch for the third time in 10 minutes, wondering how I let myself get talked into this pre-gala committee dinner when I could be home with a whiskey and blessed silence. The long wooden table stretches across the center of the room, flanked by mismatched chairs that have seen better decades. String lights droop from the rafters like forgotten Christmas decorations, casting warm pools of light across checkered tablecloths that probably predate my business license. The whole scene has the forced cheer of a family reunion nobody really wants to attend. I slide into a chair near the far end, hoping to blend into the background. From here, I can see the kitchen doors where volunteers shuttle in and out with covered dishes that smell like comfort food and community spirit. The familiar ache in my chest tightens. Rachel loved these kinds of gatherings, always the first to volunteer, last to leave. Cole Hartman, as I live and breathe. Margaret Winters descends on me like a hurricane in pearls, her voice carrying enough enthusiasm to power the string lights overhead. She's been the unofficial social coordinator of Bay Haven since before I was born, and retirement hasn't slowed her down one bit. Margaret. I nod, already calculating escape routes as I try to dodge nauseating perfume. Now don't you go hiding in that corner like some wounded bear. We're all friends here. She gestures toward the growing crowd of committee members, their voices creating a warm buzz of conversation. Besides, we need to discuss the final arrangements for tomorrow night's gala. Your contribution has made this our most successful toy drive yet. The kitchen doors swing open, and my stomach drops like a rock through deep water. Layla walks in, hair twisted up in some kind of elegant knot that makes her neck look impossibly graceful. She's wearing a dark blue sweater that hugs her curves and makes her skin glow under the string lights. For a split second, her eyes scan the room with casual confidence, until they land on me. The color drains from her face like someone pulled a plug. Her steps falter, just for a heartbeat, before that stubborn Benton spine straightens, and she continues into the room like nothing happened. But I catch the way her hands tighten around her purse strap, the slight hitch in her breathing. Layla, honey! Margaret waves her over with the enthusiasm of a traffic controller. Come sit with us. We were just talking about seating arrangements for tomorrow. I watch Layla's gaze dart around the table, taking inventory of available chairs. There are exactly 2 empty seats, one next to me, and one directly across from where James Benton sits, his silver beard catching the light as he talks quietly with Tom Morrison about lumber prices. Her father hasn't looked up yet, hasn't seen me, doesn't know his daughter and his former best friend are about to be trapped at the same table like some cosmic joke. Layla's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. She chooses the chair across from her father, putting the width of the table between us, but creating a different kind of problem entirely. Now James is directly in my line of sight, and I'm directly in his. When he finally glances up from his conversation, his expression goes carefully blank. The easy smile he'd been wearing for Tom evaporates like steam off hot coffee. His weathered hands pause around his water glass, knuckles going white. Cole. The single word carries years of distance, disappointment, and something that might just be regret. James. Margaret claps her hands together, oblivious to the sudden chill that settled over our end of the table. Oh, this is perfect. Just like old times having you two together again. Remember when you used to build those amazing haunted houses for the Halloween festivals? Layla, you were probably too young to remember, but your father and Cole here were quite the team. Layla's fork pauses halfway to her mouth. Her eyes flick between James and me, reading the tension like blueprints she studied before. I remember, she says quietly. The silence stretches like a wire pulled too tight. James cuts his pot roast as if his life depends on it, each movement deliberate and controlled. I focus on my own plate, tasting nothing, while Margaret continues chattering about seating charts and centerpieces, completely unaware she's orchestrated the most uncomfortable dinner in Bay Haven history. Tom Morrison leans back in his chair, a nostalgic grin spreading across his weathered face as he reaches for his coffee cup. The man's been telling the same stories for 30 years, but somehow they never get old. You know what I was thinking about earlier? That summer you two rebuilt the gazebo. He gestures between James and me with his fork, green bean dangling precariously. What was that? 15 years ago? 16? 17, James says quietly, not looking up from his plate. Right. Hurricane Diane had torn the old one to splinters, and the town council was ready to just leave the square empty. But you two, Tom chuckles, shaking his head. You showed up with a truck full of cedar and wouldn't take no for an answer. Margaret clasps her hands together. Oh, I remember. You worked through that heat wave in July. Poor Rachel was bringing you ice water every hour. The mention of my wife's name hits like ice in my chest. I force myself to keep chewing, though the pot roast might as well be sawdust. She kept saying you'd both pass out from stubborn pride before you'd ask for help, Tom continues, warming to his theme. The table has gone quiet, everyone leaning in like we're gathered around a campfire. But that gazebo turned out beautiful. Still standing strong, isn't it? Strongest structure in the square, James admits, and for just a moment something flickers across his face that looks almost like pride. The two of you could build anything, Margaret sighs wistfully. Like watching poetry in motion, all that hammering and measuring and arguing about angles. A few chuckles ripple around the table. Even Layla's mouth quirks slightly, though she's still watching this unfold like she's bracing for impact. Of course, Cole was always the detail man, Tom adds, pointing his fork in my direction. James had the vision, but Cole made sure every joint was perfect. Match made in heaven, those two. They were like family back then, adds Susan Peters from down the table, her voice warm with reminiscence. Wasn't a weekend that went by without seeing them at each other's houses. Rachel used to joke that she'd married into a bromance. The words land like a sledgehammer in dead silence. Forks scrape against plates with the sound of fingernails on chalkboard. Someone's water glass meets the table too hard. Margaret's smile falters as she realizes the landmine she stepped into, her eyes darting between James and me like she's watching a tennis match in slow motion. James finally looks up from his plate, meeting my gaze across the checkered tablecloth. His gray eyes carry the weight of every funeral I missed, every phone call that went unanswered, every time he reached out and I pulled away. 8 years of silence stretch between us like a chasm too wide to bridge. My jaw ticks once, twice, the muscle jumping under skin that feels too tight. Layla's breathing has gone shallow. I can see her in my peripheral vision, hands gripping her napkin to keep her grounded. She feels it too, the storm rolling in, pressure dropping, the air crackling with electricity before the lightning strikes. My chair scrapes against the hardwood floor with the sound of surrender. The conversation dies like someone cut a wire, every face turning toward me as I stand. My napkin falls to the table, landing next to a plate of food I can't taste anymore. Early morning tomorrow. Excuse me. The words come out rougher than I intend, carrying none of the casual dismissal I'm aiming for. Everyone at this table knows I could run my business in my sleep, know that 5 a.m. starts are nothing new for me. They also know nonsense when they hear it. Margaret's mouth opens like she wants to protest, probably launch into some speech about community spirit and staying for dessert. But something in my expression stops her cold. The woman who can talk paint off a barn goes silent. Cole, Tom starts, confusion creasing his weathered face. Thanks for dinner. I don't look at James. Can't. 8 years of careful distance, and one dinner conversation threatens to crack the dam I've built around all that history. The weight of his disappointment presses against my shoulders like a load of lumber I can't carry. But Layla, I can feel her eyes on me like heat from a forge. When I finally glance her way, her face has gone carefully blank, the kind of neutral expression that takes effort to maintain. Her fingers twist the napkin in her lap, knuckles white against the blue fabric. The guilt hits like a sledgehammer right in the chest. She's trapped here now, caught between her father's wounded silence and the mess I'm leaving behind. Has to sit through the rest of this dinner, field the awkward questions, pretend she doesn't know exactly why I'm running. Drive safe, she says quietly, and there's something in her tone that cuts deeper than any accusation could. Not anger, understanding, like she sees right through the excuse to the coward underneath. I nod once, sharp and quick, then turn toward the door before anyone else can try to salvage this disaster. My boots echo against the floor, each step feeling like retreat. The December air hits my face when I push through the exit, cold enough to sting but not enough to numb the burn in my chest. Behind me, the silence stretches like a held breath. No scrape of chairs, no resumption of conversation, No attempt to smooth over the crater I just left in the middle of their nice community dinner. James doesn't say a word. Doesn't need to. The silence that follows my exit speaks louder than any lecture about loyalty or friendship, or the man I used to be before grief hollowed me out. It's the sound of a door closing, a bridge burning, a friendship that died 8 years ago finally getting buried. And Layla sits in the middle of it all, watching the fallout settle like ash.
Chapter 25. Layla. The winter light filtering through my bedroom curtains has the quality of everything wrong, pale, thin, offering no warmth. I've been staring at the ceiling for an hour, counting the cracks in the plaster like rosary beads, each one a reminder that Cole Hartman walked out of that dinner 2 nights ago and hasn't looked back. My phone sits silent on the nightstand. No texts, no calls. Not even the courtesy of an explanation for why he bolted like the building was on fire. The thinking, reasoning part of my brain knows he was rattled by sitting across from Dad, knows the weight of their broken friendship pressed on him like a thumb on a bruise. But the rest of me, the part that remembers his hands on my skin, his mouth against mine, burns with something sharper than understanding. Pride, maybe, or just the cold ache of being disposable. I roll out of bed and into the shower, letting the hot water scald away the hollow feeling in my chest. Today's the final push before tomorrow night's event, which means I need to show up at the community center with my game face on. Can't let the volunteer committee see me unraveling over a man who treats emotional connection like a communicable disease. The community center hums with the controlled chaos of event prep when I push through the double doors an hour later. Volunteers swarm around tables loaded with centerpieces, their voices mixing with the sound of tape dispensers and the occasional crash of something falling over. Christmas music pipes through the overhead speakers, all jingle bells and obnoxious cheer. Layla! Margaret Winters descends on me like a caffeinated peacock, clipboard clutched to her chest. Thank goodness you're here. The caterers need the final head count. The DJ wants to know about power outlets. And someone moved all the auction items without updating the display chart. I paced on my brightest smile, the one that served me well through client meetings and family dinners and every other situation requiring performance over authenticity. Crisis management is my specialty. Let me see the clipboard. Margaret hands it over with visible relief, and I scan the to-do list while walking deeper into the chaos. My boots click against the linoleum floor, each step a declaration that I belong here, that I'm exactly where I need to be, that I'm definitely not thinking about gray-blue eyes and the sound of work boots retreating across hardwood. Layla Benton, you're a sight for sore eyes. Tom Morrison emerges from behind a tower of wrapped gifts, his weathered face creased with genuine warmth. Tom, please tell me you're here to help and not to supervise. Both, if I'm honest. My wife threatened to donate my fishing gear if I didn't make myself useful. He chuckles. Then his expression grows more serious. Listen, about the other night. Water under the bridge. The words come out sharper than I intend, and I soften them with another smile. Ancient history, right? Besides, we've got a gala to pull off. Tom studies my face with the careful attention of someone who's raised 3 daughters and knows when deflection is being served up as truth. But he doesn't push, just nods and gestures toward the gift table. Well then, where do you want me to start? I'm halfway through explaining the silent auction layout when I catch the whispers. They drift over from the registration table where 3 women huddle together, their voices pitched just low enough to seem discreet, while ensuring everyone within 20 feet can hear every word. Saw her leaving his workshop the other morning. Wonder what her father thinks. Heat crawls across my neck like ivy, but I keep my voice steady when I turn back to Tom. Gift table organization, color-coded tags for bid ranges. Think you can handle that level of complexity? I've been organizing tackle boxes longer than you've been alive, sweetheart. I think I can manage. The endearment carries no condescension, just the easy affection of someone who watched me grow up. It shouldn't make my throat tight, but somehow it does. Maybe because it reminds me that not everyone in this town thinks I'm the subject of scandal worth dissecting over coffee and good intentions. I move through the rest of the morning like I'm conducting an orchestra, assigning tasks and solving problems with the kind of efficiency that makes people think I've got everything under control. When the centerpiece coordinator panics about ribbon shortages, I MacGyver a solution with leftover garland. When the sound system starts crackling, I sweet-talk the ancient equipment into compliance. You're like a one-woman event planning army, laughs Sarah Champlin, one of the newer volunteers who moved to Bayhaven last spring. Do you do this professionally? Graphic design, actually. But crisis management translates across industries. Well, you should consider a career change. This is impressive. The compliment sits warm in my chest, and for a few minutes, I almost forget about the whispers that follow me from station to station, like a particularly persistent shadow. Almost forget about the way my phone stays stubbornly silent in my back pocket. By 2 o'clock, the fluorescent lights have transformed from background noise into a full orchestra of irritation. They buzz with the persistence of mosquitoes, each flicker a tiny assault on my already frayed nerves. I'm reorganizing the same stack of donation forms for the third time when Margaret approaches, her expression painted with that particular brand of fake concern that precedes invasive questions. Layla, honey, I was wondering, have you heard from Cole today about the final setup for tomorrow? My fingers pause on the papers. The buzzing overhead seems to grow louder, pressing against my skull like a physical weight. No, I'm sure he'll handle whatever needs handling. Oh, of course. It's just that usually he's here by now, and with all the... She gestures vaguely, the motion encompassing everything from the gossip to the uncomfortable dinner to the cosmic unfairness of small-town life. Well, you know how people talk. The smile I manufacture could power the entire Christmas light display. Margaret, if I worried about what people in this town talked about, I'd never get out of bed. Now, did you need something specific, or can I get back to ensuring tomorrow night doesn't turn into a complete disaster? She retreats with wounded dignity, but not before shooting me the kind of look that says she'll be discussing this conversation at book club for the next month. The fluorescent lights continue their relentless humming, and I seriously consider which tool from the supply closet would be most effective for destroying them. You look like you're planning someone's demise. I turn to find a young woman standing near the gift tables, 2 kids tucked close to her sides like bookends. She's maybe 25, with tired eyes and that particular brand of careful composure that comes from juggling too much with too little. Her jacket's seen better years, and she clutches a crumpled piece of paper like a lifeline. Just the lighting system, nothing personal. I set down my clipboard and walk over. Are you here for the early pickup? Yeah, She glances around the bustling room, her shoulders tensing. I called yesterday about getting some things early. For my kids. I work tomorrow night, so I can't make the actual event. The defensiveness in her voice breaks something loose in my chest. I recognize that tone, the one that expects judgment, prepares for it, armor-plated with pride that's wearing thin. Absolutely. What are we looking for? She unfolds the paper with careful precision, and I see the list written in pencil, some words crossed out and rewritten. Ages, interests, clothing sizes, everything mapped out with the methodical attention of someone who can't afford mistakes. My daughter Emma's 8, and my son Tyler's 5. They Emma likes art stuff, and Tyler's into anything with wheels. I kneel down in front of the gift table, bringing myself to eye level with the kids. Emma peers at me from behind her mother's arm, dark hair escaping from a ponytail, while Tyler clutches a small toy car that's missing 2 wheels. Art stuff and wheels, I think we can definitely work with that. I start pulling wrapped packages from the organized chaos, checking age tags and descriptions. You know, I used to be obsessed with art supplies when I was your age, Emma. Drove my parents crazy because I kept trying to improve the wallpaper with crayons. Emma's mouth quirks up at the corner. Tyler, that's a pretty impressive car you've got there. Does it still drive okay with just 2 wheels? He nods solemnly. It's a hover car now. Brilliant engineering solution. I locate a package marked for his age range and hold it up. Think this might contain something that could join the hover car fleet? His eyes widen with the particular brand of hope that belongs exclusively to 5-year-olds on the verge of Christmas magic. The mother's laugh escapes before she can stop it. Real and unguarded, transforming her entire face. I spend the next 20 minutes assembling what amounts to Christmas morning in miniature. Art supplies for Emma that include sketch pads and colored pencils still sharp in their packaging. Building blocks for Tyler that promise hours of architectural mayhem. The mother's name is Jessica, and she works double shifts at the diner off Route 9, saving every spare dollar for moments exactly like this one. You don't know what this means, Jessica says, when I stack the final package in her arms, her voice thick with something that might be tears if we were in a different place, a different moment. I know exactly what it means. The words surprised me with their certainty. That's why we do this. Emma tugs on my sweater before they leave, her small voice barely audible above the volunteer chatter. Are you an angel? Nope. Just someone who remembers what it felt like to be 8 and believe in magic. She nods with the gravity of someone filing away important information, then follows her mother toward the exit. Tyler waves goodbye with his good hand, the broken toy car clutched in the other, and I watch them disappear into the gray afternoon light, filtering through the community center's glass doors. The buzz of conversations around me shifts back into focus. Someone arguing about table arrangements. Margaret's voice rising above the rest as she coordinates volunteer schedules for tomorrow night. But the weight pressing against my chest has lifted, replaced by something I'd forgotten I possessed. Purpose. Real, uncomplicated, necessary purpose. This is why I came back. Not for Cole Hartman's complicated grief or small-town romance, or the chance to rewrite history with better dialogue. I came back because Chicago had turned me into a stranger to myself, polished smooth by ambition and compromise, until I couldn't remember what I actually stood for beyond climbing the next rung. Here, in this fluorescent-lit chaos of Christmas preparation, my hands still warm from stacking gifts for kids who need them. This is what I stand for. Connection, service, the radical act of showing up when it matters. That was beautifully done. Tom Morrison appears beside me, his voice pitched low enough that it doesn't carry beyond our small pocket of space. He's been watching, I realize, not hovering but present in the way of people who understand that some moments require witness. Just doing the job. No, you were doing the calling. There's a difference. The distinction settles into my bones like recognition. The calling. Yes. That's exactly what this feels like. Not obligation or guilt or the need to prove anything to anyone, but the simple clarity of being exactly where I belong, doing exactly what needs doing. I exhale breath, and with it goes the last residue of this morning's humiliation. The whispers at the registration table, Margaret's pointed questions, even Cole's silence, none of it diminishes what just happened with Jessica and her kids. None of it changes the fact that I'm capable of creating something meaningful, independent of anyone else's approval or participation. Tom, can you handle the gift organization without me for a bit? I want to double-check the catering setup. Done deal, honey. I grab my clipboard and head toward the kitchen area, my steps lighter than they've been all day. Let them whisper. Let them speculate about my love life and my choices, and whether I'm making a fool of myself over a man who treats emotional availability like a contact sport. I know who I am now, roots and all.
Chapter 26. Coal. The warehouse sits in darkness like a cathedral of commerce, rows of shelving stretching toward the ceiling and disappearing into shadow. Fluorescent lights hang silent overhead, leaving only the amber glow from the street lamp outside to paint geometric patterns across the concrete floor. I move between the aisles by memory, checking tomorrow's final delivery loads one more time because sleep remains as elusive as everything else I've been avoiding. Cardboard boxes tower around me, each one labeled with careful precision. Ages, quantities, destinations. The organization soothes something in my chest that's been clawing at the walls for days. Here, surrounded by order and purpose, I can almost convince myself that structure matters more than the chaos Layla Benton brings wherever she goes. The loading dock door stands slightly ajar, winter air seeping through the gap and carrying the scent of snow that hasn't fallen yet. I should close it, but the cold feels appropriate somehow. Penance for the way I left things, for the silence I've maintained while she transforms the community center into something that looks suspiciously like hope. My breath fogs in the chill as I double-check inventory lists that don't need checking. The numbers blur together. 47 bicycles, 83 dolls, 216 books. But the ritual of verification keeps my hands busy while my mind churns through everything I should have said and all the reasons I couldn't say it. The soft squeak of hinges announces company before I see her. Layla pushes through the main entrance, her silhouette unmistakable even in the half-light. She moves with grace purpose between the shelving units, boots clicking against concrete, and I realize she's been looking for me. You know, most people lock their doors when they want to avoid conversation. Her voice carries across the empty space with the kind of clarity that makes hiding impossible. I straighten, setting down the clipboard that's become a prop more than a tool. Building's not locked. Neither is your house, but you weren't there either. She steps into the circle of streetlight filtering through the loading dock, and I catch the glint of determination in her eyes. Took me 3 tries to find you. Should have stopped at 2. Should have, could have, didn't. She crosses her arms, the motion drawing attention to the way her soft shirt hugs curves I've memorized, despite every attempt at forgetting. We need to talk. Nothing to discuss. The lie tastes like sawdust in my mouth, but I've been feeding myself sawdust for years. What's one more serving? Right. Nothing at all. She takes another step closer, near enough that I catch the smallest scent of her perfume mixing with the warehouse's smell of cardboard and possibility. Just 2 adults who can't be in the same room without the air catching fire, but sure. Nothing. Heat crawls up my neck despite the cold seeping through the loading dock. She's standing too close now, and I can see the small scar above her left eyebrow from when she fell off her bike at 12, close enough that my hands itch to reach for her. Layla, you can't pretend you don't want this. The words strip away every carefully constructed defense I've built since that night in my workshop. Her eyes hold mine, unflinching, and I see reflected there every moment of weakness I've tried to bury. The way I kissed her like a drowning man finding air. The way I touched her like prayer and blasphemy rolled into one desperate act. What I want doesn't matter. Nonsense. The profanity sounds wrong in her voice, too sharp for someone who turns conflict into art. What you want is the only thing that matters. Everything else is just noise you're choosing to listen to. She moves closer still, and I'm trapped between warehouse shelving and the gravitational pull of a woman who refuses to let me disappear into the comfortable numbness I've perfected. You think I don't know about guilt? Her voice drops, intimate in the cathedral space around us. My breath catches. You shouldn't feel this way about my father's best friend? Want someone who's been widowed? Risk everything for the chance that what happened between us wasn't just grief and loneliness colliding in the dark? Each question lands like a hammer blow, and I realize she's thought about this as much as I have, dissected every angle with the same obsessive precision I've applied to avoiding her. All of the above, Well, I do. She reaches up, her palm finding my cheek with the kind of tenderness that unmakes everything I've told myself about keeping distance. I feel all of it, Cole. Every messy, complicated, impossible piece. You don't know what I'll ruin, I growl, my voice low and strained, but Layla doesn't flinch. She steps closer, her hands landing on my chest, stubborn and unyielding. I'm not afraid of you ruining me, Cole. I'm afraid of you ruining us by running. Again. Her words cut through the air, sharp and precise, and I feel the weight of them like a punch right in the gut. I push away from the shelves, my hands gripping her shoulders, fingers digging into the fabric of her sweater. You think I don't know how much I could hurt you? How much I could hurt everyone? She tilts her head up, defiance blazing in her eyes. Then stop hurting yourself first. Her words ignite something raw and untamed in me, and before I can think, my mouth crashes into hers. It's not soft or gentle. It's a battle, a clash of lips and teeth and need. Her hands yank at my shirt, pulling me closer, and I can't stop myself. I bite her lower lip, hard enough to make her gasp, and she retaliates with a sharp tug on my hair. You're impossible, I mutter against her mouth, but she just laughs, a low, breathless sound that only fuels the fire between us. And you keep coming back for it, she shoots back, her hands already working to unbutton my shirt. I don't wait for her to finish. I yank her sweater over her head, tossing it somewhere into the darkness of the warehouse. Her bra follows, and then my shirt hits the floor. Her skin glows in the faint light, and I can't resist sinking my teeth into the curve of her shoulder, marking her as mine. She hisses, her nails digging into my back in retaliation, and then she's pushing me down onto the cold concrete floor.
Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at BWWM
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
You'll find it waiting for you at BWWM. I watch her, though I shouldn't. Her fingers fumble with the buttons on her jeans, and for a split second, I want to stop her, to tell her to slow down, to stay. But I don't. Instead, I reach for my belt, buckling it with hands that feel like they belong to someone else. Layla steps into her boots, not bothering to lace them up. She finally looks at me, her hazel eyes sharp, unyielding. You'll always run, won't you? Her voice is low, but it cuts through the quiet like a blade. Now it's my turn. The words land hard, and I feel them like a punch to the gut. Layla. I start, but she's already turning away, her curls swinging behind her like a shield. I reach for her, my hand brushing her arm, but she jerks away, her skin hot under my fingers. Don't, she says, her voice cracking. She doesn't look back. I watch her walk away, her boots clicking against the concrete floor, the sound echoing in the empty warehouse. The loading dock door creaks as she pushes it open, and the cold winter air rushes in, biting at my skin. She steps into the night, her silhouette framed by the orange glow of the street lamp. And then she's gone. The door swings shut behind her, and the silence swallows me whole. I stand there, frozen, my hands still outstretched like I might still catch her. But she's already gone, and I'm left with the hollow ache of her absence and the bitter taste of my own regrets.
Chapter 27. Layla. The buzzing starts before my eyes open, a relentless vibration against the nightstand that pulls me from the dreamless sleep I'd finally managed. My phone screen blazes like a beacon in the pre-dawn darkness, notifications cascading down faster than I can read them. Missed calls from Mel. 3 from people I hardly know. Text messages from numbers I don't recognize. My stomach drops before I'm fully awake, that sick intuition that comes when your world tilts sideways without warning. I swipe at the screen with trembling fingers, squinting at the chaos. The first message from Melanie stops my heart. Girl, please tell me you've seen this. The link opens to Bay Haven Buzz, the town's gossip blog that usually traffics in softball scores and bake sale drama. But there, staring back at me in full color, is the photo from the children's event. Me adjusting Cole's Santa beard, his eyes locked on mine, my face tilted up toward his. The photographer caught us at the exact moment before our almost kiss, and in the frame, we look like lovers sharing a secret. The headline guts me. Santa's Little Helper. Local volunteer gets cozy with mystery donor. My name. Cole's business listed as the anonymous Christmas benefactor. The whole town's been speculating about for years. Every detail laid bare, like evidence at a crime scene. The byline credits, a concerned citizen, but the photos are professional quality. Someone planned this. Someone wanted us exposed. I stumble toward the kitchen in yesterday's jeans and an oversized sweatshirt, my phone still buzzing against my palm like an angry wasp. The familiar sounds of home, Mom humming while she measures coffee, the gentle clink of her favorite mug against the counter, feels surreal against the digital wildfire consuming my phone. Morning, baby. Mom doesn't look up from the coffee maker, her voice carrying that particular warmth she reserves for early mornings when it's just us. You're up early for someone who got in past midnight. Before I can formulate a response that won't implicate me further, the front door explodes open, with enough force to rattle the kitchen windows. Dad storms in, his work boots tracking snow across Mom's pristine floors, his phone clutched in his fist like a weapon. What the hell is this? His voice cracks across the kitchen, raw with a fury I've never heard directed at me. The phone screen glows between us, displaying the same photo that's been burning holes in my retinas. Mom's humming stops abruptly. The coffee maker's gentle gurgle suddenly the loudest sound in the room. Dad? Don't. He advances, his huge hands shaking with rage. Don't you dare try to explain this away. Mom sets down her mug with deliberate care, her choir director instincts kicking in. The same voice that could silence a room full of unruly teenagers, now threading steel through silk. James, lower your voice. Lower my voice? He whirls on her. 25 years of marriage giving him permission to unleash everything he's holding back. Our daughter is splashed across the internet with my best friend looking like what? The words tear out of me before I can stop them. Like a grown woman making her own choices? His face goes from red to purple. With Cole Hartman, the man who stood beside me at my wedding. Who held you when you were teething? I was teething 26 years ago, Dad. Things change. Not this. He slams the phone down on the kitchen island, the sound sharp as a gunshot. Never this. Mom steps between us, her small frame somehow creating an impenetrable barrier. Both of you need to breathe. Don't tell me to breathe. Dad's voice breaks, anger cracking to reveal something deeper, more devastating. Don't tell me to be calm when my daughter is throwing her life away on a man old enough to be, what? Her father? I laugh, the sound bitter as burnt coffee. He's 41, not ancient. And last I checked, I wasn't asking for your permission. You should have been. The words explode out of him. You should have thought about what this would do to. Dad, listen to me. I hold up both hands, trying to create space for reason in the storm of his fury. The photo was taken out of context. It wasn't planned. The photographer caught us at the wrong moment, and someone used it to. No. He cuts me off with a slash of his hand through the air. Don't stand there and try to spin this like one of your marketing campaigns. I'm not spinning anything. I'm trying to explain that this looks worse than it is. Worse than it is? His laugh scrapes across the kitchen like sandpaper. Layla, you're all over the internet looking at Cole Hartman like he sits on a dessert tray. Tell me how that's going to work for any of us. The accusation hits like a blow, knocking the carefully constructed explanations right out of my lungs. Because he's not wrong. The photo captures something real, something I've been trying to deny even to myself. It was one moment, I whisper. One stupid moment that got blown out of proportion. One moment, Dad's voice cracks, disbelief and pain warring across his weathered features. You think I'm an idiot? You think I don't see the way you light up when someone mentions his name? The way you've been volunteering extra hours just to be around him? Mom moves toward the coffee maker again, her hands fluttering over familiar tasks, like they can restore normalcy through routine. James, maybe we should all sit down and... No. He spins toward her. 25 years of marriage not enough to shield her from his devastation. No, we're not sitting down and talking this through like it's some teenage crush. This is Cole Hartman. This was my best friend. The past tense lands like a punch to my solar plexus. Was my best friend. Dad, I never meant for anyone to get hurt. He was my best friend, Layla. The words tear out of him raw and broken. Do you understand what you've done? The kitchen tilts sideways. Everything I've been holding back, the guilt, the shame, the bone-deep exhaustion of wanting something I can't have, crashes over me like a rogue wave. My knees buckle, catching the edge of the counter just as the first sob rips free. Please! Mom's voice wavers, her conductor's composure finally cracking. Both of you, please just stop. But I can't stop. The tears hit the granite countertop with tiny splashes, each drop carrying months of suppressed longing and fear. My shoulders shake with the force of holding back everything I want to scream, that I love him, that he loves me, that none of this was supposed to happen, but it did, and I can't take it back. Baby girl, Mom whispers, reaching for me. I love him. The words explode out of me like a dam bursting, raw and desperate, and impossible to take back. They slice through the kitchen's tension, silencing even the coffee maker's gentle burbling. 3 syllables that reshape everything, that turn speculation into confession, that make the last year of stolen glances and careful distance feel like elaborate self-deception. The silence stretches, crystalline and fragile. Dad's mouth opens, then closes, his face cycling through expressions I can't read. Mom's hand freezes halfway to her coffee mug. Outside, the neighbor's dog barks once, sharp against the morning stillness. I love him, I repeat, quieter now, the words settling into the space between us like falling snow. I've loved him since I was 18, and too stupid to know what that meant. I've loved him through his marriage, through his grief, through every single day of pretending I didn't. My knees give out completely, sending me tumbling into the nearest kitchen chair. The worn wood creaks under my weight, familiar and grounding in a world that's just tilted completely off its axis. The sobs come harder now, months of suppressed longing pouring out in ugly, desperate gasps. Baby, Mom whispers, moving toward me with the instinctive grace of 2 decades of soothing scraped knees and broken hearts. Her hand finds my back, rubbing slow circles that match the rhythm of my breathing, or maybe trying to calm it. Oh, baby girl. Dad stands frozen by the kitchen island, his phone still displaying our damning photo. His face has gone pale beneath his winter tan, fury draining away to leave something worse behind. Bewilderment, like he's watching his daughter transform into someone he doesn't recognize. You love him. The words fall from his lips like stones, testing their weight. Cole. You love Cole. I nod against my palms, tears leaking between my fingers. I never meant for it to happen. I tried to stay away, tried dating other people, tried moving to Chicago to forget. Chicago. His voice cracks on the word. You moved to Chicago because of him? The truth sits heavy in my chest. Another confession threatening to spill free. Because yes, partly. Because watching him marry Rachel had nearly destroyed me, and staying in Bay Haven meant watching him build a life with someone else, watching him be happy in ways I'd never be able to give him. Outside, voices drift through the frost-etched window. Carolers making their early rounds, their harmony sweet and practiced. Silent night, holy night. All is calm. All is bright. The irony would be funny if my heart wasn't shattering into increasingly smaller pieces. Mom's hand never stops its gentle rhythm, but I feel her tension in the slight tremor of her fingers. How long? She asks softly. How long have you felt this way? Since I was 18. The words scrape out of my throat like gravel. Since the summer I graduated, when he taught me how to use his compound saw, and I realized I'd rather watch his hands than learn carpentry. Dad's face crumples, decades of friendship and trust collapsing in real time. His phone slips from his fingers, clattering against the granite island before spinning to the floor. The sound echoes through our kitchen like a judge's gavel, final, irreversible. 18. He repeats the number like it's evidence in a trial that's already concluded. You were 18 when I brought you to help with his deck project, when Rachel was pregnant and glowing and making us all lemonade. The memory hits painfully. Rachel, radiant in yellow sundress, her hands curved protectively over her barely there bump. The baby she'd lose 3 months later, the first crack in their marriage that would eventually shatter completely with her death. I'd been so young, so stupidly confident that loving someone from a distance was noble instead of destructive. Dad, please. Years. His voice fractures on the math. All those years you've been lying to me, to all of us. Sitting at my dinner table, listening to me worry about Cole's drinking after Rachel died, nodding along while I talked about how he needed to find someone, move on. The accusation slices through my chest. Because it's true. Every family dinner where I'd pushed my food around my plate while Dad agonized over his best friend's self-destruction. Every holiday where I'd smiled and agreed that Cole needed companionship, knowing I was the worst possible candidate to provide it. I never lied. The defense sounds pathetic even to me. I just never what? Never mentioned you were in love with a married man? Never thought I deserved to know my daughter was breaking her heart over someone 15 years older who belonged to someone else? Each word lands like a hammer blow, sharp and devastating. Mom's hand stills against my back, her breath catching in a way that tells me she's fighting her own tears. The coffee maker beeps its completion, the cheerful sound absurdly normal against the ruins of our family breakfast. Dad turns toward the kitchen window, his shoulders rigid with betrayal. Snow continues falling outside, blanketing our neighbor's rose bushes in pristine white that will be dirty slush by afternoon. Nothing stays clean in winter or in my life. All those years, he whispers to the glass. All those years I worried about you in Chicago. Thought you were running from small-town life, from us. Never imagined you were running from him. The truth sits heavy between us, inescapable now that it's been spoken. Because that's exactly what I'd done. Packed my entire life into boxes and fled to a city where I couldn't accidentally run into Cole at the hardware store or catch glimpses of him across the church parking lot on Sundays. 20 minutes. Dad's voice turns flat, administrative. He checks his watch with the mechanical precision of someone organizing catastrophe. 20 minutes ago, I had a best friend and a daughter I understood. Now I've got a scandal that's probably already reached the church ladies and a family that's apparently been lying to me for a decade. James. Mom finally speaks, her choir director authority cutting through his spiral. You're catastrophizing. Am I? He spins from the window, his eyes wild, Our daughter just confessed to being in love with my closest friend, a man who was married when it started, who's got more baggage than American Airlines, who's old enough to what? I surged to my feet, chair scraping against tile. To treat me like an adult? To see me as something other than your little girl who needs protecting? You do need protecting. The words explode out of him. From this. From him. From whatever fantasy you've built up about a man who can barely function in his own life, let alone yours. The kitchen door slams with enough force to rattle the china cabinet in the dining room. Dad's footsteps thunder across the front porch, followed by the metallic screech of his truck door and the violent roar of an engine pushed too hard. I collapse back into my chair, the fight draining out of me like air from a punctured balloon. The silence stretches, broken only by the distant sound of his truck disappearing down our street and the persistent drip of the kitchen faucet Mom keeps meaning to fix. Well, Mom sighs, reaching for her abandoned coffee. That went about as well as a root canal. How will this ever get resolved? I say through the growing lump in my throat. Hot tears fall from my tears as Mom tenderly brushes my hair from my face. I don't know, baby. I don't know.
Chapter 28. Cole. The steady hum of the table saw fades to silence when the front door creaks open, cold air rushing in like an accusation. I look up from the workbench where I've been running the same piece of oak through the planer for the third time, sawdust still clinging to my forearms like evidence of wasted motion. James stands framed in the doorway, his broad shoulders blocking most of the gray December light. Snow dusts his coat and beard, but his face carries the kind of storm that has very little to do with weather. His work boots leave wet prints on the concrete floor as he steps inside, and I can read 28 years of friendship in the set of his jaw. This isn't a social call. The door swings shut behind him with a soft thud that echoes through the workshop like a coffin lid closing. Neither of us moves. The silence stretches, broken only by the distant whistle of wind through the rafters and the settling creak of old timber. I set down the planer, brush the sawdust from my hands slowly, and wait. James has never been one for small talk, but this silence carries weight that makes my heart clench. His eyes, so much like Layla's, it makes my stomach clench, scan the workshop like he's cataloging everything he helped me build. The pegboard of hand tools we organized together 15 years ago, the industrial sander he convinced me to buy when business started picking up, the framed photo of our first big commercial contract, both of us grinning like idiots beside a half-built church steeple. All of it feels fragile now, balanced on the edge of whatever brought him here with snow in his beard and murder in his eyes. "You kissed my daughter?" The words hit harder than any punch James ever threw during our rowdier days. No greeting, no build-up. Just the question, low, raw, and lethal, delivered with the precision of a man who spent the drive over here rehearsing exactly how he wanted this to go. I don't move, don't flinch, don't reach for the explanations that have been spinning through my head for weeks, each one more inadequate than the last. My hands find my jeans, wiping away imaginary sawdust while I meet his eyes and feel the ground shift beneath me. I love your daughter. The words fall into the workshop like stones into still water, creating ripples that spread outward until they touch every corner of the space we built together. The silence afterward is deafening. Even the dust motes seem to freeze midair, suspended in the pale light filtering through frost-etched windows. James's face cycles through expressions I can't read. Shock, fury, something that might be betrayal. His hands form fists at his sides, and for a moment I think he might actually swing. Part of me wishes he would. A broken nose would be easier to fix than whatever's happening between us right now. You love her. He repeats the words like he's testing their weight, trying to figure out if they're real or just another lie I've been telling myself. My daughter, Layla. Yes. How long? The question scrapes out of his throat like sandpaper, and I know he's not asking about the kiss. He's asking about everything. Every family barbecue where I watched her laugh, Every Christmas morning when she'd hug me goodbye and I'd catch myself breathing in her hair. Every year I've spent pretending the way she looked at me didn't matter. Too long. The confession tastes like copper and regret. Longer than I had any right to. His fist moves before either of us can stop it. The punch connects with my jaw like a sledgehammer meeting oak. Solid, decisive, final. The impact sends me stumbling backward into the workbench, my hip catching the corner hard enough to rattle the tools scattered across its surface. A wrench clatters to the concrete floor with a metallic ring that echoes through the workshop like a bell tolling. I taste copper immediately. Blood wells from my split lip, warm and metallic, dripping onto my flannel shirt in dark spots that spread like guilt made visible. My hand instinctively rises toward my face, then stops midway. I don't touch the wound. Don't wipe away the blood. Don't raise my fists in return. James stands over me, knuckles already showing the red marks that will purple by tomorrow. His chest heaves like he's been running, gray hair disheveled from the force of the swing. 8 years of accumulated rage burns in his eyes, not just about Layla, but about everything. About watching his best friend disappear into grief. About the friendship that withered while I locked myself away. About every dinner I skipped, every phone call I ignored, every time I chose isolation over the people who cared enough to keep trying. The tense silence stretches between us like a wire pulled too tight, ready to snap. Sawdust motes dance in the pale winter light streaming through frost-etched windows, and the smell of pine resin mingles with the metallic tang of my blood. My jaw throbs in time with my heartbeat, but the physical pain feels almost trivial compared to the look in James's eyes. He flexes his fingers, working out the sting from the impact. You were supposed to protect her. The words land harder than his fist. I steady myself against the workbench, feeling the rough wood grain beneath my palms. The same texture I've known since James first taught me to work with my hands 30 years ago. Everything in this workshop carries his fingerprints, his lessons, his friendship. Now it all feels poisoned by what I've done. I tried. My voice comes out hoarse, scraped raw. Every damn day. And I failed because I fell in love instead. The admission drains the workshop of oxygen. James's face cycles through emotions I can't name. Fury giving way to something that looks like grief. Then back to anger. Then settling into a hollow exhaustion that makes him look every one of his 58 years. We stand there breathing hard, the smell of sawdust and winter air hanging between us like a verdict waiting to be read. James's shoulders sag like timber finally giving way under too much weight. The fight drains out of him all at once, leaving behind something that looks more like grief than anger. His voice, when it comes, barely rises above the whisper of wind through the workshop rafters. You're not the man I thought you were. The words crack down the middle, splitting like green wood under pressure. There's no venom left in them, just a hollow exhaustion that makes my chest tighten. This isn't the explosive fury I was braced for. It's worse. It's disappointment so deep it has its own gravity, pulling everything good between us down into darkness. I wipe the blood from my mouth with the back of my hand, tasting copper and the bitter residue of decades of friendship dissolving. The workshop feels smaller suddenly, the walls pressing in like they're closing around a coffin. Every tool hanging on the pegboard, every piece of lumber stacked against the far wall, every joint and beam we built together. All of it stands as evidence of what I'm about to lose. Maybe not. The words scrape out of my throat like splinters. But I'm trying to be the man she deserves. The admission hangs between us, raw and unvarnished as fresh-cut pine. James's eyes search my face like he's looking for something. A lie, maybe. Or proof that this is all some elaborate mistake that can still be undone. His breathing has slowed, but his hands remain clenched at his sides, knuckles white with the effort of keeping them there. I hear the workshop settling around us, the creak of old timbers, the whistle of wind through gaps in the siding, the distant hum of traffic on Harbor Street, all the small sounds of a world that keeps moving even when everything important has just shattered. James stares at me for a long beat, and I see something shift behind his eyes. Not forgiveness. That would take more time than either of us has right now. Not understanding either. But something more complicated than hatred. Something that might eventually find its way toward acceptance. Or it might not. Some fractures never heal clean. He turns without another word, boots crunching across sawdust and wood shavings toward the door. His movements are deliberate, careful, like a man walking away from a structure he's not sure will collapse behind him. The door handle turns with a soft click, and cold December air rushes in again, carrying the smell of snow and the promise of more to come. The door shuts with a final click that feels like a fracture sealing. The silence settles over the workshop like dust after a demolition. I stand perfectly still for a moment, jaw throbbing in time with my heartbeat, the taste of blood coating my tongue like pennies and regret. My knuckles burn where I'd gripped the workbench edge hard enough to leave dents in the pine, white crescents that mark the exact moment everything changed. But the strangest thing happens as I listen to James's truck engine fade down Harbor Street. My chest doesn't feel crushed anymore. The weight that's been pressing against my ribs for months, maybe years, lifts like fog burning off the harbor at sunrise. I probe my split lip with my tongue, wincing at the sharp sting. The pain feels clean somehow. Honest, like penance finally paid in full. A shop rag hangs from the pegboard near the door, stiff with dried wood stain but clean enough. I press it to my mouth, tasting laundry detergent and the ghost of turpentine. The bleeding has mostly stopped, leaving behind a swollen lower lip that will remind me of this conversation every time I speak for the next week. Good. Some things deserve remembering. I walk back to the workbench where the oak plank still waits, grain running smooth and true despite my earlier butchery with the planer. The wood doesn't care about family feuds or broken friendships. It just wants to become what it's meant to be. A shelf, maybe, or part of a cabinet that will outlast every person who touches it. The familiar weight of the hand plane settles into my palm like coming home. I adjust the blade depth with the small brass wheel, testing the setting on a scrap piece until the shavings curl perfect and thin as paper. The repetitive motion calms something jagged inside my chest. Push forward. Feel the resistance. Watch the wood transform. Push forward again. This is what remains when everything else falls apart. The smell of cedar and pine resin. The satisfying bite of sharp steel through stubborn grain. The slow, methodical process of turning raw lumber into something useful, something beautiful, something that matters. The plane whispers across the oak surface, leaving behind a trail smooth as silk. Each stroke erases the rough marks from earlier, the gouges I'd carved when my hands were shaking with adrenaline and guilt. Now my movements are steady again, purposeful. I've lost James's friendship, probably forever. But I've gained something too, the right to say Layla's name without choking on shame. The freedom to love her without hiding behind lies that were never protecting anyone anyway. The workshop feels different now. Emptier, maybe, but cleaner too. Like a house after you've finally thrown out all the broken furniture you've been too sentimental to discard. In the midst of a situation that's falling apart, I finally feel like I can breathe.
Chapter 29. Layla. The hardest part about running away the second time is remembering exactly how I failed at it the first time. My suitcase gapes open on the bed, like a hungry mouth, swallowing the remnants of my carefully curated Bay Haven comeback wardrobe. The vintage band tees I thought made me look effortlessly cool. The statement earrings that were supposed to announce I'd evolved beyond small-town expectations. The boots that clicked confidently down Harbor Street like I owned every cobblestone. All of it feels like costume pieces now. Props in a play that's closing after a spectacularly bad review. I grabbed the silk scarf Mom gave me last Christmas, the one I never wore because it felt too much like something a woman who had her life together would own, and stuff it between a sweater and my laptop charger. The packing lacks any kind of system. I'm just shoving things into spaces like I can organize my way out of this mess. Where exactly are you planning to go this time? Mom's voice drifts from the doorway, carrying that particular blend of disappointment and maternal concern that's been her signature since I confessed everything earlier. She leans against the frame, arms crossed, still wearing the flour-dusted apron from the cookies she was baking when my world imploded. Somewhere with better Wi-Fi and worse gossip. I don't look up from folding a sweater that doesn't need folding. Portland, maybe, or Seattle. Somewhere that appreciates cynical graphic designers with complicated relationship histories. Running worked so well the last time, right? The dry observation hits like a paper cut. Small, sharp, surprisingly painful. I pause with my hands buried in soft cashmere, breathing in the smell of lavender fabric softener and mounting panic. At least this time I know what I'm running from instead of what I'm running to. Mom steps into the room, her slippers silent on the hardwood floor Dad installed when I was 16. Everything in this house carries his fingerprints, his craftsmanship, his love. Even the crown molding he and Cole built together one summer, laughing over beer and arguing about proper miter cuts. The memory stings. Everything stings now. And what exactly are you running from, sweetheart? I straighten, holding the sweater against my chest like armor. The fact that I just destroyed a 30-year friendship because I couldn't keep my hands to myself. The reality that every person in this town is going to look at me like I'm some kind of home-wrecking hussy. The knowledge that Dad probably punched his best friend in the face because his daughter fell in love with the wrong man. The words tumble out faster than I can stop them, each one adding weight to the invisible boulder that's been sitting on my chest since Dad stormed out of here an hour ago. His face when I confessed. Shock giving way to fury, giving way to something that looked horribly like betrayal. Keeps replaying behind my eyelids like a punishment. Mom settles on the edge of the bed, careful not to disturb my chaotic packing process. Her hand finds mine where it's still clutching the sweater, warm fingers steady against my shaking ones. Your father loves you, Layla, even when he's being an overprotective fool. He loves the version of me that doesn't complicate his friendships. I pull away, shoving the sweater into the suitcase with a little more force than necessary. He loves the daughter who makes smart choices and dates age-appropriate men and doesn't create town scandals before the Christmas gala. Is that what you think this is? A scandal? The question stops me cold. I look at Mom, really look at her, and see something in her eyes that isn't judgment or disappointment. It's something softer, more complicated. Something that might actually be understanding. Isn't it? My voice comes out smaller than I intended. The town's already buzzing about Cole and me. Dad's probably bleeding in Cole's workshop right now because I couldn't keep my mouth shut. Everything's ruined. Mom reaches for my laptop bag, holding it out like an offering. Or maybe everything's finally honest. I take the bag, fingers brushing hers, and feel something crack open in my chest. Not breaking, expanding. Like a window opening in a room that's been sealed too long. Honesty doesn't pay the bills, Mom. And it sure doesn't fix friendships. No, she agrees, watching me zip up the main compartment with surgical precision. But lies don't fix anything either. They just make bigger messes later. The zipper catches halfway, fabric bunched where I've overpacked the laptop compartment. I yank at it, frustration bubbling over into my fingertips, until Mom's hand covers mine again. Take a breath, baby girl. I do, and it shudders out of me like a sob waiting to happen. The room falls quiet except for the distant sound of snow tapping against windows and the furnace humming its winter song. My phone sits silent on the nightstand. No missed calls from Cole, no texts, no sign that he's even thinking about me while his world falls apart too. Maybe that's enough of an answer. Mom's arms wrap around me with the same fierce certainty she's had since I was 5 and scrape my knee falling off Dad's workbench. Her embrace smells like vanilla extract and the lavender lotion she's used for as long as I can remember. Familiar and safe and everything I'm about to abandon again. If this is what you think you need to do, she whispers against my hair. Then I won't stop you. The words carry weight, like she's giving me permission and breaking her own heart at the same time. When she pulls back, her eyes are bright but not wet. Mom's never been much of a crier. She saves her tears for private moments and channels everything else into action. But Layla? Her hands frame my face, thumbs brushing my cheekbones. Running away doesn't change how you feel. It just changes your zip code. She kisses my forehead and leaves me standing in the wreckage of my attempted escape, the door clicking shut with surgical precision. The sound echoes in the sudden quiet, mixing with snow pellets against glass, and the distant hum of the neighbors' Christmas lights cycling through their gaudy rainbow sequence. I turn back to my suitcase, but the momentum's gone. Each item I fold feels heavier now, weighted with Mom's gentle wisdom and my own mounting uncertainty. A sweater becomes a question mark. My laptop charger transforms into evidence of my eternal need to flee rather than fight. Bayhaven shrinks around me with every breath. The walls of my childhood bedroom press closer, decorated with outdated posters and participation ribbons from high school competitions I'd forgotten existed. The town beyond these windows feels microscopic, every street a thread in a web I can't seem to escape, every neighbor a potential witness to my spectacular romantic failure. I stuff my toiletries into the side pocket with unnecessary force, trying to outpace the claustrophobia creeping up my throat. 3 more hours and I could be on the highway, heading toward a city where nobody knows my name or my mistakes. Where coffee shops don't come with a side of gossip, and men don't carry the complicated history of family friendship and small-town expectations. The front door slams downstairs, followed by the unmistakable stomp of boots that have walked through flour and determination in equal measure. Layla Marie Benton, you better not be doing what I think you're doing. Melanie's voice cuts through the house like a knife through wedding cake, sharp, precise, and absolutely unapologetic. Her footsteps thunder up the stairs, each one announcing her arrival with the subtlety of a brass band. She appears in my doorway like an avenging angel in a Sugar Shore bakery apron, her bold red lipstick perfectly applied, despite what must have been a sprint from downtown. Snow dusts her shoulders, and her expression broadcasts pure indignation. Tell me you are not packing that suitcase. I'm reorganizing my wardrobe. I hold up a pair of jeans as evidence, very thoroughly. Girl, please. Melanie steps into the room, eyeing my clearly guilty luggage arrangement. I've seen your idea of organization. This looks like preparation for a cross-country breakdown. She settles onto my desk chair, spinning it to face me with the dramatic flair she's perfected since middle school theater productions. Her gaze lands on the suitcase, then travels to my face, reading every emotion I'm trying to hide. Besides, you can't leave now. The drama's just getting good. My hands pause on a sweater that doesn't need another fold. What drama? Cole's been banned from the gala. The words drop like stones into still water. Apparently, a physical altercation with your father in his own workshop counts as disruption of community harmony. Something cracks inside my chest, sharp and immediate. I sink onto the bed beside my suitcase, the sweater forgotten in my lap. Good, I whisper, the words scraping against my throat. He hates parties anyway. But my heart fractures with each syllable because I know exactly how much this will hurt him. Not the social rejection. Cole's never cared about town approval, but being stripped of his one public connection to the season Rachel loved, losing his quiet way of honoring her memory while staying invisible. The isolation he'll choose now. The way he'll disappear completely, convinced he's poison to everything he touches, including me. Melanie narrows her eyes, her lipstick-perfected mouth twisting into a skeptical frown. Good. Girl, you look like you're about to cry into that cashmere sweater. I drop the sweater back into the suitcase, the soft wool a useless comfort against the sharp edges of this new reality. Cole, banished. Banished from the one event he's dutifully, silently funded for 8 years. The one night a year he lets Rachel's memory take up public space. My fault. All of it. The picture, the gossip, the fight, the fallout. I handed the town the rope, and they hung him with it. He deserves a night off. I mumble, but the words are ash in my mouth. I see him alone in his house, whiskey in hand, the silence amplifying every ghost. He'll lock himself away, convinced his grief is a contagion. He'll use this as another reason to prove he's better off alone, that he ruins everything he touches. He'll prove me right. You'll always run, won't you? My own words haunt me. I pushed him. I challenged him. And then I watched him get punished for finally, maybe, taking a step forward. Melanie leans forward, her voice dropping the theatricality and finding that quiet, serious frequency reserved for best friend emergencies. So what? You're just gonna let them paint him as the bad guy and you as the town Jezebel? You're going to run off to Portland and let that be the last chapter of this story? My gaze drifts from the open suitcase to my reflection in the dark window pane. A ghost of a girl stares back, her face pale, her hair a mess of unraveled twists. Is that who I am? Someone who lights a fire and then bolts before the whole house burns down? I reach into the suitcase and pull out the silk scarf. Its smooth, cool surface feels foreign against my skin. I never felt grown up enough for this scarf. Maybe it's time I was. No. The word is quiet, but it lands in the room with the finality of a gavel. I start unpacking, pulling out the sweater and folding it with deliberate slowness. I'm not running. A slow grin spreads across Melanie's face. There she is. Don't get too excited. I toss the folded sweater back into my closet. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I'm staying. I'll even go to that stupid gala. And do what? I turn to face her, the empty suitcase gaping behind me. Show up. What more do I have to lose?
Chapter 30. Cole. The wood stove exhales its last breath around 3 a.m, leaving nothing but ash and the kind of silence that crawls under your skin. I've been sitting in this chair since I got home, watching embers fade to gray dust while his words echo off the cabin walls like accusations I can't dodge. You kissed my daughter. I love your daughter. The conversation loops in my head, each replay adding another layer of self-recrimination. The coffee mug in my hands has gone cold hours ago, but I keep gripping it like it might anchor me to something solid. The ceramic clinks against my wedding ring when my hands shake, a hollow sound that seems to judge every choice I've made since New Year's Eve. Rachel's photo watches me from the mantelpiece, her smile frozen in perpetual warmth. 26 years old in that picture, laughing at something I said while we painted the kitchen that first autumn. Back when everything felt possible and love seemed like the easiest thing in the world. What the hell am I supposed to do now? I ask her image, voice rough from hours of silence. She doesn't answer. She never does. But the weight of her absence presses against my chest like a physical thing, mixing with the memory of James's fist connecting with my jaw and the knowledge that Layla's probably packing right now. Running again because I've made loving me feel like a mistake. The quiet becomes unbearable. It seeps into my bones, magnifying every sound. The tick of the old clock we bought at a yard sale, the settling of timber in the walls, the distant whisper of wind through pine needles. Even my breathing sounds too loud in the suffocating stillness. I set the mug down forcefully, the ceramic hitting the side table with a sharp crack that echoes through the room. The sound breaks something loose in my chest, and suddenly I can't sit here anymore. Can't stare at Rachel's smile while James's disappointment burns in my memory, and Layla's hurt replays behind my eyes. My jacket hangs by the door like a suggestion, and I grab it without thinking. The cold hits me the moment I step outside, sharp mountain air that burns my lungs and cuts through the fog of self-pity that's been suffocating me all night. Snow crunches under my boots as I cross the yard, each step deliberate and grounding. The workshop squats in the darkness, its familiar bulk a sanctuary of sawdust and honest work. My fingers fumble with the keys, numb from cold and something deeper. The lock turns with a satisfying click, and I push the door open to breathe in the scent of pine shavings and machine oil. This place knows my secrets. Every board I've cut, every joint I've perfected, every project that's kept my hands busy while my heart stayed frozen. The tools hang in perfect order on their pegboard, each one worn smooth by years of use. Rachel used to tease me about my obsessive organization, calling it my workshop meditation. Maybe she was right, I muttered to the darkness, running my palm along the workbench I built 3 years after she died. The wood is smooth as silk now, polished by countless hours of refuge-seeking and the kind of work that demands everything and gives back clarity. I click on the single work lamp, its warm yellow glow spilling across the lumber rack like honey on dark bread. The familiar sanctuary of organized chaos greets me, planes arranged by size, chisels sharp enough to split prayers, and stacks of wood that represent years of careful selection. My fingers trail along the cedar planks first, their grain whispering stories of mountain storms and patient growth. Too soft for what's clawing at my chest tonight. The oak boards sit heavy and noble, dark with age and promise, but they feel like obligation rather than inspiration. Then my palm settles on a slab of cherry wood I've been hoarding for 3 years, smooth as river stone and the color of autumn afternoons. This one, I tell the empty workshop, my voice rough in the silence. The wood feels warm under my touch, unmarked and full of potential. I've been saving it for something worthy, though I never knew what that might be. Now my hands seem to know without consulting my brain, lifting the board to the workbench with the reverence of a man handling hope. I pull out my sketch pad, the pages yellowed from workshop humidity and marked with the ghosts of 100 abandoned projects. The pencil moves across the paper before I can second-guess myself, drawing clean lines that curve and flow like childhood memories. A sleigh takes shape, not the elaborate monstrosity you'd find in some tourist shop, but something simple and honest. Something that speaks of snow angels and Christmas mornings when magic felt possible. The first cut releases that sweet cherry scent, and something tight in my chest begins to loosen. Wood shavings curl away from the blade like prayers made visible, each stroke of the plane revealing the heart of the tree. This is what I know. This is what makes sense when everything else feels like quicksand. Hours pass in the rhythm of creation, measure twice, cut once, sand until perfection emerges from roughness. The sleigh's runners curve with the grace of winter wind, its bed deep enough to hold dreams and shallow enough to cradle them safely. My hands move with muscle memory older than grief, guided by lessons James taught me when we were young and stupid and thought we could build our way to happiness. When the frame stands complete in the lamplight, I reach for the wood-burning tool. The metal tip glows orange-hot, and I steady my hand against the runner's smooth surface. Letters form with deliberate care, each stroke burning deeper than the last, for the one who brought Christmas back. My hand trembles on the final letter, making the K waver slightly, but the words stand true in the golden wood. The inscription catches the light like a confession I couldn't speak aloud, and I feel something that might be peace. The first gray light creeps through the frost-etched windows like a thief, cautious and pale. It finds the sleigh on my workbench, transforms the cherry wood grain into something that looks almost alive. The inscription catches the light and throws it back, each burned letter a small rebellion against the darkness I've been carrying. My shoulders scream protest when I roll them back. 8 hours of steady work have left their mark, sawdust in my hair, splinters under my nails, and a deep ache that runs from my neck to my fingertips. The split in my lip throbs where James's knuckles connected, a reminder that some bridges burn whether you light the match or not. But underneath the physical exhaustion, something has shifted. The crushing weight that's been sitting on my chest since Rachel died feels different now. Not gone, but redistributed. Like I finally found a way to carry it that doesn't require suffocating everything else. I run the clean rag across my palms, wiping away the last of the wood dust and machine oil. The sleigh sits perfect and patient, waiting for whatever comes next. No rough edges, no shortcuts, no apologies. Just honest work made with steady hands and hope. Time to find out if courage looks the same in daylight, I tell the empty workshop. Loading the sleigh requires more care than I expected. The runners need protection from the truck bed's rough metal, so I grab the old moving blankets Rachel used to spread on the grass for picnics. The irony doesn't escape me, wrapping a gift for Layla in fabric that still holds memories of my wife. But it feels right somehow, like one kind of love making space for another. The tailgate protests when I lower it, metal groaning against morning cold. I slide the sleigh in slowly, conscious of every bump and shift. This isn't just wood and craftsmanship anymore. It's an apology I don't know how to speak, a confession carved in cherry grain, a bridge thrown across the chasm I've been digging for 8 years. The tie-down straps pull tight with satisfying clicks, securing the sleigh against whatever rough road lies ahead. My breath forms clouds in the frigid air, dissipating like the doubts I've been nursing since James left my kitchen bleeding and furious. The truck's engine turns over with a rumble that vibrates through my bones, steady and reliable as the tools that shaped my life. Sunrise bleeds orange through the pine trees, painting the frost-covered windshield in shades of possibility. The road to town stretches out before me, familiar as my own heartbeat, but somehow different now. I shift into drive and let the truck carry us forward. Me, the sleigh, and whatever's left of the man I used to be.
Chapter 31. Layla. Snow drifts down like confetti from a celebration I'm not invited to, each flake catching the amber glow of the community center's windows and transforming the December evening into something borrowed from a holiday card. My boots crunch through the accumulating powder as I walk toward the building, my breath forming small clouds that dissipate before they can betray how unsteady I feel. The community center radiates warmth and laughter, golden light spilling across the snow-covered walkway like honey on white bread. Through the frost-etched windows, I catch glimpses of emerald gowns and black suits, the flash of jewelry, and the graceful sweep of hands holding champagne glasses. Everything looks exactly the way I dreamed this night would be when I was 16 and thought love stories ended with dancing. But tonight feels like I'm stepping into someone else's life, someone who belongs here, someone whose heart isn't held together with spite and stubborn pride. The entrance doors swing open ahead of me, releasing a burst of warmth that carries the scent of pine garland and expensive perfume. Mrs. Henderson emerges with her husband, both of them glowing with the kind of contentment that comes from 40 years of choosing each other every morning. Layla, Mrs. Henderson's face lights up like I've just handed her a winning lottery ticket. Don't you look lovely tonight? I glance down at my burgundy dress, the one I bought specifically for this gala back when I thought Cole might be here to see me in it. The fabric hugs my curves in all the right places, and I paired it with my grandmother's pearl earrings because they make me feel grounded, like I'm carrying a piece of home that nobody can take away. Thank you, Mrs. Henderson. You look stunning. Oh, this old thing. She smooths her sequined navy dress with hands that shake slightly. Harold insisted I wear the good jewelry tonight. Says it's a celebration. The word celebration sits wrong in my chest, but I manufacture a smile that feels authentic enough to pass inspection. He's absolutely right. Tonight's about community, about coming together. Speaking of which, Harold pipes up. Heard through the grapevine that Cole Hartman won't be joining us this evening. My stomach drops like a stone thrown down a well, but I keep the smile pinned in place. Really? That's too bad. I suppose he's not much for parties. Mrs. Henderson leans closer, lowering her voice to conspiracy levels. Between you and me, dear, I think all this gossip business has him spooked. Men don't handle scrutiny well. No, I agree, my voice steadier than I feel. They really don't. The Hendersons disappear into the swirling crowd, leaving me with the weight of confirmation. Cole won't be here. Of course he won't. Running is what he does best, and I've given him every reason to sprint in the opposite direction. I push through the entrance doors, immediately enveloped by warmth and the controlled chaos of small-town elegance. The community center has been transformed into something magical. Twinkling lights draped from every surface, round tables dressed in cream linens and evergreen centerpieces, and a dance floor that reflects the sparkle of a pristine chandelier. Layla! Melanie appears at my elbow like a fairy godmother in a champagne-colored gown, her dark hair swept into an elaborate updo that probably took 2 hours and half a can of hairspray. You made it. I was starting to think you'd chicken out. When have I ever backed out of anything? Never. That's what worries me. She hands me a glass of something bubbly and surveys my face with the shrewd eye of someone who's been reading my moods since we were 12. You look gorgeous, but you also look like you're attending your own funeral. I take a sip of champagne, the bubbles sharp against my tongue. Maybe I am. The death of my good judgment. Oh, honey. Melanie links her arm through mine, steering me toward the volunteer check-in table where Martha Crowley sits with a clipboard and the kind of smile that suggests she knows all the gossip and isn't afraid to weaponize it. You're going to be fine, more than fine. You're going to be spectacular. Martha looks up as we approach, her eyes bright with curiosity and something that could be sympathy. Layla, honey, so glad you could make it tonight. She rifles through a small basket of name tags and volunteer badges, each one adorned with a tiny bow. Here we are, your coordinator badge. You'll be helping with the silent auction and making sure our guests feel welcome. I pin the badge to my dress, the small weight of it settling against my chest like responsibility I didn't ask for, but can't avoid. Perfect. Where do you need me first? Table arrangements, dear. We had a few last-minute additions, so some of the centerpieces need adjusting. Martha gestures toward the main dining area with the kind of authoritative wave that brooks no argument. Make everything beautiful. You have such an eye for these things. Melanie squeezes my arm before being whisked away by her own volunteer duties, leaving me to navigate the landscape of forced cheer and careful politeness that defines small-town social events. I weave between tables, adjusting centerpieces with hands that remain steady through sheer force of will. Each arrangement gets my full attention, straightening pine boughs, repositioning candles, ensuring the ribbon boughs sit at precisely the right angle. The work feels like meditation, each small adjustment a stitch in the fragile disguise of composure I'm wearing like armor. Layla, that centerpiece looks absolutely perfect now. Mrs. Kellerman approaches with her husband in tow, both of them radiating the kind of polite enthusiasm that small-town events demand. You always did have such artistic flair. Thank you. Everything looks so beautiful tonight. The lie slides out smooth as silk, because this is what I do. I perform. I sparkle on command. I make other people comfortable with my discomfort by pretending it doesn't exist. Everywhere I turn, I see pieces of myself scattered throughout this transformed space, like breadcrumbs, leading back to a version of me that believed in happy endings. The garland I spent 3 afternoons stringing across the main archway catches the light just right, each pine needle positioned with the kind of obsessive care that comes from having too much time and too many feelings. The sleigh bell centerpieces gleam under the lights, their surfaces reflecting the metallic gold paint I applied by hand while sitting cross-legged on my living room floor, Christmas movies playing in the background. The photo booth backdrop stands in the corner like a monument to my optimism, hand-painted snowflakes on midnight blue canvas, each one unique because I couldn't bear the thought of anything mass-produced for something this important. Couples pose in front of it now, their laughter bright and careless, completely unaware that I designed it, while imagining Cole's hands on my waist as we posed for our own picture. The community has bloomed around my work like flowers in carefully tended soil. People move through the space with ease, their faces soft with the kind of contentment that comes from being exactly where they belong. Every detail I agonized over has found its purpose, proof that I mattered here, that my vision translated into something real and beautiful. Even if my heart feels like it's observing from somewhere far away. Miss Layla, Miss Layla. A chorus of high voices cuts through my melancholy like sunshine through storm clouds. 3 children race toward me, their Santa hats askew, and their faces flushed with the kind of pure joy that makes adults remember what they've lost. Look what I got. 7-year-old Emma Reeves tugs on my dress with sticky fingers, her eyes bright as Christmas morning. She holds up a wooden toy horse, its mane painted in careful strokes that speak of genuine craftsmanship. Santa brought it early. I kneel beside her, the burgundy fabric of my dress pooling around me like spilled wine. The horse is beautiful, hand-carved with the kind of attention to detail that makes my chest tight with recognition. That's the most beautiful horse I've ever seen. What's his name? Thunder. And he's gonna live in my stable with all my other horses. And we're gonna have adventures and... Emma, sweetheart, you're chattering Miss Layla's ear off. A woman approaches with the kind of grateful smile that cuts deeper than criticism. I'm sorry. She's been so excited about tonight. Please don't apologize. Her excitement is the best part of this whole evening. The mother's expression softens with genuine warmth. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done. The whole committee really, but especially you. Emma hasn't stopped talking about the decorations since we walked in. You made this magical for her. Each word of gratitude lands like a small blow to solar plexus because I can see the sincerity in her face and know I should feel proud. I should feel accomplished. Instead, the praise settles over me like a blanket that's too heavy, pressing down until breathing becomes deliberate work. That means everything to me, really. The words emerge steady and warm, the performance so practiced I almost believe it myself. As they walk away, Emma's chatter fading into the general hum of conversation, I straighten my shoulders and move toward the refreshment table, where crystal punch bowls catch the light like liquid diamonds. Still volunteering after that article came out, I have to admire her resilience. The words drift over from a cluster of women standing near the dessert display, their voices pitched just low enough to suggest discretion while remaining perfectly audible. Well, you know how these things go. Small towns love their drama. No one's seen him since the fight with her father. Harold Henderson said he drove past the Hartman place yesterday and didn't see a single light on. I focus on the punch bowl in front of me, ladling the ruby liquid into crystal cups with stiff motions. Each splash sounds unnaturally loud in my ears, but my hands remain steady as I arrange the cups on silver trays. Such a shame, really. She's a lovely girl, but getting mixed up with someone like that? The words slide under my skin like splinters, sharp and invasive. I set down the ladle and turned toward the women with the kind of smile that could cut glass. Ladies, the punch is fresh if you'd like some, made with real cranberry juice, none of that artificial stuff. 3 faces turned toward me, expressions cycling through embarrassment, defiance, and something that might be shame. Oh, Layla, we were just enjoying the party, I hope. I keep my voice light, friendly, completely devoid of the edge that wants to creep in. Everything looks so beautiful tonight. The whole committee should be proud. The punch slides down my own throat like liquid guilt, but I keep serving, keep smiling, keep existing in this space between the person I was and whoever I'm becoming. The women disperse with murmured thanks and sideways glances, leaving me alone with the crystal bowls and my carefully constructed facade. My eyes drift across the room without permission, searching. By the entrance where late arrivals shake snow from their coats, no familiar broad shoulders. Near the band where couples sway to gentle jazz, no dark blonde hair catching the light. beside the towering Christmas tree, where children press their noses against ornament glass. No gray-blue eyes that see too much. The absence echoes louder than the music, a hollow space shaped exactly like him. Every time the doors open, my heart performs a traitorous little skip. Hope and dread tangled so tightly I can't tell which one wins. But it's never Cole. It's neighbors and friends and strangers who belong here in ways I'm beginning to think I never will. Ladies and gentlemen, the bandleader's voice crackles through the microphone. We'd like to slow things down with a Christmas classic. The opening notes drift across the room like snowflakes, gentle and inevitable. Have yourself a merry little Christmas, let your heart be light. The melody wraps around me like fingers around my throat. I set down the ladle with hands that have started to shake, the silver hitting crystal with a sound sharp enough to cut. From now on, our troubles will be out of sight. Couples move onto the dance floor, arms encircling waists, hands finding their perfect resting places. Mr. and Mrs. Henderson sway together with the kind of practiced ease that comes from 40 years of choosing the same person. The mayor spins his wife under the lights, her laughter bright as champagne bubbles. Have yourself a merry little Christmas, make the Yuletide gay. My chest tightens with each word, each promise of togetherness that feels like mockery. The lyrics pierce through my careful composure like needles, finding every soft spot I've tried to protect. From now on, our troubles will be miles away. The room blurs at the edges, faces becoming watercolor smears of pink and gold. I press my fingers against the tablecloth, the linen rough beneath my palms as I struggle to anchor myself to something solid. Here we are as in olden days, happy golden days of yore. The breakdown starts behind my ribs, a crack spreading through the careful architecture of my evening. These aren't my golden days. These aren't my happy faces surrounding me in warm circles of belonging. This is performance, all of it. The smile, the dress, the way I hold my shoulders like I own every inch of space I occupy. Faithful friends who are dear to us gather near to us once more. Faithful friends, the words hit like a physical blow because the one person I want near me has chosen distance, chosen the safety of isolation over the risk of standing beside me in this room full of people who know our secrets. Through the years, we all will be together, if the fates allow. My breath catches on something sharp and final. The fates, it seems, have other plans. I turn away from the dance floor, moving with the kind of desperate casualness that hopes no one notices the retreat. My feet carry me toward the stage, where heavy curtains create a pocket of shadows, away from the golden glow of celebration. Excuse me, sorry, I murmur to the woman adjusting the microphone stand, sliding past her into the narrow space behind the stage. The curtain falls closed behind me like a door shutting out a world I'm not sure I want to rejoin. Here, surrounded by stacked boxes of decorations and unused linens, the music becomes muffled and distant. The air smells of pine needles and dust, old paper, and the ghost of 100 other celebrations held in this space. I lean against a tower of cardboard boxes, their surfaces rough against the silk of my dress. My carefully constructed composure crumbles like a sandcastle at high tide, each breath shaking something loose until I can barely hold myself upright. The sounds of the gala blur into background noise, laughter mixing with music, applause bleeding into conversation. My heartbeat thrums in my ears, loud enough to drown out everything else. You should have been here. The words slip out to the empty air, barely a whisper but heavy as stones. I close my eyes against the sting of tears that have been building all evening, finally letting them fall in the darkness where no one can witness the collapse.
Chapter 32. Cole. The storm hits like fury made manifest, wind screaming across the highway with the kind of violence that makes you question your sanity for being out in it. Snow slaps against the windshield in wet, angry bursts, each impact loud enough to hear over the engine's growl. The wipers work overtime, their rubber blades scraping against ice that forms faster than they can clear it. I lean forward, squinting through the chaos at the yellow line that's more suggestion than reality now. The truck's headlights barely penetrate 3 feet into the swirling white wall ahead. Every instinct I've developed over 41 years of living tells me to pull over, wait it out, let the storm burn itself out before attempting this fool's errand. But the sleigh rattles softly in the truck bed behind me, each bump and jostle a reminder of what I'm carrying, what I carved with my own hands through 12 hours of sawdust and confession, pouring 8 years of buried feeling into cherrywood grain for the one who brought Christmas back. The words echo in my skull like a prayer I'm not sure I have the right to speak. Every mile toward Bayhaven makes the gift feel heavier, more impossible. What started as certainty in my workshop now feels like the worst kind of presumption. Mile marker 47 materializes through the snow like a ghost, and suddenly I'm 23 again, Rachel's bare feet propped on the dashboard as she paints her toenails fire engine red. Windows down, summer air thick with honeysuckle and possibility. You drive like an old man, Cole Hartman. I drive like someone who values his truck more than showing off. Oh, please. You're just scared I'll critique your technique. She waves the tiny brush at me, nail polish catching the sunset. I've seen your carpentry. All that precision and no flash. Very telling. What's that supposed to mean? It means you build things to last instead of things to impress. Most people don't know the difference. The memory dissolves as the truck hits a pothole, jarring me back to the present. My hands clench the steering wheel, knuckles white against the black leather. The dashboard clock glows 7:23 p.m. The gala started an hour ago. Layla's in that room right now, probably wearing something that makes every man forget his own name, probably smiling that radiant smile that could melt polar ice caps. Probably wondering where the hell I am. Mile marker 44. Another ghost rises from the storm. James and I, both of us sunburnt and exhausted, standing in front of the gazebo we just finished rebuilding after Hurricane Agnes tore through town like God's own tantrum. My hands were raw from 2 weeks of non-stop work, splinters embedded so deep they'd become part of my fingerprints. Not bad for a couple of idiots who thought they knew better than the weather service. Speak for yourself, Benton. I knew exactly how stupid this was. I wiped sweat from my forehead with the back of my wrist, leaving a streak of sawdust across my skin. Question is why you talked me into it anyway. Because somebody's got to keep this town standing, and it sure as hell isn't going to be the mayor's committee. James clapped a hand on my shoulder, his grip solid as bedrock. Besides, my daughter's been asking when you're going to fix the gazebo so she can hang Christmas lights on it again. Your daughter's 8 years old, and she's got more faith in you than you've got in yourself. Kid's got taste. The windshield fogs with my breath as the memory fades. James. Christ, what I did to that friendship. 20 years of brotherhood reduced to awkward nods across grocery store aisles, and the kind of careful distance that says everything without saying anything at all. He punched me 3 days ago. Split my lip clean open with the kind of precision that comes from decades of swinging hammers for a living. But his eyes looked more disappointed than angry, and that cut deeper than his fist ever could. Mile marker 41. The final ghost rises unbidden, and this one nearly sends me into the guardrail. Layla at 18, legs swinging from my truck's tailgate like she owned the whole damn world. Cut-off shorts that should have been illegal, and a tank top that turned every thought in my head into static. She'd been helping James and me load lumber all afternoon, moving 2x4s with the kind of easy strength that came from growing up in a house where everyone worked with their hands. Can I ask you something, Cole? Shoot. Do you think love ever really fades? Like, completely gone, or does it just... She gestured at the air like she could pluck the right words from the humidity. Change shape? I set down the board I'd been holding, suddenly aware that this wasn't the kind of question you answered while multitasking. Why would you ask something like that? Because my mom still gets this look when she talks about her first boyfriend. Not sad, exactly, but like she's remembering a song she used to know all the words to. Layla's eyes found mine, serious in a way that made my chest tight. And I wonder if that's how it always works, or if some people just get lucky and find something that never stops being exactly what it was. I should have said something safe, something appropriate for a man talking to his best friend's daughter about love, and forever in all the ways hearts learn to break. Instead, I found myself studying the curve of her mouth as she spoke, the way her fingers traced patterns on the metal tailgate. I think, I said carefully, that love doesn't fade so much as it gets buried under everything else we pile on top of it. Fear, mostly, and the stories we tell ourselves about what we deserve. That's the saddest thing you've ever said to me. Sad but true. No. She shook her head, curls catching the late afternoon light. True, maybe, but not sad, because if it's just buried, that means it can be dug up again. The memory hits like a painful blow, stealing my breath. 18-year-old Layla with her devastating optimism and her complete inability to accept that some things stay broken no matter how much faith you throw at them. 27-year-old Layla proved her 18-year-old self right. The truck shudders as wind tries to push it into the other lane. I correct course, both hands gripping the wheel like it's the only thing keeping me tethered to reality. The Bayhaven exit sign emerges from the storm like salvation, green reflective letters barely visible through the chaos. 1 mile to go. 1 mile between me and whatever comes next. The sleigh rattles again, and I catch a glimmer of cherry wood in the rearview mirror. Carved words that feel like the most honest thing I've ever created. I should have told you sooner. The words slip out before I can stop them, swallowed immediately by the storm's howl. My voice sounds foreign in the truck's cabin, rougher than usual, like I haven't spoken in days. Maybe I haven't. Not real words, anyway. Not the kind that matter. I should have stayed. The steering wheel creaks under my grip, leather worn smooth from years of calloused hands. I should have... The sentence fractures against the rattle of tire chains and wind-driven snow, pelting the windshield like bullets. Each word I practice sounds more hollow than the last, rehearsed lies dressed up as truth. How do you apologize for 8 years of running? How do you explain that loving someone felt like betraying the dead? Layla, Static crackles from the radio, drowning out whatever pathetic excuse I was building. I slam the button, cutting off the white noise, but the silence that follows is worse. Nothing but my breathing and the storm trying to tear the truck apart bolt by bolt. Another attempt. What I did was... But the words dissolve before they can take shape, meaningless as the snow melting on the windshield. Every apology I construct sounds like something I've read in a book, borrowed sentiment that doesn't belong in my mouth. Christ. I run a hand through my hair, catching snowflakes that somehow found their way inside despite the closed windows. You can't rehearse this, you bastard. The truck lurches as a gust catches the tailgate, and the sleigh slides against the wheel well with a soft thud. The sound cuts through my chest like a blade. 12 hours of work. Cherrywood that took me 3 trips to the lumber yard to find, grain so perfect it looked like liquid amber frozen in time. Every stroke of the chisel deliberate, every curve carved with the kind of precision that only comes from working with your hands for 30 years. For the one who brought Christmas back, the words I carved into that wood feel more honest than anything I've tried to say out loud. They lived in my bones before they lived in the grain, truth that bled from my fingers without permission. Either it's real, or it isn't, I tell the storm, and this time my voice doesn't shake. Either I mean it, or I don't. The truck crests the final hill, and Bayhaven spreads below me like a snow globe. Someone shook too hard. Street lamps glow through the falling snow, each one a small sun fighting back the darkness. The harbor looks different from up here, smaller, more fragile, like something you could cup in your palms and protect from the wind. Music drifts up from the valley, faint but unmistakable, even through the closed windows and the storm's fury. Something warm and bright, the kind of melody that makes you remember what hope sounds like. The community center burns gold against the gray sky, windows blazing with life and laughter, and everything I convinced myself I'd lost forever. I pull to the shoulder, gravel crunching under the tires as the truck settles into a drift that's already knee-deep. The engine idles rough, exhaust mixing steam with snowflakes in the rearview mirror. Through the windshield, the community center glows like a beacon, every window blazing gold against the storm's fury. Silhouettes move behind the glass, graceful shapes that could be dancing, could be laughing, could be living the kind of life I forgot how to live. My pulse hammers against my ribs, each beat syncing with the wiper's steady rhythm. Thump, 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 like a countdown to something I can't take back. What if she won't listen? The question sits in my throat like a splinter, sharp and unwelcome. I've spent 3 days imagining this moment, but every scenario ends the same way. Her eyes going cold, her voice cutting through my apologies like they're made of tissue paper. I've heard that tone before, seen what happens when Layla Benton decides you're not worth her time. What if I'm already too late? The thought twists deeper, finding soft spots I didn't know existed. Maybe she's already written me off. Maybe the girl who once told me love could be dug up again has finally learned that some things stay buried for good reason. Maybe 27-year-old Layla isn't as optimistic as her 18-year-old self. What if love, once fractured, doesn't rebuild no matter how skilled the craftsman? My hands dig into the steering wheel until the leather protests. I've built houses from foundations to roof lines, reconstructed century-old barns that hurricanes tried to scatter across 3 counties. But this feels like trying to repair something with pieces I'm not sure I still have. The sleigh shifts in the truck bed, cherrywood catching the streetlight's glow. 12 hours of work that might mean nothing. Carved words that might land like stones instead of promises. I kill the engine. The sudden silence hits like a physical force, storm sound rushing in to fill the void. Snow patters against the windows with crystalline fingers, each impact soft but insistent. The radio's digital clock blinks 7:41 p.m., green numbers that feel like an accusation. She's been in there for almost 2 hours, probably wondering if I'm even coming. Probably hoping I'm not. My forehead finds the steering wheel, cold vinyl against heated skin. The scent of cedar and old leather welcomes me like armor I'm about to shed. 8 years of hiding. 8 years of convincing myself that staying away was noble instead of cowardly. 8 years of Rachel's ghost sitting in the passenger seat, reminding me what happens when you love someone and the world decides to take them away. But Layla's voice cuts through the memory, sharp as winter air. You're allowed to live again. Snow piles against the tires, the sleigh half buried now under a blanket of white that makes it look like something from a fairy tale. The cherrywood glints faintly, carved words hidden but not forgotten. I lift my head, staring through the windshield at the light-soaked hall. Music drifts on the wind, something warm and bright that makes my chest ache with recognition. Laughter follows, the kind that comes from people who remember how to be happy together. All right, Benton girl. My voice comes out rough, barely louder than the storm. Let's see if this thing still has any magic left. The door handle feels like ice under my palm. I push it open, and the storm hits like a living thing. Wind that steals breath and snow that stings exposed skin. My boots sink into drifts that reach my shins, each step a commitment I can't take back. Heart hammering, sleigh waiting, the future somewhere beyond that light-soaked hall.
Chapter 33. Layla. Mayor Whitmer's voice booms across the hall like he's announcing the second coming, instead of another tax-deductible donation. His red bow tie sits crooked beneath his double chin, and sweat beads across his forehead, despite the December chill that keeps sneaking through the old building's seams. And now, a special surprise. From an A donor whose generosity reminds us what this season's truly about. The crowd erupts into applause, hands clapping with the mechanical enthusiasm of people who've had just enough wine to feel generous toward humanity. I join in because not clapping would draw attention, my palms meeting in a rhythm that feels hollow against my ribs. The chandelier above fractures the light into 1,000 tiny suns, each crystal throwing rainbows across the cream-colored walls in patterns that make my eyes water. Or maybe that's just the champagne I've been nursing for the past hour. Bubbles gone flat and bitter on my tongue. Mrs. Chester leans over from the next table, her silver hair catching the light like spun metal. Such a wonderful tradition, don't you think, dear? Though I do wish they'd tell us who's behind it all. The mystery's been driving Jack absolutely batty for years. I force my mouth into something resembling a smile. Some mysteries are worth keeping. My voice sounds steady enough, but my pulse hammers against my wrists where they rest on the white tablecloth. 3 days since I walked away from our fight in the warehouse. 3 days of radio silence that feels louder than screaming. 3 days of pretending I don't check my phone every 30 seconds for messages that never come. The applause begins to fade. People settling back into their conversations about property taxes and whose daughter got into which college. I reach for my water glass, fingers trembling just enough to make the ice clink against crystal. Then the back door's grown open. The sound cuts through the warmth like a blade, old hinges protesting against winter wind that shouldn't be strong enough to move them. Heads swivel toward the entrance, conversations faltering mid-sentence. The band wavers, the pianist's fingers stumbling over keys he's played 1,000 times before. A gust of snow swirls through the doorway, flakes catching the stage lights like glitter tossed by an invisible hand. The temperature drops 10 degrees in 3 seconds, raising goosebumps along my bare arms despite the cashmere wrap draped across my shoulders. My breath catches before my eyes find him, the reaction so visceral it feels like my ribcage has forgotten how to expand. My body knows, recognizes his presence like a tuning fork, struck against bone, vibration traveling through nerve endings that remember his touch too well, that have been aching for 3 days straight in ways I refuse to acknowledge even to myself. Cole steps inside, and the entire room seems to tilt on its axis. Snow dusts his shoulders like he walks straight out of a Christmas card written by someone with a twisted sense of timing and an appreciation for dramatic irony. His coat hangs open, despite the blizzard raging behind him, dark wool framing the familiar outline of broad shoulders and work-hardened chest that I've memorized in stolen glances and forbidden dreams. His hair's damp from the storm, darker than its usual sandy blonde, and his face carries the raw flush of wind and cold, and something that looks suspiciously like determination, mixed with the kind of quiet resolve that makes grown men step aside. In his arms, cradled against his chest like something sacred, like an offering to gods who demand impossible sacrifices, sits a sleigh carved from wood so beautiful. It steals what little breath I have left. Cherry wood, the grain flowing in amber rivers that catch the stage lights and throw them back in patterns too perfect for nature, too deliberate for accident. The craftsmanship is exquisite, every curve and angle speaking to hours of meticulous work, hands that know exactly how to coax magic from dead trees. The sleigh's runners gleam like polished silver, and tiny evergreen boughs are woven along its edges with ribbon the color of fresh snow. It's not just beautiful, it's a masterpiece. The kind of work that takes weeks to complete. The kind of attention to detail that speaks of love poured into every cut of the blade. Gasps ripple through the crowd like rock dropped in still water. Someone's phone camera flashes, the burst of white light reflecting off the sleigh's polished surface. Mrs. Patterson clutches her husband's arm, her pearl necklace catching the chandelier's glow. Jack Chester drops his dinner roll. The world narrows to the sound of Cole's boots against polished hardwood, each step echoing through the sudden silence like a heartbeat amplified through speakers. He doesn't stop for the stares burning holes in his back, doesn't acknowledge the whispers that follow in his wake like smoke. His eyes find mine across the room. gray-blue intensity that feels like being seen through a microscope, every cell cataloged and memorized. The air between us charges with electricity that is unrelated to the storm outside. I can't move, can't breathe, can't do anything but watch him walk down the center aisle, like he's heading toward an altar instead of a stage where Mayor Whitmer stands frozen with his mouth hanging open like a landed fish. The scent reaches me before he does. Pine and sawdust and something uniquely coal that bypasses my brain and hits my nervous system like a drug. Wood smoke and winter air and the faint metallic tang of tools worked hard enough to heat metal. Comfort I didn't realize I'd memorized. Safety I didn't know I'd been craving. Well, I whisper to no one in particular, my voice barely audible over the hammering of my pulse. This should be interesting. Cole reaches the base of the stage and sets the sleigh down with the reverence of someone placing flowers on a grave. His calloused fingers trace the burned letters. Each curve and line etched so deep they'll outlast winter, outlast gossip, outlast whatever storm follows this one. The crowd presses forward like a single organism, desperate to feed, necks craning, phones lifting, whispers building into a crescendo that threatens to drown out my heartbeat. Mayor Whitmer fumbles with his microphone, mouth opening and closing, with the rhythm of a fish thrown onto dry dock. Well, this is certainly... Cole's voice cuts through the noise like an axe through kindling. For the one who brought Christmas back. Not an announcement delivered to 300 strangers clutching wine glasses and wearing forced smiles. A confession, raw and unvarnished, and aimed directly at the hollow space between my ribs where my breath used to live. The words hit with the force of years of silence, cracking open all at once. My vision blurs. Not tears, not yet, but something closer to shock. The chandelier fractures into 1,000 burning stars, each crystal throwing light that feels too bright, too sharp, too much. Around me, people dissolve into motion. Mrs. Chester presses both hands to her chest like she's watching a proposal. Jack fumbles for his phone. Someone behind me sobs, actual tears over a man and a sleigh and words that weren't meant for them. But none of it registers. None of it matters. I see only Cole. The split in his bottom lip where teeth found purchased 3 days ago. The tremor in his jaw that speaks of control hanging by threads. The storm still clinging to his coat like he carried winter inside with him. Snow melts against his shoulders, dark spots spreading across wool. Every apology he couldn't speak lives in that sleigh. Every touch he pulled away from. Every morning he woke up, choosing guilt over hope. My feet move without permission from my brain. The stage steps blur beneath me, heels clicking against hardwood, in a rhythm that matches his breathing. Shallow, unguarded, desperate. The crowd parts like water around a stone, creating a narrow aisle between us that feels longer than the years we've spent circling each other. Conversations die mid-syllable. Even the band stops playing, pianist's hands frozen above keys that suddenly seem irrelevant. Cole watches me approach with the expression of a man expecting to be turned away and coming anyway. His gray-blue eyes track my movement like I might disappear if he blinks. Like I'm something precious and fragile instead of the woman who spent 3 weeks making his life hell with clipboard authority and stolen Santa hats. When I reach him, the noise fades to a low hum, the kind of hush that only falls when something sacred happens in plain sight. Breathing becomes a conscious effort. Existing becomes a choice I make with each heartbeat. I touch the sleigh first. Fingertips trace the carved words. Feeling the burn marks, where he pressed heated tools against cherry wood until letters formed. The grain flows like rivers beneath my skin, smooth and warm and impossibly real. Then his hand, rough and trembling and alive beneath mine. You shouldn't have braved the storm. Couldn't let you face it alone. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 34. Cole. The microphone slips from Mayor Whitmer's sweaty fingers like a greased fish. I catch it before the feedback can shatter every eardrum in the room, my calloused palm wrapping around metal still warm from his nervous grip. The weight feels foreign. I'm more comfortable with hammers than public speaking, but some truths demand an audience. Feedback squeals through the speakers, sharp enough to make 300 people wince in unison. Then silence drops like a curtain made of held breath. Even the kitchen staff peek through the service windows, dish towels draped over shoulders like surrender flags. The sleigh gleams behind me, cherry wood catching stage lights and throwing them back in patterns that dance across the cream-colored walls. Every hour I spent carving those letters burns in my chest, the way my hands shook, how I nearly threw the whole thing into the fire when the C came out crooked, how I started over because crooked wasn't good enough for her. This town thinks I gave them Christmas. My voice carries rougher than I intended, years of speaking only when necessary, making every word feel like sandpaper against my throat. Heads turn like sunflowers tracking light. Mrs. Patterson adjusts her pearls. Jack Chester sets down his wineglass with the reverence of a man witnessing his first miracle. Layla stands frozen beside me like a deer caught in headlights, except deer don't usually look ready to either kiss you or kill you depending on your next move. Truth is, she did. Gasps ripple through the room like stones dropped in still water. Someone's phone camera flashes, the burst of white light reflecting off silverware and champagne glasses. The woman next to Layla, Melanie, I think, grabs her friend's arm hard enough to leave bruises. But Layla doesn't move, doesn't blink, just watches me with the intensity of someone memorizing a face. She reminded me why we build anything, to share it. The words taste like sawdust and truth, gritty against my tongue. I've spent years building walls around everything that mattered, constructing barriers so high and thick that even light couldn't penetrate. Layla walked through them like they were made of tissue paper and good intentions. Mayor Whitmer clears his throat behind me, the sound wet and nervous. Mr. Hartman, perhaps we should... She showed up with a clipboard and enough attitude to power the whole town through winter. A laugh bubbles up from somewhere in the crowd, probably one of the volunteers who watched her reorganize my entire donation system in 15 minutes while wearing heels that should have been classified as weapons. Told me my filing system was an insult to trees everywhere. Said my handwriting looked like a chicken had seizures on the page. More laughter now, warmer and more genuine. Layla's mouth twitches, not quite a smile, but close enough to make my chest loosen at last. And she was right. The admission hangs in the air like smoke from a dying fire. Behind me, the sleigh catches another flash from someone's phone, wood grain flowing like rivers of amber and gold. She's been right about everything. I swallow hard, the taste of old fears and new courage mixing bitterly on my tongue. My throat works against words that have lived buried for too long, rough as unfinished lumber. And I'm done hiding, Layla. The confession drops into silence so complete, I can hear my own heartbeat thundering against my ribs. 300 people might as well be holding their breath underwater. Even the chandelier crystals seem suspended, caught between gravity and anticipation, waiting to see if the world will tilt off its axis. Mrs. Patterson's wine glass hovers halfway to her lips, forgotten. The mayor's mouth opens and closes like a fish gasping on dry dock. Someone's phone slips from nerveless fingers, the thud against thick carpet unnaturally loud. But all I see is her. Layla stands frozen for exactly 3 heartbeats, long enough for doubt to creep up my spine like winter frost. Then she moves. She closes the distance between us, standing close enough that her perfume mingles with the sawdust permanently embedded in my clothes. The rest of the room fades to background noise. Her hazel eyes hold flecks of gold that dance in the stage lights, and her mouth, that mouth that's haunted my dreams for a year, curves into something between exasperation and affection. "You really are terrible at subtle." Her voice carries just far enough for the front tables to catch every syllable, soft enough to feel intimate, loud enough to ensure the whole town will be dissecting this moment over breakfast tomorrow. I look down at her, this woman who walked into my carefully constructed isolation and rearranged everything without asking permission. The sleigh gleam S behind us like a wooden promise, every carved letter a testament to months of wanting what I thought I couldn't have. "I learned from you." Her fingers slide between mine like they belong there, warm and sure despite the tremor I can feel in her pulse. The contact shoots electricity up my arm, every nerve ending suddenly alive after years of numbness. Her palm fits against mine perfectly, calluses from art projects rough against the permanent splinters embedded in my skin. The room is suspended in time. 300 people fade to static. I lean down, she rises on her toes, and the space between us disappears like morning mist. Her lips meet mine, tentative at first, a question rather than a statement. Then her free hand cups my jaw, thumb brushing the stubble I forgot to shave this morning, and the kiss deepens into something that tastes like forgiveness and cinnamon, and coming home. She's soft where I'm hard edges, yielding where I'm granite. Her mouth moves against mine with the confidence of someone who knows exactly what she wants, and what she wants is me. Broken pieces, sharp corners and all. The kiss carries the weight of a year's worth of almost moments, stolen glances, and conversations that said everything except what mattered. When her tongue traces my bottom lip, the world tilts sideways. My hand finds the small of her back, fingers spreading across burgundy velvet that's warm from her skin underneath. She melts into me like she was designed to fit there, curves aligning with angles in ways that make architectural sense. Thunder erupts around us, applause crashing like waves against rocks. Whistles pierce the air. Someone shouts, "About damn time!" in a voice that sounds suspiciously like Melanie. Camera flashes pop like lightning, but the chaos might as well be happening on another planet. All I hear is her soft sigh against my mouth. All I feel is her heartbeat hammering against my chest, where she's pressed close enough to share oxygen. All I know is that I've been starving for years, and she's the first meal that's ever satisfied the hunger. We break apart slowly, reluctantly, like gravity's an inconvenience we can't quite overcome. Her lipstick has transferred to my mouth. I can taste the berry sweetness of it. Her eyes stay closed for a heartbeat longer than necessary, lashes dark against flushed cheeks. "Well," she breathes, voice rough enough to make my knees forget how to lock. That's one way to handle a microphone. The applause continues, a wall of sound that bounces off the chandelier crystals and hardwood floors. But beneath the celebration, I catch movement in my peripheral vision. A figure standing statue still at the edge of the crowd, weathered hands hanging loose at his sides. James Benton, her father, my oldest friend. His face reveals nothing, not anger, not approval, just the careful blankness of a man processing information he isn't sure how to catalog. Our eyes meet across 30 years of shared history, and I see the exact moment he stops seeing me as his daughter's mistake and starts seeing me as something else entirely. He doesn't move, doesn't storm the stage or reach for his phone to call the sheriff. Just stands there like a tree rooted in place, watching his little girl claim the life she wants, regardless of how complicated it makes everything else. Layla follows my gaze, her hand tightening in mine when she spots him. For a second, uncertainty flickers across her features, the first crack in her armor since she walked up those steps. She leans close, lips brushing my ear in a way that sends heat straight down my spine. You just made gossip history. Her breath tickles the sensitive skin below my jaw, and I have to concentrate to remember how words work. The scent of her perfume mingles with the lingering taste of that kiss, making my head spin like I've been drinking something stronger than the mayor's cheap champagne. I turn my head just enough that my mouth finds her ear, voice dropping low enough that even the front tables can't catch the words. Good. For once, they'll be right.
Chapter 35. Layla. The burgundy velvet dress pools around my feet like spilled wine as I kick off my heels, toes finally free from their elegant prison. Cole's cabin wraps around us in cedar-scented warmth, all exposed beams and rough-hewn comfort that feels more like home than my childhood bedroom ever did. Your fireplace is showing off. Orange flames dance behind the grate, casting shadows that play across the stone hearth like living art. The contrast between tonight's chaos and this sanctuary makes my shoulders drop, finally. Cole shrugs out of his jacket, the fabric whispering against his shoulders. Built it myself, had to make sure it could handle the workload. Everything in this place screams, I have capable hands, doesn't it? His mouth quirks at the corner. You complaining? Observing, there's a difference. The couch beckons, deep leather worn soft by years of use, positioned perfectly to face both the fire and the picture window that frames the falling snow like a living Christmas card. Outside, flakes drift past the glass in lazy spirals, each one catching porch light before disappearing into darkness. I sink into the cushions, and Cole settles beside me with the careful deliberation of a man who's forgotten how to share space. His arm hovers for a heartbeat before settling around my shoulders, fingers finding the fabric of my dress where it meets bare skin. Still processing what happened back there? His voice rumbles through his chest, vibrating against my cheek where I've tucked myself into the hollow of his shoulder. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat anchors me more effectively than any meditation app I've ever downloaded. You mean the part where you turn the entire town into your personal therapy session? That bothering you? I trace patterns on his shirt, feeling the warmth of skin underneath cotton that smells like sawdust and something uniquely him. The opposite, actually. Watching you claim what you wanted in front of 300 people? That was hot. His chest shakes with silent laughter. You have strange taste in turn-ons, says the man who gets excited about proper joint construction. Outside, snow continues its relentless descent, blanketing the world in pristine silence. The fire crackles, sending sparks up the chimney like tiny wishes ascending to whatever gods govern second chances and stubborn hearts. Think my dad will forgive us? Cole's fingers tighten almost imperceptibly in my hair. Give him time. James has always been practical. He'll come around to the math. The math? You're happy. I'm not going anywhere. Equation solved. You couldn't text? I ask, tilting my head and brushing a curl from my face. The firelight catches the glint in his eyes, and I can't help but grin. Wanted witnesses. His low chuckle sends a shiver down my spine, which he notices, his gaze darkening. Witnesses, huh? So, this was all part of your plan? You're my plan. His voice is rough, barely above a whisper, and it's enough to make my breath hitch. I lean forward, catching him off guard when I press my lips to his. It's not soft or tentative. It's bold, demanding, and he responds in kind. His hand tangles in my hair, pulling me closer as the kiss deepens. The taste of him is intoxicating, like wood smoke and something uniquely Cole, and I can't get enough. Layla, he murmurs against my lips, his voice strained. Cole, I fire back, teasing but breathless. His hands slide down my back, fingers skimming the curve of my waist, and I shift closer, straddling him on the couch. The heat between us is electric, and I can feel his heart pounding under my palm as I press it against his chest. "You're not making this easy," he growls, his fingers tracing the strap of my dress. "You love a challenge," I shoot back, tugging at the buttons of his shirt. He makes short work of them, shrugging the fabric off his shoulders, and I take a moment to admire the expanse of his chest, the scars that tell stories he's only just begun to share. My fingers trace one near his collarbone, and he tenses beneath me.
Well, that escalated fast. And unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full heart-racing naughty version?
That's ready for you at BWWM.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VIXAVonRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount.
Still think joy's overrated? I murmur, tracing idle circles along the taut muscles of his back, feeling the steady rise and fall of his chest beneath my fingertips. He huffs a quiet laugh, the kind that rumbles deep in his chest, before pressing a kiss to my shoulder, lingering there like a promise. I stand corrected. His voice is rough, softened by exhaustion and something else, something tender, something real. The fire pops, sending embers swirling up the chimney as Cole shifts beneath me, his calloused palm tracing idle patterns along my bare shoulder. Our limbs tangle together on the thick wool rug, my back pressed against the furnace of his chest, his breath warm against my neck. "You're hogging the blanket," I murmur, though I make no move to adjust the quilt draped haphazardly over us. His chuckle vibrates through me. "You stole it first." Lies. I twist just enough to catch his smirk in the firelight, the shadows carving out the stubborn line of his jaw. "You're just bitter because I won the argument about the thermostat. Didn't realize it was a competition." His fingers drift lower, skimming my ribs, and I squirm, biting back a laugh. "Everything's a competition with you," says the woman who turned stocking the toy bins into a race. "And yet," I drawl, rolling to face him fully. "Who won?" His eyes, gray-blue and unfairly focused, drop to my mouth. "Think I did." The kiss is slow, unhurried, the kind that lingers like the taste of good whiskey. His hand slides into my hair, cradling the back of my head as if I'm something fragile, even though we both know better. When we break apart, his thumb brushes my cheekbone, rough and reverent. "You're staring," I whisper, not used to this yet. "What, me naked?" "You here," he corrects, voice gravel rough. "In my house, in my arms, like you belong." The fire crackles, painting his face in golden shadow. No walls, no hesitation, just us, bare in every way that matters. I press closer, tucking my head under his chin. Get used to it. His arms tighten around me, his exhale warm against my hair. Outside, the snow keeps falling, sealing us in this quiet, sacred space, where shame doesn't live and love doesn't hide.
Chapter 36. Cole. The world wakes slow, like it's testing the waters of morning. Snow drifts past the window in lazy spirals, each flake catching the pale gold of dawn before disappearing into the growing light. The fire died sometime during the night, reduced to glowing embers that pulse like a sleeping heartbeat. But the room still holds its heat, the lingering scent of cedar smoke and skin, of something that shifted permanently in the dark hours. Layla's curled beneath the quilt, drowning in my old flannel shirt that hangs off her shoulder like she's been claimed by it. The fabric swallows her whole, sleeves rolled up past her wrists, the hem riding high on her thighs. Her hair fans across the pillow in tangled waves, the color catching dawn like something I shouldn't be allowed to touch, but somehow get to keep. For a long while I just watch her breathe, the rise and fall of her chest beneath worn cotton, the sweet sound she makes when she dreams, half sigh, half murmur that tugs at something deep in my chest. It's the kind of quiet I used to mistake for loneliness, back when silence felt like punishment instead of peace. Turns out, it was just waiting. Her fingers twitch against the blanket, and I wonder what she's chasing in sleep. Something good, judging by the way her mouth curves at the corner, barely there but enough to make my throat tight. I slip from the bed without disturbing her, feet finding the cold floor with practiced silence. The kitchen beckons and coffee becomes an excuse to move, to let the reality settle in my bones. She's here. She stayed. We survived the aftermath of wanting something we thought we couldn't have. My coffee sits untouched on the table, steam curling like ghosts in the morning light. Next to it, Rachel's ring. The one I've worn so long it's left a pale band around my finger, a mark that's become part of me, like a scar that forgot to fade. I pick it up, rolling the metal between my thumb and forefinger. The gold catches the morning light, warm and familiar, weight that once anchored me to a past I couldn't release. For 8 years, it's been both comfort and chain, reminder and burden. Thank you, I whisper to the empty room, voice rough from sleep and honesty. For every Christmas you gave me, for letting me find another. The words don't ache like I thought they would. They settle instead, finding their place without displacing what came before. Rachel's memory doesn't shrink to make room for Layla. It shifts, becoming something I can carry without drowning in it. I open the drawer of my workbench, the one where I keep things that mattered once, but no longer need fixing. Screws that don't fit any project, a business card from a client who moved away, a receipt from the hardware store the day I bought wood for Rachel's garden boxes. Small artifacts of a life I lived fully once upon a time. The ring slides inside, settling against the wood with a soft click. No ceremony, no dramatic gesture, just peace. The drawer closes with the whisper of well-fitted joints, and something in my chest loosens for the very first time in years. You're up early. Layla's voice, sleep-roughened and warm, draws me around. She's leaning against the doorframe, my flannel hanging off one shoulder, bare legs emerging from the hem like an invitation I'm not sure I deserve, but plan to accept anyway. Couldn't sleep? Slept fine. I move toward her, drawn by the way morning light catches in her hair. Just wanted to watch the snow. Her smile is knowing, like she can read the truth I'm not saying. Find what you were looking for? I brush a curl behind her ear, thumb grazing her cheek. Think I did. When I turn back, Layla's eyes are open, soft with sleep, but alert enough to catch me in the act of whatever just shifted in this room. She stretches beneath the quilt, my flannel riding higher on her thighs, and something in her expression tells me she's been watching longer than she's letting on. Couldn't stay in bed forever, she murmurs, voice husky with sleep and something else, the kind of satisfaction that comes from claiming space in a place that's been empty too long. Didn't stop me from trying. I move toward the kitchen, muscle memory guiding me through the familiar ritual. Coffee grounds, water, the steady drip that sounds like morning finally arriving. 2 sugars, splash of cream. You remembered? I remember everything about you. The words slip out before I can catch them, raw and honest in the morning quiet. She sits up, drowning in flannel and blanket, bare legs tucked beneath her, like she's making herself at home in my space, in my life. The sight of her here, rumpled and warm in mine, does something to my chest that feels like breaking and healing at the same time. I bring her the mug, still hot, steam curling between us like a bridge. Her fingers brush mine as she takes it, and the contact sparks something low in my stomach, proof that want doesn't fade with satisfaction. It just grows roots. She cradles the coffee like it's precious, inhaling the steam before taking that first careful sip. The small sound she makes, half pleasure, half relief, tugs at something deep and protective in my chest. "Pretty sure this counts as love," she says, eyes dancing over the rim of the mug. "Pretty sure you're right." Her smile blooms slow and certain, the kind that reaches her eyes and settles there like it plans to stay. Good thing, considering what we got up to last night. Regrets? Only that we waited so long. She takes another sip, studying me over the coffee. "What about you? Second thoughts in the cold light of day?" "No." The answer comes without hesitation, surprising us both with its certainty. Not a single one. 2 mugs sit side by side on the weathered coffee table, steam rising in lazy spirals that dance together before dissolving into the morning air. Mine's black, strong enough to wake the dead. Hers cradles cream and sugar, sweet like the woman curled against my side. Layla's feet are tucked beneath her, my flannel sliding off her shoulder as she shifts deeper into the couch cushions. The fabric pools around her like she's been claimed by it, by this place, by me. Her coffee mug warms her palms as she watches the snow through the window, something peaceful in her expression that I've never seen before. Not the fierce joy or sharp-tongued defiance, but quiet contentment. "It's beautiful," she murmurs, breath fogging the air between us. "Yeah." But I'm not looking at the snow. I'm watching the way morning light catches in her hair, the satisfied curve of her mouth, the way she fits against me like she was always meant to be here. She catches me staring and arches an eyebrow. "Getting sentimental on me, Hartman?" "Maybe." The word comes easier than it should, rough around the edges, but honest. "Problem with that?" "Not even a little." She takes a sip of coffee, eyes dancing over the rim. "Though I should probably warn you, I'm not going anywhere." "Good." I pull her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. "Wasn't planning on letting you." The silence stretches between us, comfortable as worn denim. Outside, a cardinal lands on the windowsill, bright red against the white backdrop, and Layla makes a soft sound of delight. "Rachel used to say cardinals were good luck," I find myself saying, the words slipping out without the sharp edge of grief they used to carry. Layla turns in my arms, studying my face. "Tell me about her." "She would have liked you." The truth surprises me with its simplicity. "Probably would have adopted you on sight, fed you until you burst, then put you to work organizing some charity drive." "Smart woman." "Yeah, she was." I brush a curl behind Layla's ear, marveling at the softness. "She used to say the trick to building anything that lasts is leaving space for the wind. I never understood that until you." Layla's smile blooms slow and warm. "Space for the wind?" "Room to grow, to change, to let something new in without losing what came before." I press my lips to her temple, voice dropping low. "You didn't replace anything, sweetheart. You just reminded me I still had room to build." She sets her mug down and turns fully toward me, hands framing my face. "Cole Hartman, getting philosophical before 8 a.m. What's next? Interpretive dance? Don't push your luck." Her laugh fills the quiet cabin, bright and unguarded, and something in my chest settles into place like a foundation stone, finally finding level ground. One heart finally at rest, one just beginning to beat freely. The silence shatters. Outside, heavy tires crunch against the gravel drive, followed by the slam of a truck door that echoes like a gunshot in the morning air.
Chapter 37. Layla. Cole's body goes rigid beside me. His mug freezes halfway to his lips, his gaze snapping toward the window. Those footsteps outside, deliberate, measured, familiar in a way that makes my stomach drop straight through the floor. I know that walk. Steady and sure, The kind of stride that belongs to a man who's made up his mind about something and won't be swayed by weather or common sense. Damn. The word slips out before I can catch it. Cole is already moving, setting his mug down with a sharp clatter. He starts untangling himself from me with careful precision, like he's defusing a bomb instead of answering his front door. His flannel shirt hangs loose around my shoulders, suddenly feeling less like comfort and more like evidence. "Stay here," he murmurs, but there's no real authority behind it. We both know hiding won't work, not in a cabin this small, not when my father's already spotted our cars in the drive and probably clocked the warm glow spilling from the windows. The knock comes exactly when expected. 3 sharp raps that echo through the cabin like a judge's gavel. Cole pauses at the door, hand on the handle, shoulders squared for impact. When he opens it, Winter rushes in along with the man who taught me to swing a hammer and never back down from a fight. Dad stands there in his heavy coat, snow dusting his shoulders like he's been walking through the storm instead of driving. His knit cap dangles from one weathered hand, silver black hair mussed from the wind. But it's his eyes that make my breath catch. Not angry, not sharp with accusation. Just tired. Searching. "James." Cole's voice carries no surprise, like he's been expecting this moment since the first time he kissed me. "Cole." The silence stretches between them, rich with history and unspoken words. Steam rises from our abandoned coffee mugs on the table behind me. The fire crackles in the grate, and somewhere above us, melted snow drips from the eaves in a steady rhythm that sounds like a countdown. Cole steps back, gesturing toward the kitchen with the kind of automatic hospitality that's been drilled into every small-town bone in his body. "Coffee?" Dad shakes his head, snow falling from his boots onto the threshold. "Not here for coffee." The words land heavy in the warm air, and I pull Cole's flannel tighter around myself, wishing I could disappear into the fabric entirely. But running isn't an option. Not anymore, not when everything we've built together sits balanced on the edge of this conversation. Dad's gaze finds me over Cole's shoulder, and something in his expression shifts. Not anger, not disappointment, just recognition. Like he's seeing something he suspected, but hoped wasn't true. "Morning, baby girl." "Hi, Dad." My voice comes out smaller than intended, but steady. No apologies, no explanations. Just acknowledgement that we're here, together, and whatever comes next, we'll face it. Cole closes the door against the cold, but the chill has already settled into the room, changing everything. The 3 of us stand in a triangle of tension, and I realize this is the moment that decides whether we get to keep what we found or watch it crumble under the weight of the past. Dad pulls off his gloves slowly, buying time or gathering courage. With him, it's impossible to tell the difference. He studies Cole like he's examining a piece of wood for flaws, checking the grain, testing for weakness, searching for something that might not be there anymore. "You look different." Dad's voice carries the weight of observation, not accusation. Lighter, maybe, or just present. Cole doesn't flinch under the scrutiny. His hands hang loose at his sides, no defensive crossing of arms or shifting toward the door. I am present, for the first time in 8 years. And before that, I was drowning. Cole's admission lands without drama, just fact delivered in that steady way of his. "You watched me go under. Hell, I don't blame you for walking away." Dad crosses his arms over his chest. "I didn't walk away because you were drowning, son. I walked away because you were determined to take everyone else down with you." The words hit their mark, but Cole absorbs them without argument. No defensive flair, no justification. Just acceptance of a truth that would have destroyed him a year ago. "You're right." Cole meets Dad's gaze without wavering. I was poisoned then, angry at the world for continuing to spin when mine had stopped. Dad glances at me, curled in Cole's oversized flannel. Something shifts in his expression. Recognition, maybe. Or just the slow realization that the man standing in front of him isn't the same one who disappeared into grief and rage. He's not the same man he was. Dad's voice carries both accusation and relief, like he's still testing which emotion fits better. Cole's shoulders straighten, not with defiance, but with quiet certainty. Neither am I. It isn't a challenge or a plea for understanding, just truth, delivered the way Cole delivers everything, without flourish, without asking for anything in return. The man who kissed me last New Year's Eve was already changing. The man who built me a sleigh and declared his love in front of the entire town has already transformed into someone new. Someone who doesn't confuse avoidance with honor. Someone who understands that love builds on the past instead of erasing it. Dad exhales slowly, and I watch years of protective anger drain from his shoulders like water from a broken dam. For the first time since he walked through that door, he looks at Cole not as a threat to be neutralized, but as a man who's already served his sentence and emerged different on the other side. Then maybe I can stop being the same father I was, Dad murmurs. The weight of Dad's words settles into the cabin, like the last log finding its place in the fire. Cole's throat works against something unspoken, his jaw tight with the effort of keeping whatever response wants to break free, locked safely inside. Through the frost-edged window, I watch the neighborhood kids who've discovered Cole's front yard, apparently the perfect hill for sledding when you're 8 years old and fearless. Their laughter carries through the glass, bright and infectious, mixing with the soft whisper of snow falling from the pine boughs overhead. Dad moves to stand beside Cole at the window, and for a moment, the three of us just watch the scene. One of the kids attempts to show the others a sledding technique, fails spectacularly, and tumbles into a snowbank, emerging like a snow angel who's had too much coffee. A low chuckle rumbles from my dad. Takes after her mother. Dad's amused voice carries decades of fond exasperation, the kind reserved for women who dive headfirst into joy without checking the depth first. Cole glances at me, his mouth quirking upward, barely visible, but I know that expression. It's the one he wears when I've done something that simultaneously terrifies and delights him. Stubborn as hell? Heart first, always. Dad's voice holds admiration instead of criticism now, and he looks at me as he says it, like he's finally realized that leading with your heart isn't always a character flaw. Her mother is the same way. Still drives me crazy sometimes. The silence that follows isn't empty. It hums with understanding, with the slow recognition that maybe stubborn hearts aren't such a terrible inheritance after all. Dad's hand lands on Cole's shoulder, brief, solid, grounding. The kind of touch that says more than words ever could about forgiveness and second chances, and the complicated mathematics of moving forward. Take care of her, Dad murmurs, not as a threat but as a benediction. Then he's moving toward the door, pulling on his gloves with the same deliberate care he used to remove them. No dramatic proclamations, no demands for promises or explanations. Just a father who's watched his daughter choose love and decided to trust her judgment. The door closes with barely a whisper, leaving Cole and me alone at the window. He watches Dad's truck pull away, the taillights disappearing around the bend, like a period at the end of a long, complicated sentence. I move to stand beside him, my reflection joining his in the cold glass. The kids outside have started a snowball fight, their shouts muffled by the falling snow. The sight of him there, solid, present, finally at peace, makes my chest tight with something too big for words. He turns, his gaze finding mine, and the quiet in the cabin feels like a new beginning. We might finally get what we really, truly want.
Chapter 38. Cole. The community center buzzes with the kind of organized chaos that would have sent me running a year ago. Volunteers weave between towers of donation bins, their voices mixing with the scrape of folding chairs and the rustle of wrapping paper. The sleigh sits by the entrance like a monument to my public humiliation, its cherrywood surface dulled by countless small hands that have traced the carved words, turning my private declaration into Bayhaven's most touched artifact. Never thought I'd see Bayhaven line up to volunteer again. The words slide out as I watch Mrs. Henderson directing traffic with the precision of a seasoned general, her clipboard bristling with color-coded schedules. Layla hip-checks me, nearly sending my coffee sloshing over the rim. Never thought they'd let you near a microphone again. The memory of that night still makes my chest tight, standing in front of half the town, declaring my love like some lovesick teenager instead of a grown man with a reputation to maintain. The way the silence stretched before the applause hit, the way James's face shifted from shock to something that might have been approval. Mayor's been practicing damage control ever since. I gestured toward the new banner strung across the stage. The Benton Hartman Foundation for Families in cheerful red letters that somehow make our names look official instead of scandalous. Layla follows my gaze, her expression shifting to something softer. Still can't believe she convinced us to make it permanent. The foundation wasn't our idea. That honor belongs to Mayor Whitmer, who cornered us 3 weeks after Christmas with a proposal that sounded more like friendly extortion. Why stop at toys when families need home repairs? Why limit scholarships to December when kids graduate in June? Why waste perfectly good publicity when you could turn it into year-round community service? She's terrifying when she wants something. I watched the mayor himself stride past, clipboard in hand, surveying his domain with the satisfaction of someone who's turned a Christmas scandal into a civic institution. You say that like you didn't cave in 15 minutes. She's not wrong. The moment Whitmer laid out his vision, Layla coordinating logistics while I trained volunteers in basic carpentry, turning my workshop into a teaching space, building something that would outlast both of us. I was sold. Not because I suddenly developed civic pride, but because the alternative was watching Layla leave again. A crash echoes from the storage room, followed by creative cursing that would make my construction crew proud. Tom Jenkins emerges, wrestling with a ladder that clearly won the first round. "Cole!" Tom waves me over with the desperation of a man who's discovered that volunteer enthusiasm doesn't automatically translate to competence. These folks are eager, but nobody knows which end of a hammer to hold. Layla nudges me toward the chaos. Go save them before they nail themselves to the floor. The workshop space Whitmer designated takes up the entire back corner of the hall, 8 workbenches arranged in a U-shape, each equipped with basic tools and lumber donated by my crew. The volunteers gathered around them look like they're preparing for surgery instead of building toy boxes, handling the tools with the reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts. Relax. I pick up a hammer from one particularly nervous-looking teenager. It's wood, not explosives. But what if I mess it up? Jenny Morrison clutches her safety glasses like a lifeline, her voice carrying the kind of panic usually reserved for natural disasters. Then you sand it down and try again. I demonstrate the grip, feeling the familiar weight settle into my palm. Wood's forgiving, more than people usually. The lesson flows easier than expected, hands guiding hands, showing instead of telling, watching nervous concentration transform into focused determination. These aren't my usual crew of weathered professionals, but they listen with the intensity of students who actually want to learn. Across the room, Layla coordinates a different kind of chaos, her tablet balanced in one hand while she gestures with the other. She's explaining delivery routes to a cluster of volunteers, her voice carrying that particular mix of authority and warmth that makes people want to follow her anywhere. You two make a good team. Mrs. Chester appears beside me, her observation delivered with the kind of knowing smile that makes my neck warm. We complement each other. The diplomatic response slides out automatically, the kind of careful phrasing I've perfected over months of similar comments. That's one way to put it. Her laugh suggests she's not fooled by my attempt at professional distance. Must be nice, building something together. Building something together. The phrase hits differently than it should, carrying weight beyond foundation work and community service. We're building something, all right. Trust constructed one careful conversation at a time. Love measured in shared glances and stolen moments between meetings. Layla catches my eye across the room, rolls hers at whatever volunteer question she's fielding, and mouths something that looks suspiciously like, "Help me," before turning back to her tablet with renewed patience. The Channel 7 news crew arrives like a small invasion, their equipment cases and lighting rigs transforming our humble workshop into something resembling a movie set. The reporter, a polished woman whose name I immediately forget, positions us at one of the workbenches while her cameraman adjusts angles that make the lumber stacks look more photogenic than they have any right to be. This is exactly the kind of heartwarming community story our viewers love. She beams at us with the enthusiasm of someone who's perfected the art of manufactured emotion. Local business owner and volunteer coordinator bringing hope to families in need. Layla shifts beside me, her fingers drumming against the workbench in the rhythm she uses when she's trying not to laugh. The reporter hasn't bothered learning our names beyond what's written on her notes, treating us like pleasant props in her feel-good narrative. "So tell me," the reporter continues, pointing her microphone between us like she's conducting an orchestra, "who's really in charge here?" The question hangs in the air for a beat too long. Layla's eyebrow arches in that way that usually means trouble, and I brace myself for whatever's about to come out of her mouth. "Depends on the tools being used." The reporter blinks, clearly not expecting that particular answer. Her smile wobbles slightly as she tries to process whether Layla's being profound or inappropriate. "And the mood she's in," I add, because someone has to throw her a lifeline before this interview becomes a complete disaster. The sharp crack of Layla's boot connecting with my shin under the table shoots straight through my jeans, but I can't stop the grin that spreads across my face. She tries to look innocent, blinking at the camera with exaggerated sweetness, while I rub my shin and shake my head. The laughter starts with Mrs. Henderson's distinctive cackle from somewhere behind the camera crew, then ripples outward through the room like water finding its level. Easy and familiar, the kind of genuine amusement that can't be manufactured for television, but somehow captures everything real about what we're building here. The reporter recovers quickly, pivoting to safer ground. "The partnership between you two certainly seems to be working. Cole, what would you say Layla brings to this foundation?" "Organization." The word comes out rougher than intended, weighted with the kind of honesty that probably won't make the final cut. "Vision." The ability to convince people that impossible things are just projects they haven't figured out yet. Layla's fingers find mine under the table, a silent squeeze that grounds me more effectively than any speech I could give. Her thumb traces across my knuckles, steady, grounding, a reminder that this work isn't just about rebuilding a town. It's about maintaining what we've built together, one careful day at a time. The interview wraps with the kind of polished efficiency that makes me grateful for Layla's media training suggestions. The reporter packs up her equipment while spouting promises about airtime and community impact, her attention already shifting to whatever story comes next. Families begin streaming through the doors, a steady flow of parents juggling coffee cups and children, their arms loaded with donation bags that rustle with promise. The energy shifts from organized chaos to something warmer, more purposeful. Kids dart between adults' legs while volunteers direct traffic with the patience of people who've learned to find joy in controlled pandemonium. "Mrs. Patterson, table 3 for clothing donations," Layla calls out, her voice carrying that particular mix of authority and warmth that makes people want to follow directions. She switched back into coordinator mode, tablet balanced in one hand while she gestures families toward their designated stations. A blur of purple coat and mismatched mittens breaks free from the crowd. Emma Rodriguez, I recognize her from last year's toy drive, barrels straight toward Layla with the single-minded determination of a 7-year-old on a mission. "Miss Layla!" Emma's voice carries across the room, causing several volunteers to look up from their sorting. She crashes into Layla's legs with enough force to send the tablet clattering onto the nearest table. Layla crouches to Emma's level, her professional coordinator mask melting into something genuine. "Hey, sweetheart, did you bring donations for the toy drive?" Emma nods enthusiastically, her dark curls bouncing under a knitted hat that's seen better winters. She leans closer, her small hands framing Layla's face with the earnest gravity that only children can pull off. "You made Christmas last all year," she whispers, her words carrying across the sudden quiet that settled around them. The change in Layla's expression hits like a physical blow. Her breath catches, those expressive eyes filling with the kind of tears that come from unexpected grace. Her hand trembles slightly as she smooths Emma's curls, and for a moment, the confident woman who's been orchestrating this entire operation looks like she might fall apart. My hand moves before my brain catches up, thumb brushing across her cheek to catch the tear that threatens to spill over. The gesture feels natural, protective, the kind of instinct that doesn't ask permission before acting. Her skin is warm under my touch, and she leans into the contact for just a second before remembering where we are. "Thank you, baby girl," Layla manages, her voice steady despite the emotion swimming in her eyes. "That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me." Emma beams and skips back to her mother, leaving us standing in the middle of controlled chaos with something fragile and important hanging between us. The moment stretches, electric with the kind of intimacy that really has nothing to do with cameras or foundations and everything to do with the woman beside me who's turned community service into something that resembles magic. Outside, the rebuilt gazebo gleams under its fresh coat of white paint, the new lights we strung last week casting warm pools of gold across the snow-dusted ground. My sleigh sits beneath the wooden canopy like it belongs there, a permanent fixture now instead of a desperate gesture. The plaque catches the light, its engraved words polished to mirror brightness. For the one who brought Christmas back. I slip my arm around Layla's waist, feeling her settle against my side with the easy familiarity we've built over months of stolen moments and public partnership. "Think we pulled it off?" She tilts her head to study the scene. Families walking past our display, children pointing at the sleigh with wonder, volunteers cleaning up inside with the satisfaction of work well done. "I think you just made the nice list twice." Snow begins to fall again, soft, steady flakes that catch the gazebo lights like scattered stars, the kind of snow that transforms ordinary Tuesday evenings into something worth remembering.
Chapter 39. Layla. The barn hums with life in ways I never imagined possible. Fairy lights stream between the original wooden beams, like captured starlight, casting everything in warm gold that makes faces glow, and laughter echo off rafters that once sheltered whispered judgment. The Benton Hartman Foundation's first New Year's Eve fundraiser has transformed this space from ghost to glory. Couples swaying near the makeshift dance floor, children weaving between adults with sparklers that leave trails of silver in the air. I weave through the crowd, champagne flutes balanced on my tray, catching the light like liquid amber. The red dress was Melanie's idea, something about making a statement. But now it feels right, bold against the golden backdrop, flowing with each step like I own this moment instead of surviving it. "Layla, dear, you've outdone yourself." Mrs. Henderson intercepts me near the donation table, her eyes bright with genuine approval. This old barn hasn't seen this much joy since the harvest festivals of my youth. "Thank you, Mrs. H." The champagne nearly sloshes as she pulls me into an unexpected hug. Though I can't take all the credit, half the town pitched in. "Nonsense. You brought the vision." She pats my cheek with weathered fingers. "Some folks are born to make magic out of ordinary things." The crowd shifts around us. Conversations flowing between the silent auction tables cold built by hand. Children's artwork, displayed on easels that still smell faintly of fresh pine. Every corner holds traces of our work together. The foundation banner strung above the entrance. The photo display documenting our year of community service. The guest book where people sign pledges for next year's projects. Through the warm press of bodies, my eyes find him. Cole stands near the back wall, where shadows meet light, jacket abandoned somewhere, sleeves rolled to his elbows in that way that makes my pulse skip. He's deep in conversation with Dad and Tom Jenkins, gesturing with his hands as he explains something, probably the structural reinforcements we added to support all these lights. His dark blonde hair catches the fairy light glow, and even from across the room, I can see the easy smile that's become more frequent over these past months. Then his eyes lift, scanning the crowd until they lock on mine. The noise doesn't exactly fade. The band keeps playing, conversations continue. Children's laughter still rings from the craft corner, but everything else becomes background to the way he looks at me. Like I'm the only person in this barn full of people. Like the distance between us is something that needs correcting. His conversation with Dad stutters to a halt. I watch Tom say something that makes Dad chuckle, but Cole's attention has already shifted, his focus narrowing to laser precision on my face. The memory hits without warning. This same barn exactly 1 year ago. Champagne bubbles on my tongue, and hope fluttering in my chest as I watched him retreat instead of stay. The way he'd kissed me like I was the last woman left on this earth, then disappeared before midnight like some reverse Cinderella story that left me wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. Tonight feels different. Tonight he's not running. Earth to Layla. Melanie appears beside me, elegant in midnight blue with her hair swept up in an intricate twist. You're staring. I'm observing. The champagne tray shifts in my hands as I force myself to look away from Cole's steady gaze. There's a difference. Honey, when you observe someone like that, marriage proposals usually follow. She plucks a glass from my tray with practiced ease. Though in your case, I think you've already skipped a few steps. Heat creeps up my neck despite the barn's winter chill. We're taking things slow. Melanie's laugh sparkles with mischief. Is that what we're calling it when the man builds you a foundation and declares his love in front of half the county? The foundation. Our foundation. The word still makes something warm unfurl in my chest. Not just the organization, but what it represents. Choosing to build something together instead of apart. Choosing permanence over the careful distance we'd maintained for months. He didn't build it for me, I protest, though the words lack conviction. He built it for the community. Melanie's expression suggests she's not buying my attempt at modesty. And I suppose the workshop space with your name on the planning permit was just coincidence. Before I can formulate a response, the crowd parts slightly, creating a clearer line of sight to where Cole stands. Dad's moved closer to him. Their body language relaxed in ways that still surprise me. Months of careful rebuilding, of shared coffee and work stories, of Dad slowly accepting that Cole isn't the same man who disappeared into grief 8 years ago. Cole says something that makes Dad throw back his head and laugh. The rich, genuine sound that fills spaces like music. Then Dad claps him on the shoulder, a gesture so natural it might have happened any time in the past 20 years. Your father's come around, Melanie observes, following my gaze. Finally. The relief in my voice surprises me, though it only took public humiliation and a town-wide charity to convince him we weren't having some sordid affair. Were you? Melanie. What? I'm just saying, the man looks at you like he's been starving, and you're a 5-course meal. She grins over her champagne glass. Some affairs are worth having. The feedback from the microphone screeches through the barn as Mayor Whitmer wrestles with the sound system, his face flushed from champagne and the weight of orchestrating yet another town event. The crowd rustles with anticipation, conversations tapering as people begin to orient themselves toward the makeshift stage. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice booms through the speakers, finally finding the right volume. It's time for our countdown to the new year. Melanie nudges me with her elbow. Here we go. Town tradition in all its awkward glory. The champagne tray grows heavy in my hands as bodies press closer, forming the inevitable huddle that happens when a crowd needs to feel connected to something bigger than individual conversations. Children bounce on their toes, couples find each other's hands, and the energy shifts from casual mingling to focused anticipation. 10. The count begins, voices joining in scattered harmony. I scan the crowd automatically, noting how Mrs. Henderson has claimed a spot near the front, how the teenagers cluster together like they're too cool for this but participate anyway. 9. That's when I see him moving. Cole cuts through the crowd with the kind of quiet determination that makes people step aside without realizing why. His gray-blue eyes stay locked on mine as he navigates between dancing couples and excited children. His path as direct as if he'd planned this route all evening. 8. My pulse kicks up, champagne glasses clinking softly against each other as my hands develop the faintest tremor. He's not looking away, not hesitating, not wearing that carefully controlled expression that used to be his default armor. 7. Melanie follows my gaze and lets out a low whistle. Well, looks like somebody's done being subtle. 6. He's close enough now that I'm able to see the slight tension in his jaw, the way his sleeves are rolled up, revealing forearms, corded with muscle and marked by years of honest work. The fairy lights catch the gold in his hair, and there's something in his expression that makes my breath catch. 5. The distance between us shrinks to nothing as he stops directly in front of me, close enough that I catch the familiar scent of cedar and winter air that clings to his skin. The champagne tray trembles in my grip. 4. His voice cuts through the countdown, rough but absolutely certain. Last year I ran. The words hit like a confession and a promise wrapped together. I can see the ghost of that night in his eyes, the way he'd kissed me like the world was ending, then disappeared before the clock struck 12, leaving me standing alone with lipstick smudged and hope crashing around my feet. 3. This year, I murmur, my voice barely audible above the crowd's enthusiastic counting. You'd better not. 2. I expect him to kiss me. Everything in his posture suggests it. The way he leans closer, the intensity in his gaze, the careful control that's always preceded his most unguarded moments. My lips part slightly in anticipation. 1. Instead, his hand finds mine. His head lowers, bringing his mouth close enough to my ear that his breath sends shivers down my spine. The countdown continues around us, voices rising in excitement, but his words cut through the noise like they're the only sound that matters. I'm done running, Layla. You're my home. Happy New Year. The barn erupts around us, but the celebration feels distant, like watching fireworks through frosted glass. Cole's words still ring in my ears. You're my home, and something shifts in the very foundation of who I thought I was supposed to be. The champagne tray slips from my nerveless fingers. Glass shatters against the wooden floor in a cascade of crystal and golden liquid, but the sound gets swallowed by cheers and party horns and the opening notes of Auld Lang Syne. Cole doesn't even glance down at the mess. His hand tightens around mine, thumb tracing across my knuckles with deliberate tenderness. Cold dash. His mouth finds mine before I can finish whatever protest or plea was forming. This kiss tastes different than last year's desperate collision. Less like goodbye, more like finally. His free hand cups the side of my face, fingers threading through the curls at my temple, and there's something reverent in the way he holds me. Like I'm precious. Like I'm chosen. The noise of the party doesn't disappear exactly, but it transforms into something that belongs to us instead of around us. Somewhere in the periphery, I hear Melanie's delighted whoop and Dad's surprised laugh, and Mrs. Henderson declaring to anyone within earshot that she saw this coming from Easter. But Cole's kiss anchors me to this moment, this breath, this heartbeat, where everything I've wanted finally aligns with everything he's willing to give. His lips part mine gently, tongue sweeping in to taste champagne and possibility. I rise up on my toes, pressing closer, one hand fisted in the front of his shirt, while the other finds the strong column of his neck. His pulse hammers under my palm, quick and unsteady, proving that his carefully controlled exterior doesn't extend to his nervous system. When we break apart, his forehead rests against mine, breath mingling in the small space between us. The fairy lights catch in his gray-blue eyes, turning them molten. That, I whisper, my voice slightly breathless, was much better than running away. His laugh rumbles low in his chest. Practice makes perfect. Planning to get a lot of practice? Every New Year's Eve for the next 50 years. His thumb brushes across my cheekbone, the gesture so tender it makes my chest ache. If you'll have me. Around us, couples sway to the band's slightly off-key rendition of the traditional song. Children dart between adults with sparklers, leaving silver trails, and the entire town of Bay Haven celebrates another year of surviving their own complicated lives. But right here, in this bubble of fairy lights and cedar-scented warmth, the world has narrowed to just us. 50 years? I tease, though my heart pounds with the weight of that promise. That's awfully presumptuous. I'm a builder, sweetheart. I think in decades.
Chapter 40. Cole. The weight of the ring box against my ribs feels heavier than any beam I've ever lifted. My heart hammers against it through my shirt pocket, each beat a reminder that some foundations can't be laid twice. 50 years, I repeat, my voice rougher than I intend. The fairy lights catch in her dark eyes, and I see my own reflection there, steady for once, not running. That's what I'm hoping for. Her fingers trace the collar of my shirt, sending electricity straight through the cotton. You're different tonight. I was a coward. The admission scrapes out of me like splinters. Kissed you like I meant it, then spent 12 months pretending it didn't happen. You had your reasons. I had excuses. My thumb brushes across her cheekbone, memorizing the softness. Told myself I was protecting you from a broken man. Truth is, I was protecting myself from feeling alive again. Around us, the party swirls in golden light and laughter, but everything beyond her face blurs into background noise. Tom Jenkins raises his glass somewhere to my left. Mrs. Henderson declares this the best New Year's in decades, and a child sparkler traces silver arcs through the air. None of it matters compared to the way Layla looks at me, like she sees past the careful walls I've built, straight to the man I forgot I could be. And now? Her voice carries that hint of challenge that's driven me crazy for months. Now I'm done wasting time. My hand slides to my pocket, fingers closing around the small velvet box that's lived there for 3 weeks. Rachel used to say that love doesn't run out when you use it. It multiplies. Layla's breath catches, and I see the moment she understands what's coming. Her pupils dilate, lips parting slightly as my hand emerges from my pocket. The ring box looks impossibly small against my calloused palm, black velvet worn smooth from handling. I've opened it 100 times in the workshop, making sure the diamond catches light the way she deserves, making sure this moment won't be another thing I run from. Cole Dash. Let me say this. My voice comes out steadier than my hands feel. Before you panic or overthink or give me 17 reasons why this is complicated. Her laugh wavers between joy and disbelief. Only 17? I'm being optimistic. The box clicks open, and the diamond catches the fairy lights like it was made for this exact moment. Layla Elizabeth Benton, you brought color back to my world when I thought I'd forgotten what it looked like. The conversations around us don't exactly stop, but voices lower as people begin to notice what's happening. I catch sight of her father over her shoulder, his expression unreadable but not hostile. Progress. You challenged every excuse I made for staying alone. Made me remember that building something beautiful requires 2 people who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty. I dropped to one knee, the wooden floor solid beneath me. Will you marry me? The barn goes completely silent. Her face crumples, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she's laughing through them, that radiant sound that's been pulling me out of darkness for months. Are you serious right now? She swipes at her eyes with the back of her hand, mascara smudging slightly. You picked the exact same moment as last year to completely wreck me? Is that a yes? My heart pounds so hard I'm surprised the whole barn can't hear it. Of course it's a yes, you impossible man. She drops to her knees in front of me, dress pooling around her like spilled wine. Did you really think I'd say no? You could have listed those 17 reasons. I was saving them for the honeymoon. Her fingers touch my face, thumbs brushing away moisture I didn't realize was there. Put the ring on me before I change my mind about marrying someone who proposes in work boots. I slide the diamond onto her finger with hands that shake more than they did the first time I held a saw. The fit is perfect. I may have borrowed one of her rings from her jewelry box last month for sizing purposes. It's beautiful. She holds her hand up to catch the light, and the diamond throws tiny rainbows across the barn walls. How long have you been planning this? Since the moment you told me I was allowed to live again. I pull her closer, still on my knees in the sawdust, and glitter someone scattered across the floor. Took me 3 jewelry stores to find something that wouldn't look ridiculous on hands that fix engines and hang Christmas lights. You know what would look ridiculous? Her smile turns wicked. If my fiancé didn't kiss me right now. The word fiancé hits me like a sledgehammer to the chest, in the best possible way. I frame her face with both hands, thumbs tracing the tears still clinging to her lashes. I love you, Layla. All of you. The parts that challenge me. The parts that comfort me. The parts that make me want to be better than I thought I could be. I love you too, you brooding, cedar-scented carpenter. Our lips meet just as the first firework explodes outside, painting the barn windows in gold and silver. The crowd erupts in cheers around us, but the sound feels distant compared to the way she melts against me, her engagement ring cool against my neck where her hand rests. More fireworks burst in rapid succession, each boom synchronized with the wild rhythm of my pulse. She tastes like champagne and promises, like the future I never thought I deserved. When we finally break apart, the entire barn erupts around us. Tom Jenkins whoops so loud he nearly drowns out the next firework, and Mrs. Henderson dabs at her eyes with a napkin that reads, "Happy New Year," in gold foil. No more secrets, Layla whispers against my lips, her engagement ring catching the light as she cups my face. No more running. The promise comes easier than breathing. After 8 years of hiding, the relief of being seen, really seen, threatens to buckle my knees. About damn time, Hartman! I turn to find Layla's father pushing through the crowd, his expression unreadable until he reaches us. For a heartbeat, I brace for another punch. Instead, he claps my shoulder hard enough to rattle my teeth. Took you long enough to make an honest woman of her. His grip tightens, and his voice drops low enough that only I can hear. But if you hurt her, you'll kill me. I meet his eyes without flinching. Get in line behind me. He studies my face for a long moment, then nods once. Welcome to the family, son. The word hits harder than his earlier right hook. Son. Like forgiveness wrapped in acceptance. Oh, this is happening! Melanie appears at Layla's elbow, already pulling out her phone. I need photos of that ring before social media finds out from someone else's blurry video. Mel, we literally just... No arguments. This is the engagement announcement of the century in Bayhaven. She grabs Layla's left hand, angling the diamond toward the fairy lights. Cole, you did good. This doesn't look like something you picked up at the hardware store. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I wrap my arm around Layla's waist, pulling her closer as more people surge forward with congratulations. The barn doors swing wide as someone steps outside, and cold air rushes in carrying the first snowflakes of the new year. They drift through the opening like confetti, settling on shoulders and in hair, turning the celebration ethereal. Snow, Layla breathes, tilting her face toward the open doors. Perfect timing. Everything about tonight's been perfect timing. I brush a snowflake from her temple, marveling at how something so simple as touching her freely feels revolutionary. The church bells begin their midnight toll, deep bronze notes that vibrate through the barn's wooden frame. 1, 2, 3. "Make a wish," she whispers, pressing closer as the snow falls heavier now, visible in the spill of light from the barn. Already came true. I hold her tighter as the bells continue their ancient rhythm, marking the end of one year and the beginning of something entirely new. "What about you?" Her smile turns mysterious. "That this time next year, you'll still look at me like I hung the moon." "Sweetheart, you didn't just hang the moon." I lean down until my forehead touches hers, snowflakes melting between us. "You built the whole damn sky.